I got a new skill every time. WNCH 311-350. Chapter 311. The disadvantage of facing endless respawn enemies and endurance. The battle against the winged was truly a fierce struggle. No matter how many were defeated, new ones would quickly appear, seemingly resurrected, and immediately prepare to throw their spears. Naturally, the Black Knight and I would attempt to defeat them before they could act, but as time went by, the number of winged gradually increased, and we couldn't keep up with all of them. Our other forces proved valuable in this situation. The elves' spirit magic created a thick layer of air barrier above our base, halving the momentum of the thrown spears. Their warriors, imbued with the Black Knight's power and clad in dark light, would then catch the falling spears with their shields. If anyone was injured, the priests would immediately send healing magic, and while the mages didn't directly attack the winged, they remained on high alert for any normal demonic beasts that might be attracted by the commotion. Everyone was giving their all to defend this sacred place. The standoff seemed to be at a stalemate without either side gaining the upper hand, but the first to show signs of reaching their limit was our side. The battle had been going on for 5 hours already. Letting out a battle cry to spur myself on, I swung my sword desperately. But no matter how hard I tried, with already more than 10 winged present, it was impossible to prevent all of their attacks. By the way, the number of winged I had defeated had long since surpassed 3 digits. I had done my fair share of work, but that meant nothing. Yet another spear was thrown from a winged that the Black Knight and I couldn't reach in time. Just a little more. Hey, don't overdo it. Fall back for now. Once again, the elves created a layer of air with spirit magic to kill the momentum of the spear. Or rather, they had been constantly activating the magic for quite some time now. Groans could be heard here and there, and the number of elves still casting the magic had been reduced to about half of what it was at the beginning. With fewer casters, the effect of the spirit magic was naturally reduced. What was initially a spear that seemed to have been shot into water had now become only slightly slower. The spear, still with a powerful force, landed among the people holding shields. Catch him? Damn it, my shield is also. The humans who caught it were clearly battered and bruised. They barely managed to prevent the spear from sticking into the ground, but the shield was broken, the arm was fractured, and one man who suffered major injuries and couldn't even stand properly was quickly covered by another man nearby. Another man dragged the injured one back to the priests, but this simply meant a decrease in our defensive strength. Hey, Black Knight. Don't hold back. HMPH, as if you need to tell me. Chaos Enchant, fought. At my shout, the Black Knight once again imbued the defense team with power. The ominous black color intensified slightly, but it was still far thinner compared to when the battle started. But no one complained about the weakened defense. Instead, they were determined to do their best. As for me, I wished they would take more precautions, but that wasn't an option in this situation. Besides, I wasn't in a position to talk. Handling the power of the Demon King was an extremely delicate matter, and even a slight mistake could destroy my own body. I had been using it non-stop for 5 hours, so my mental fatigue was obvious. Offer it. Tch. Perhaps my power became unstable. My attack was stopped by the body of a winged. I hurriedly poured more power into it and cut the winged off, but my hand turned slightly black again. I didn't feel the pain anymore, but as long as I had gripping strength, it was enough. But Tia will scold me later, won't she? I glanced over and saw Tia, along with her elf companions, desperately using spirit magic. I could imagine her scolding me for being reckless, and I involuntarily smiled, feeling a little relieved. Ha ha ha, that's Tia for you. Ha. Ha. Hey Black Knight, how long will this go on? I could see our limits approaching. If the Black Knight and I could continue fighting, we might still have a chance, but if the battle continued like this, I couldn't imagine the human side surviving much longer. The Black Knight answered my question as we fought. We are at 13-1 now. That's the confirmed maximum so far. But it seems to have just been updated. You mean there's still no end in sight? Damn it. With the appearance of the 14th winged, it became clear that the enemy's maximum number was still not reached. Since the key to our strategy was to defeat all the winged at once, We still needed to endure if there were more. In the midst of this seemingly endless battle, we continued to fight desperately. An hour passed after the 15th creature appeared. Until now, the winged had increased in number every 30 minutes at most, but they remained at 15. The end was nowhere in sight, and we fought on with determination. Hey, Black Knight. Isn't it about time we wrap this up? Yes, indeed. It seems the humans have reached their limit. Very well. I shall launch an attack to wipe out those winged, so you, buy me some time on your own. Understood. Activate, limit break. At the Black Knight's words, I played my final hand. Making use of the physical abilities that instantly increased tenfold, I began cutting down the winged appearing from the side with even more vigor than before. Of course, the strain on my body was immense. Doing something like this after a long battle would render me incapacitated in just 5 or 10 seconds, but prepare yourselves, filthy winged insects that target my world. Chaos Enchant, Final Fragment. As I became battered and worn, the Black Knight began to increase his power. Dark radiance spewed from the gaps in his black armor, truly befitting that of a demon king. Ah, with this, we could defeat any enemy. Now for what? Sacrifice. Just as the Black Knight was about to unleash the finishing blow, a new winged appeared far above his head. The 16th one was clearly different from the others. Small? No, but this presence? That winged was roughly the same size as us. Compared to the others, which were around 15 meters tall, it was like comparing an adult to a child. And with the appearance of this special winged, the other 15 stopped moving altogether. Like puppets with cut strings, they dropped their limbs and transformed into sand of light, being sucked into the small winged. This situation. Could you be the main body? For the order ordained by God, I offer all of this world. I know not of any god. I am the Demon King. Suddenly changing his plan, the Black Knight soared toward the small winged. Aiming to deliver a strike that had been enhanced to kill all the winged, he tried to deflect a white spear thrown at him with his sword. What? As if to dodge the sword, the winged's thrown spear twisted in midair. It then passed by the Black Knight and fell straight to the ground. Damn it! This is bad. Compared to the previous spear-like logs, the thrown spear was just a twig. But the power it radiated was incomparable, and I knew that if it landed, everything in the vicinity would be blown away. I can make it. The moment my body hit the ground, I whipped my shattered legs held together only by muscles, striking the earth and launching myself into the air once more. But I knew that spear would surely pierce through my invincible. Still, I wanted to protect the people. To protect Tia, and I reached out with all my strength, only to find a black shadow suddenly appearing. What? Right before my eyes. The Black Knight slowly fell, his abdomen pierced by the white spear. Footnotes: T/N. I am confused here. I checked in the dictionary, it did say 3 digits above, but here it says 13th. Can anyone check the raw and help me please? Or perhaps this 13th is the total number present currently on the battlefield. Chapter 312, Promises to the Dying Victors, Endings to the Living Losers. Black Knight's Armor? Hey, hurry with the healing magic. To Edison too. Hurry up. The Black Knight and I both fell heavily to the ground. Visually, I looked more tattered. But since there were no fatal injuries, the wounds were healing rapidly due to the effects of regenerate. But the Black Knight was. What in the world is this? Black Knight's armor's body? The Black Knight's body began to turn white from the area pierced by the spear. What came to my mind upon seeing that scene was the final state of the hero Z that I once heard from the Black Knight. Black Knight, Ed? No, don't move yet. My apologies, Tia, lend me your shoulder. Ah, geez. I asked Tia, who came to me as we fell, and I went to the Black Knight. His abdomen had already turned completely white, and there were small cracks appearing in it. Yo, Black Knight. You've been quite showy, huh? How are you feeling? You, huh? HMPH, you can see, can't you? I'm still fine. Haha, that's good then. I grimaced and smiled in pain at the Black Knight's light banter. It was very like me to act tough unnecessarily at a time like this. But there was something more important I had to ask now. Why? Why did you protect me? At that moment, if you had attacked the defenseless winged who had thrown his weapon, it would have been your victory, wouldn't it? He. Isn't that arrogance? I didn't protect you. It was the humans behind you. You, the Demon King, protected humans? Of course. Everything in this world exists for me to rule over. Therefore, even the humans living there are mine. Do I need a reason to protect what's mine? I see, you are, cough, cough. More importantly, my main body. There's something I want to ask you. What is it? The whitening had already reached his chest, and blood was spilling from the neck of the Black Knight's helmet. Someone tried to remove the helmet, but I stopped them with my hand, waiting for the Black Knight's next words. I'm just a fragment of your power. Do you think there's something in me that can be called a soul? It's there. At that question, I confidently affirmed without hesitation. You are you, Black Knight. Even if you were born as a piece of my power that God carved out, the time you lived is your own. I am convinced that there is a soul in it. In fact, I know a few other demon kings who have established their ego. Is that so? That's... that's nice. The Black Knight's arm reached out to me. The whitening had progressed to his armpit and stopped his arm's movement, but I reached out my hand and grabbed the Black Knight's hand. I'll return all the power I have to you. Take it. But leave my soul as it is. If you do that, I understand. I'll charge you 1% interest every day. But since the soul has no value, you can take it wherever you like. That's quite sly. As expected of my main body. Cough, but if there's a soul, I'll be there too. Hey, let's settle this once and for all. The Black Knight's voice, now whitened up to his neck, was trembling. It sounded like he was crying. But no one could really know. The only good-looking man who could see that face was no longer in this world. I fought with that man. Take care of this world, main body. Leave it to me. Finally, the Black Knight's body turned completely white and broke with a snap. At the same time, all the power the Black Knight possessed flowed into me. Ah, I see. So that's what it was. That's why I couldn't find the hero. Tia. I'm all right now. I released my arm from Tia and stood on the ground with my own feet. Although my appearance was still covered in blood and mud, my wounds were already fully healed. And what filled my body was the power of the Demon King and the hero's strength. They were negating each other, which is why I couldn't accurately detect them with my Akashic compass. Ha ha, that's right. Protecting and guiding the people, fighting the destroyers from outside to save the world. If that's not what a hero is, then what is it? Ah ha 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 ha. Offer it. As I laughed, holding my stomach, a small wing descended above my head. Its hand was already holding the returned white spear, and it threw it at me. Ha, what's this thing? With a light clinking sound, the spear fell to the ground without even scratching me. It immediately disappeared and returned to Wing's hand, throwing it at me again and again, but the outcome never changed. Offer it. Strange? Just by gaining the power of the one who lost to you, becoming much stronger than you is indeed weird. But this is only natural. Offer it. That guy. The Black Knight was indeed a fragment of the Demon King, my power, but he was a genuine man with a soul. Sure, he might have done wrong, and carried heaps of resentment and bitterness. But he lived and died with all his heart. In contrast, what about you? You're probably not the main body of a god, just a fragment of a god's power too, right? But all you do is repeat the same thing like a fool's errand. A single man and a puppet. There's no way they're the same existence. I nimbly kicked the ground and jumped, kicking the winged's body. It was blown away helplessly, crashing into a wild part of the land slightly away from the sacred place. Oh Offer. Hey, you're still alive? Well, I did hold back after all. By the time the staggering winged got up, I was already standing right in front of it. With my current state, I could easily move at high speed without relying on skills like Hermes dash. For the order ordained by the god, Gi. What order? You scattered fragments of my power into another world because you couldn't do anything yourself, and now you want to destroy the whole world? Where's the order in that? I grabbed the winged's face, and its mouth twisted, making a strange cry. Yes, that's all it is, a cry. Words without intent are even inferior to the sound of an insect's wings. Well, it doesn't matter. Even if I said something to you, it wouldn't reach the main body of the god, right? But don't worry, I know how to convey it. I casually threw the winged and readied my sword, concentrating my power. I inherited the hero's power from the Black Knight, and now that it protected me, I could fully exert the power of the Endrail, Demon King of the End. Offer. The end of everything is mine to determine. Your end, here and now. In the name of the Demon King of the End, Endrail. Carve it. Nothing lies beyond here, the end. O Offer. A black flash cleaved the winged in two. Then, its body fell to the ground with a clatter. It seemed its torso was hollow, just like a puppet, and from that state, the wing didn't change. It didn't turn into particles of light and disappear, nor did it resurrect as a new winged, or return to the main body of the god. There's no change for something that has met a complete end. I kept my promise. I raised my sword towards the now red sky and muttered quietly. Until Tia and the people from the base came rushing over, I continued to send a victorious smile towards the Demon King, who I was sure to meet again in the distant beyond. Chapter 313, The Fate of Disposable Mercenaries. Exile awaits, but death does not. It's about time. Okay, Ed. Please. All right. In response to Tia's voice, I stabbed a branch into the ground beneath my feet. Then, as it had done before, it quickly grew into a giant tree, successfully transforming into a spirit tree. Leaving the people who were celebrating the revived land behind, Tia ran over to me with light steps after I finished my task. Good work again, Ed. Yeah, thank you. I accepted the cup she offered, fanning its contents. It was a citrus fruit water with a strong acidity, but this sourness soaked into my tired body. Ah, delicious. Phew. Is it finally over? Yes, I think it's fine now that we've made this many bases. Since the day I marked the end, the winged naturally disappeared from this world. But defeating the enemy isn't the end of the matter. Rather, the rebuilding afterward is the tough part, a common sense anyone belonging to a hero party knows. 3 years. It seemed long yet went by in a flash. A total of 32 sacred places were created in the devastated areas. I don't understand it, but apparently arranging them in a magical configuration made them influence each other, exponentially speeding up the revival of the land. Even so, it still seems to require decades, but considering that the world was driven to the brink of destruction, this progress is more than enough. With the prospect of world reconstruction in sight, and the handling of the Demon King's remnants who began to rampage after losing their enemies and leader, the Black Knight, it's safe to say that we have fulfilled the Black Knight's last wish. That means it's about time for us who have finished our roles to embark on our next journey. Eda-san. As I was pondering, a 17-year-old woman with short curly hair as her charm point approached, calling my name. Hey, Jill. You're lively again today. Of course. Being energetic is my only redeeming feature. Well, not really. I have other good points too. Probably. Ha ha ha, I know. Here, want a drink? Thank you. Huh? When I offered my cup, Jill took it without hesitation, and her face twisted sourly. Jill, girls shouldn't make faces like that. Rah. Thank you, Tia-san. But this is really sour. Hee hee, yes. But that's what's irresistible. Sour things being irresistible. Don't tell me, Tia-san, you're having a baby? Ow! Don't talk nonsense. So, what do you need from me? I flicked Jill's head as she blurted out something absurd, her face turning red. She answered me, rubbing her head discontentedly. Ah, right. My father said to ask Ed-san about the next schedule. The leader, huh? Sorry, but there's no next schedule. We talked about it before. So you're really leaving the Reconstruction Brigade? Yes. We've done enough, and they can gather magical power without me. Besides, we have our own goals. For that, we must part here. It's going to be lonely. Don't make that face. I ruffled Gil's head as her shoulders drooped, and she swatted my hand away with a voice that seemed both angry and somewhat pleased. Geez, treating me like a child again. I'm already 17. You know. Yeah, sorry. But I've known you since before you were an adult, so I can't help it. We met Jill 3 months after defeating the Winged, when the brigade was formed to create sacred lands around the world. Then, 14-year-old Jill came on the journey with her father, who was the brigade leader, as an apprentice. Ah, how nostalgic. At first, either Tia or I were asked to lead the brigade, but since we knew we would be leaving, we shouldn't take such a position. So we desperately persuaded and searched for the right person. I never thought it would lead to this result. Could it be that the flagmaker of necessity and coincidence worked here too? That being said, Jill, we're leaving now, even though it's just a formality. Can you do it? Right now? At least tonight with everyone. We can't do that. It's best to execute this sort of thing as soon as we think about it. If we take too much time, we'll end up dragging our feelings. I understand. Then Ed-san and Tia-san, I authorize both of you to withdraw from the reconstruction brigade. Thank you for everything until now. Ping. Condition confirmed. 10 minutes remaining until return. As Jill bowed her head and spoke, a voice echoed inside me. Believe it or not, the woman before me is probably the last hero in this world. The hero's power dwelling inside me is, of course, temporary. And as it disappeared, this hero Jill appeared. But the reason why a hero was born in a world where the Black Knight died and there were no demons? Probably, it's me. Well, after all, I'm a demon king. So, it's inevitable that a hero is born to drive out the threat from the outside world like me. Thanks to that, I made significant progress by confirming that I can be banished from the world if I exist alive, but why does it feel slightly unsatisfying? Well, from the world's perspective, they probably don't want someone like me to stay too long. Even if they don't defeat me, if they can get me to leave just by banishing me, of course, they'll produce another hero or two. If there is intent in the world, it's almost like we could gratefully communicate while rubbing hands together. Then, Eda-san. Tia-san. We will continue to travel around the world, and let's meet again somewhere. Please lend us your strength then. Of course. If we meet again and Jill and the others are in trouble, I'll lend all the strength I can. It's a promise. Of course, I promise too. If fate allows, let's meet again. Yes. Then, you two, see you again. With the energetic Jill waving behind us, we leave the 32nd sacred place. Since everyone is obsessed with the newly born sacred land, no one is following us as we walk against the flow. Hey, Jill-chan is really a lively and good girl, isn't she? I wonder if we'll meet again. Who knows? Lately, there's been a lot of things I don't understand, so it might happen. Normally, there's no chance for us to meet Jill again. There's the fact that we'll be crossing worlds, but in the first place, in the original, or rather, the previous world, Hero Z doesn't die, and the world doesn't become desolate, so there's no point in meeting Jill. But lately, it seems that the world's rules are changing in ways I don't know. If that's the case, the possibility of meeting again isn't zero. If a connection is made across worlds, helping each other is natural. Even so, the range of the newly formed sacred land is only about 100 meters in radius. Just by walking a little, the surroundings become a desolate land, and the desolate scenery as far as the eye can see feels unspeakable loneliness. Is this scene just special for this time? Or is every world we go to from now on being ravaged by those winged things? In my past memories, this area was just an ordinary plain. There were roads laid out, carriages coming and going, magical beasts and adventurers to defeat them. A common and mundane scenery spread out, but now there is nothing here. Only stones roll on the dry ground, and not a single grass grows. There is no sign of life's activities. If you leave meat in a devastated area, it rots but doesn't attract a single insect. Thinking about how abnormal that is, power builds up in my clenched fist. Tia gently overlays her hand on mine like that. The gentle warmth loosens my rigid fist, and instead of anger, a soft touch fills my hand. There's no point in thinking about what we don't know yet. Let's go home first. Yeah, that's right. Our third journey has just begun. Hand in hand, Tia and I quietly return to the White World, being escorted away. Chapter 314. When I thought it was my home but it was the neighbor's, and yet again, that was home too. Phew. Okay. Looks like we got back normally, at least, he said. Having confirmed that we had returned to the without any particular issues, I quickly looked around. There doesn't seem to be any problem with this. Well? Tia, what's wrong? My bed is gone. Bed? Oh. Come to think of it. Upon reflection, all the furniture that Tia had procured in Master's World had vanished completely. What? My magic furnace is gone too. No way. It was expensive. I really liked it, too. Slumping dejectedly next to me, Tia also let her ears droop sadly. If I'd known it would disappear, I would have bought more the other day. Well, did I put it in there, stranger box, in the first place? But why now and not before? She asked. What do you mean? Because look, last time when it shook, the doors and everything disappeared, right? I understand if it had all vanished then. But why now? That is certainly true. I tilted my head at Tia's naive question. If everything in the room had been reset, it would have made sense for the furniture and the magic furnace to have disappeared at that time. But in reality, they were still there normally until we departed for the 51st world, and then vanished by the time we returned. But even thinking about it, there was no way to understand the reason. I briefly checked where the magic furnace had been, but unlike in the normal world, in this white world there were no stains, dirt, or even accumulated dust to leave a trace. Just to confirm, it's not stored somewhere, right? Tia, can you check with the single bank? I got it. Let's see. Nope, it's not there. Sigh, we'll have to buy it again. Hey Ed, that aside, let's read the usual one quickly. Oh, right. Huh? As I looked at the table as usual, there was a brown leather-covered book with record of the hero's story, written in gold foil. But next to it on the shelf, there was another book for some reason. Everything was supposed to have vanished, right? Why is there another book? Suspicious, I picked it up and opened the pages. What was written there was. What is this, Ed? What's wrong? Tia came over, but I couldn't take my eyes off the book. It was there, record of the hero's story, the same one I'd read at the beginning of the third loop. Why is this book here? Could it be? I quickly looked around, but there were no differences to be seen. If my suspicions were correct, this wasn't the where Tia and I usually return to. The third loop's room? No. But then, the door? Ed? Hey Ed. What on earth is going on? Tia shook my shoulder violently, causing my head and vision to shake, but it helped me regain some composure. Sorry. I just noticed something strange. Well, I don't have proof. What's strange? What? I think this isn't the where we placed various things, but the where the dead me was sent out again. Look, here. I handed her the record of the hero's story, and Tia frowned as she read. This is the story of our adventure in the world where Ed died. Yeah, that's right. I think this is probably the room of the third loop. The bed and magic furnace are gone because they're probably placed in the room of the second loop. Phew. Is that so? Wait, does that mean a new room is created every time we loop? Maybe. I don't know. I see. Well, if that's the case, it can't be helped. Now that we know the reason, let's pull ourselves together and read the proper record of the hero's story, shall we? No, isn't that a light reaction? Is that okay? What's good or bad? There's nothing particularly troublesome, right? We can't go to the previous room to get the bed anyway. That is. Huh? When said, indeed, there was nothing troubling. Nothing but. If there was nothing, is that okay? Sorry, I made a weird fuss. Foo. It's fine. Come on, hurry up. Alright. Urged by Tia, I finally opened their record of the hero's story, of the 51st world. There, the exploits of Hero Zide were written, but the description ended with him being killed by the winged, and the pages continued blank afterward. What's this? This isn't the end, right? The usual lines weren't written, and still nearly half the pages remained. Reluctantly flipping through them, I finally found a page with text written again near the end. Oh, from here it's Jill-chan's story, right? Looks like it. What was written there was the story of the 3 years that Jill, who became our hero, traveled with us. Then the gap in between might be the part about the Black Knight? Certainly, a demon king being a hero is not normal at all. Was that why it couldn't be described? By the way, is this something written by God? If so, was the inner heart of the demon king, who is the same existence as me, unreadable to God? Ed. It seems like this is the end. Oh, right. Having traveled together, there was nothing particularly new, and I had become somewhat distracted, but Tia called out to me, focusing my attention on the description in the book. There was something very unsettling written there. First world, record of the hero's story, final chapter, arrogant choice. Thus, Hero Jill successfully expelled the root of all evil, the Demon King, from the world, but the responsibility of pursuing his desires by rejecting God's order will surely return to this world as a major collapse. For its foolishness, its shallowness is human karma, but God silently shed a tear of sorrow for having chosen the path of suffering by refusing salvation. What does major collapse mean? Is there still something in that world? It feels like it, yeah. But I looked back at the door, making an uneasy expression at Tia. One of the two doors that have increased should lead to the 51st world we came from, but we basically can't open it again. Honestly, there's not much we can do. It's not impossible to return to that world once more if we do something reckless, but first, we don't know what this major collapse means. Extremely speaking, we were able to solve this problem because the enemy with wings was the culprit. If this had taken the form of an earthquake or tsunami, a natural disaster trying to destroy the world, I couldn't have done much. That's true. I'm very, very curious, but there's nothing we can do. Not for now. But if the next world is also involved in this collapse, solving it may reveal some clues. Let's start with what we can do, instead of lamenting what we can't. You're right. Yeah, we shouldn't just worry, we need to look forward and try our best. Let's go right away. With that, Tia ran towards the door, and I also stood up, glancing at the crystal ball on the table. Speaking of which, this isn't shining, is it? Not shining means no new power can be obtained. Although this is different from before. It's not strange if you consider this is my third round, Tia's second, that we can't accumulate more power, right? Ed? Hurry up. Let's go quickly. Don't rush me like that. The other world isn't going anywhere. Throwing such doubts aside, I followed Tia, laughing. Chapter 315. The impact of the gap between first impressions and reality. Yo. Whoa, ah. My feet suddenly slipped as I set foot in a new world. As I frantically regained my balance and looked around, it seemed that I was on top of a sand dune. Whoa, that was close. Tia, are you okay? Oops. Thank you, Ed. This time it's a desert world, isn't it? I offered my hand to Tia, who had also stumbled, and we both looked around. What we saw was an endless desert. But surely, hey, Tia, is this place normal? Yes, it's definitely a desert, but I can feel the desert-like spirit's power. So I think it's just a normal desert. Is that so? Then that's good. Right? I couldn't say whether the existence of the desert was good or bad, but at least it seemed that this wasn't a result of something like the wing destroying the world. If it was a desert born from a natural phenomenon, I could see the answer within me. So, is this the 040th world? Oh, you have an idea this time, don't you? If some strange interference hasn't changed the world, that is. The only world in my memory where I landed directly in a desert was the 040th world. However, having a desert in a world wasn't particularly rare, and if I started considering that some reason had turned the world into a desert, the scope of possibilities would expand indefinitely. Well, anyway, if we go to where people are, we'll find out. Of course, there were no roads in the desert. As I looked around, remembering where I had gone at the time, I gave up and activated the Akashic Compass. There was also the option of relying on their flag maker, but I should use the more certain method since it was available. Alright, it's this way. Let's go. Yes. Fortunately, the compass responded normally, and we started walking in that direction. The desert sun was strong, and the sand took our strength, but fortunately, we had plenty of food and water, and enough stamina. Along the way, we were attacked by large scorpions twice, but we easily defeated them and continued to walk for 2 hours. We were able to reach a large oasis town surrounded by white stone walls. Welcome, travelers, to the town of Shumaru. Do you have any identification? I'm sorry, actually, a huge scorpion took all our belongings. I told the gatekeeper, a man with white cloth wrapped around his head, with a wry smile. He scrutinized Tia and me with sharp eyes, but then he seemed satisfied and nodded. I see. That was unfortunate. In that case, the entrance tax will be a bit higher, is that okay? It's just our own carelessness, so of course I agreed to the man's inquiring words, and we paid the silver coins to enter the town. A little way from the gate, Tia began to speak in a slow voice. We got in quite easily. Didn't we? I think he remembered our faces, but as long as we don't cause trouble, it doesn't matter. So, as expected, this must be the 040th world. I remember the town's name. I see. What shall we do now? For today, we should find lodging. And tomorrow, we'll go there. What I pointed to was a particularly large building in the town, with a straight road leading to it, and many people were being drawn in. What's that? A castle. Right? No, it's a casino. Or should I say gambling hall? A gambling hall? Such a huge building, and everyone's gambling in it? That's right. The inside is amazing too. It's like a whirlpool of people's desires. Ugh. It sounds lively, but I might be a little uncomfortable with it. As I moved my fingers excitedly, Tia slightly frowned. It was an unexpected reaction. Really? I thought you'd be happy since it's a place to play. I like to have fun, but they're betting money, right? I don't mind betting drinks or meals among friends, but people who desperately bet large sums of money scare me. Well, I think the gambling hall you're imagining might be a bit different. Well, you'll see when you get there. If Ed says so, I'll look forward to it. Yeah. After replying to Tia's mischievous smile, we went about securing lodging. The temperature difference in the desert was intense, so we took proper rest at a slightly more expensive inn, and the following day, we stepped into the casino. Wow! Amazing! The exterior was rather simple stone construction, but the interior was different. It was decorated all over with grand ornaments as if it were a venue for a noble's party, and magical lights on the ceiling illuminated the spacious room with brightness comparable to the sun. At dozens of tables, men dressed like butlers were dealing cards to guests, and women in dresses with deep slits at the thighs were walking around with trays of alcohol. Hey Ed, what's this? It's like a castle party, isn't it? Ha ha ha, that's why I told you it's different. It's too different. Since you said it was a gambling house, I totally imagined a scary, bearded man glowering at us. That's a little too. No, not really a prejudice. There were certainly plenty of guys gambling in a corner of the bar, and the folks running a place like a gambling house were indeed like that. If that's what she imagined, I could understand why Tia would be upset. That's a card game, right? And that too. Oh, but the rules are different? 1 against 5? What kind of game is that? And over there is. Hey, don't get too excited. We have time, so let's look around later. First, we need to purchase chips. Chips? Don't you bet with money directly? No, that's not how it works. Well, you can exchange them, so it's not entirely different, but it's a currency that can only be used in this casino. And there are things you can't get without chips. There are such things. What's available? I pulled the cheerfully bouncing Tia's hand and exchanged a gold coin for chips at the reception. 10 copper coins equaled 1 chip, so a gold coin was 1,000 chips. I divided them into 100 chips of 10 each and gave half to Tia. Yay, pocket money. So, it's okay if I use them all? T/N, she's so adorable. That much should be fine. I have something to do, so Tia can go have fun. Really? You don't need my help? No. I'll be fine on my own for now. I really wanted to guide you around, but save that for later. Then, I'll be back in a bit. Considering the upcoming encounters, it would probably be more convenient for me alone. Tia waved cheerfully and wandered around. Normally, leaving a woman alone in a gambling house would be unthinkable, but here, there were security eyes. Or perhaps anti-cheating eyes. Everywhere, and above all, there were hardly any who could do something to Tia. Well, I guess I should do what I need to. Huh? I lost again. Clearly, the pattern slipped, but isn't this cheating? Yeah, Asho-sama? Maybe it's time to give up. At the destination I aimed for, a bright brown-haired young girl, actually a boy, was screaming in a shrill voice. By their side, a young woman in a black triangular hat was suspiciously looking at the slot machine, and behind the boy, a woman in a white robe with gold thread designs was voicing her concern. Once more. I'm sure I'll win if I try again. How many times have you lost thinking that? Enough already. That's right, yeah, Asho-sama. Maybe you should earn it steadily. That's not true. If I hit it big here, that's the quickest way. The boy, who was being admonished by his companions, was making hopeless statements. This boy was indeed the hero I was supposed to meet in this world. Chapter 316, The Embarrassment of Failed Showboating, 100-fold. Hey, can I talk to you for a second? What? Do you need something from us? The female mage looked at me with wild eyes as I suddenly addressed her. But I continued without hesitation. Yeah, don't glare at me like that. It seemed like that kid over there wasn't doing so well, so I thought I'd warn you. Mind your own business. Don't interfere with another party's problems. Wait a moment, Canon. I apologize for causing concern, but this is indeed our problem. So the woman in the robe interrupted the mage, bowing her head as she spoke. Though her words were humble, her voice was tinged with rejection. Is that so? But I think it's questionable to let a child of that age gamble. That's none of your business. What are you trying to pick a fight with us, Canon? It's fine. It's indeed none of my business. I'm sorry for disturbing you. Just ignore what I said. The mage wore a sullen expression, while the robed woman tried to calm her. Meanwhile, the young hero was focused on the slot machine. With a wry smile, I stood in front of the slot machine next to them. Well then, let me try my luck too. Oh, I won. A light sound signaled my slot machine's victory, spitting out the proof of my win. It was only 5 chips worth 10, so the sound was a bit dull, but a win was a win. Now once more. Oh, another win. This time a slightly flashy sound was made as about 20 chips of 10 came out. Putting only 1 chip into a slot machine that can take up to 5 and winning twice in a row was pretty lucky. Then, the young hero next to me stared intently. Of course, he would, as I won twice while he kept losing. Furthermore, I wasn't even pleased with my victory, acting as if it was only natural. That must have sparked the thought, could this person have a way to win at slots? Whether it was skill or cheating, his eyes bore into me. That's good, that's good. Of course, I noticed his gaze but pretended not to. It was essential to pique his interest here, for me to be recruited into the hero's party. In the first round, I would win the slots 3 times in a row, leading him to ask, join us and teach me how to win at slots. Though this was a necessary ritual for me to join the hero's party, part of the flag maker. I didn't know how to win at slots, but that was fine. I would join and spend time together, but that wasn't important now. What mattered was winning the 3rd time. The supposed winning slot slipped, leaving the symbols misaligned. Strange, it wasn't supposed to. 2, 3 more spins, but the symbols didn't align. No, that's not right, is it? If I don't win here, I can't catch the hero's interest, can I? Here. Why? Miss, slipping and missing. I frantically increased the number of chips, but I still missed. Frustration led me to continue spinning, and the 73 chips I had were quickly swallowed by the slot. Look at that. That's the end of someone obsessed with gambling. You understand now, don't you, Nico? No, Canon. That's not it. I'm the chosen hero, so I won't end up like him. Yasha-sama. No matter how pitiful he looks, you shouldn't say such things. Such conversation reached my ears from next door, but I had no room to care. Why did this happen? In that case, I'll go buy more chips, Ed. Then, I heard a voice calling me from afar. Turning around, I saw Tia approaching with a beaming smile. Tia? What's up? Don't tell me you. Look, Ed. I played that slime race game in the back and made a fortune. With that, Tia proudly showed off her silver chips. The chips were color-coded, 1 chip was red, 10 chips were blue, 100 chips were yellow, and silver meant 1,000 chips. Oh wow, really? I got 200 times my bet. Maybe I have a talent for gambling? The slot boy approached Tia, who was grinning from ear to ear, to talk to her. What? Can you teach me how to win at the casino? Hey? Such a thing being said suddenly. Who are you? I apologize. I'm Nico. I'm the hero Nico. Hero? You are? Tia's gaze turned towards me, and I nodded silently. Then Tia also gave a small nod, looking at Nico's face, and began to speak. So, Yasha-sama. I'm sorry, but I don't know how to win at a casino. I just happened to get this right by chance. Is that so? No, it must be. But if you're in trouble with something, I might be able to help you. Could you tell me a little more about it? Nico looked back at his two companions. Then, the mage woman gave an obvious sigh, and the woman in the robes smiled gently. Sigh, it doesn't matter. It's not like talking about it will change anything. You're right. This may be a guidance from God. Then, let me talk to you again. No, I should introduce myself first. I'm Nico. I'm acting as a hero. I'm 13 years old. I am Ariel, sent from the Laurel Temple to assist Yasha-sama on his journey. I am 18. I'm Kanon. As you can see, a magician. Do I need to say my age? It's fine though. 22. Nico, Ariel, Kanon, I'm Lunarisha. An elf and a spirit magic user, and I'm probably around 120 years old. Why is your own age a probably? Kanon interjected with half-closed eyes, tilting her cute little head at Tia. I wonder why too. Isn't 120 years old fine? Well, there might be some sticking points for Tia. So, let's go then. Just as I was about to introduce myself, Nico pulled Tia's hand and tried to leave the place. No. Wait, what about me? What about Ed? Sorry. I accidentally. Who cares about him? He looks so downcast. Kanon. You mustn't say what you think straight out, as I always tell you. So that means, Ariel thinks the same? That's not true. I don't think that. I'm Ed. I'm traveling with Tia, a jack-of-all-trades adventurer, and I'm 20 years old. Nice to meet you. Kanon is always like that. You should have more modesty as a lady. What modesty? I'm always just honest with myself. Anyway, dangling such large breasts and talking about modesty is ridiculous. Breast size has nothing to do with it. In the first place, they are a symbol of motherhood and not something to be looked at with lewd eyes. Even Yasha-sama would think so, right? I don't think that. No one's listening. Yeah, it's okay, I'm always on your side, Ed. My hand, completely ignored, was gently grasped by Tia. So, being comforted by Tia's kindness, I continued to watch the conversation between Hiro and his party with a distant look for about 5 minutes. T/N, no promises of chapters starting next week, reason you can already guess, and SEMs are approaching. I'll be back to my usual schedule in December. Chapter 317, the possibility isn't zero, rather, it's worse than zero. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Inside a casino, in a small dining area, I sat down, and Hiro Nico was bowing his head to me, apologizing profusely. Moreover, since it appeared that a girl who looked not yet of age was desperately apologizing to me, the situation was quite awkward. No. Don't worry about it. I don't mind at all. That won't do. Come on, Kanon and Ariel-san. Please apologize properly. I'm very sorry, Eda-san. I can't believe I became so engrossed in arguing with Kanon. HMPH. It's your pathetic face that's the problem. Kanon. Fine, I was wrong. Scolded by Nico and Ariel, Kanon turned away and said that. This feeling is nostalgic. If Rouge was like a barking dog, would Kanon be like a cat curled up asleep and indifferent? Kanon seemed more peaceful because she wouldn't bite. Come on now. It's no use apologizing forever. Come on, Nico-chan, cheer up. Chan. Lunarisha-san? I'm a boy, so Chan is a bit. Oh, you can call me Tia. Wait, boy? Nico-chan is a boy? With an apologetic look on his face, Nico asserted, and Tia exclaimed in surprise. Well, since Nico's face is evidently girlish and his voice hasn't changed yet, misunderstanding him is not unusual. I was quite surprised the first time around too. Even after hearing he was a boy, I accidentally walked in on him changing clothes at the inn and was screamed at with a kaya, and I thought, is this guy really a boy? But that's a memory of the distant past, so I don't mind. T/N, yes the Shota, Trap Troop. Hey, Ed. You're not thinking something perverted, are you? What? What are you talking about? No way. Pervert, we have a pervert here. Canon, you mustn't say such things. God accepts people with any peculiar fetishes, even if it's a vulgar person who imagines the hero's nudity. It's not good. Men thinking about each other like that. Phew. Hey, isn't my treatment a bit harsh? I was stared at with furrowed brows by Tia and given a disgusted look by Canon. Ariel was praying to God with a blissful expression, and Nico was covering his blushing face with both hands, looking at me through the gaps between his fingers. What's going on? What is this? The male-to-female ratio should be 3-2 between the hero party and us, but I feel like I'm the only one being cornered here. For an honest and gentlemanly person like me to be treated so unfairly. It's fine, the world is always unfair to people like me. Sigh. Well, it's fine. So, what exactly was troubling you and your party, Nico? Oh, yes. Why were you so desperate to earn chips? Since we were getting nowhere, I steered the conversation back on track. I knew the answer, but I couldn't jump to it without asking. As Tia also joined the conversation, Nico slowly began to explain. Yes. That's because there is an ancient ruin in this country. We obtained information that there's a magical tool that would help in our journey to defeat the Demon King, so we all went in together, but what was in the innermost part of the ruins was a sealed door. To open it, we needed a key in the form of a jewel orb. We obtained 2 out of 3, but the last one is a prize in this casino. That's why the hero was indulging in gambling here to get it. I see. I nodded deeply at the explanation from the three of them. So the situation here hasn't changed either. Then, the thing they need is probably the same too. By the way, what is that prize? Yes. It's the yellow orb, worth 500,000 chips. 500,000? 1 gold coin is 1,000 chips, so 5,000 coins. That's quite a sum. Tia expressed her astonishment at Nico's answer. Of course, 5,000 gold coins are not an amount that can be handled personally. It's an amount that comes up in large-scale commercial transactions or the operating expenses of medium-sized cities, and it's not something that Tia or I could easily earn. But, however, Nico-chan. I mean, Nico-kun, you're a hero, right? If it's necessary to defeat the Demon King, can't you draw out that amount of financial aid? That's the thing. While it's a tremendous amount for an individual, it's not that much from a national perspective. Of course, it's not an amount to be easily spent, but it's not an amount that can't be scraped together. Tia, who tilted her head at this question, received an answer not from Nico, but from Ariel, who shook her head with a downcast expression. That's the problem. There's a rule in this casino that a person can only buy and hold up to 100,000 chips. Huh? What does that mean? It means exactly that you can only buy up to 100,000 chips. You can buy more if you have less than 100,000, but you can't buy more if you have 100,000. So, you can't get the chips you need unless you win them at the casino. With a click, I tilted the cup placed on the table, and explained to Tia. Given the location, the content was alcohol, but since the alcohol content was light, I wouldn't get drunk with this amount. By the way, only Nico was drinking milk instead of alcohol. He had a rather dissatisfied look on his face when it was handed to him, but now he was blowing on the steaming milk and drinking it with a pleasant smile, so it wasn't a problem. In short, it's about avoiding having the prizes gathered for attracting customers being bought with money. Casinos aren't stores, you know. If the eye-catching products were bought with cash, it would ruin the business, right? So they're saying you have to play in the casino and win, no matter what. HMPH, what a sordid business. Winning against the house in gambling is impossible if you play normally. I shrugged my shoulders, and Canon spoke with a scowl. And that was indeed true. The fact that such a big casino was running meant that no matter what, the house would win. It would take extraordinary luck to increase the original amount 5-fold in such a place. I see, so that's why you asked me how to win at the casino. I understand the reason, but it's difficult, isn't it? It is. Oh, but in that case, what if we all buy 100,000 chips and pool them together? It'll cost money, But that way we can quickly make it 500,000. No good. Borrowing and lending chips is prohibited, and if caught, they'll all be confiscated. Of course, the casino won't fuss about small amounts like 5 or 10, but they won't overlook 100,000. Besides, hiding it by pretending to lose, or gathering it by pretending to win, is a common trick. There's no way the casino wouldn't keep track of such large wins and losses. If you hadn't actually won or lost, they'd find out right away. Right. A place dealing with money wouldn't leave such sloppy loopholes. At cannons and my words, Tia made a difficult face and thought. Thinking about it normally, this was indeed a difficult problem. The most realistic thing was to always bet 100,000 chips on something that could pay more than 5 times in one shot, but no matter how much money we had, it wouldn't be enough, and to my knowledge, the maximum bet at one time was usually about 10,000. In other words, using legitimate means, we couldn't get that prize. There were rumors that you could bet even higher amounts in the special rooms if you spent a lot of money, but I hadn't actually been in there, so I didn't know if it was true, and we weren't the kind of rich people to be invited there. Alright, I understand the situation. So, Ed-san? Do you have a good idea? Nico, who was gleaming at my knee slap, asked me. So I boldly spoke the only real answer. It's a waste of time. Give up. Sigh, it seems we've wasted our time. Let's go, eh? But it can't be helped, Yasho-sama. It would be a bother to pester this passerby any further. No, wait. Listen to what I'm saying. I told the three, who were showing various expressions of astonishment, confusion, and resignation, as they stood up, trying to control them with my hands. But the three of them, especially Cannon, were glaring at me with cold eyes. What is it? Your opinion was to give up, right? That's no use to us if we can't do that. What are you talking about? What I said to give up was just about getting the yellow orb. So, in other words, this is what I mean. I'll get that magical tool you guys are after. Huh? With the three of them looking dumbfounded, I smiled smugly and thumped my chest. Chapter 318. Don't worry about things you can't understand if they're harmless. We've arrived. This is the place. Oh, this is quite something. I would get the targeted magical tool. That was my proposition, but they responded with conditional agreement. That is to say, we will also go together and witness its acquisition. Perhaps they were thinking, we can't trust someone we just met and end up grabbing a fake, but that suited us too. After all, we were planning to join the hero party with this accomplishment, so honestly, it was like we were being prepaid. Thus, we arrived at a massive triangular stone structure after walking through the desert. A gaping black hole was open in the middle of the towering building, but there was no sign of people around. What an incredible ruin! But despite being such an impressive ruin, there's no one else exploring here. Yeah, that's because it doesn't pay. There are just too many traps, and the monsters that come out are all undead and don't make any money. The core is alive, so the treasure chests regenerate, but most of the contents are just random junk. I understand that there are many traps, but can't they be disabled? And the treasure chests regenerate? No. That's probably why no one comes. Anyway, for now, can you guys go ahead to the sealed door? We can fight as well. Yes, that's fine. It's our third time, after all. I cut off Tia's words, speaking hurriedly with a loud voice, and Nico nodded with a smile. As we all headed towards the ruins, I took Tia's hand, and she quickly initiated, missing talk, between us. Hey Ed, what was that? That's... In this world, there are dungeons different from underground labyrinths, with ever-burning torches attached to walls at regular intervals, and ruins where traps and treasure chests regenerate. I don't know how it works, but that's what it is. It's a pretty mysterious world, isn't it? Oh, is it the same as when a treasure chest was suddenly placed in Gusan's world? I don't know how the other world's mechanism works, so I can't say for sure, but if you can accept that, it's fine, right? By the way, dungeons have something called a core, and if it breaks, it turns back into ordinary ruins. And usually, valuable magical tools are inside the core. So, that's what Nico and the others are aiming for. Understood. Hey, we're about to go inside. Don't let your guard down just because we're going ahead. Oops, sorry. I'm fine. I finished explaining to Tia and was called by Cannon. We released each other's hands and began to be on the lookout. Cannon raised an eyebrow, and Nico looked at us with widened eyes. Are you two perhaps much stronger than you look? Oh, you can tell? Yes, well. I'm still a hero after all. People may say we're not old enough to comment, but at your age, accomplishing so much, who are you people? Well, it's true. Just being a young man and an elven woman in a two-person party is already quite noticeable, and if you're skilled on top of that, it wouldn't be surprising if there were rumors. Ha ha ha, those who stand out because they're doing well. If we don't boast unnecessarily about our accomplishments, our names won't be known unless we save a town from a monster horde or something. Especially in our case, we were quite careful about that. You see, because of how Tia is. What? Is there something wrong with me? Tia brought her face close to mine, looking annoyed, but I pushed her away. That's what I mean. Tia becomes popular wherever she goes, so she makes sure I don't feel lonely. Oh, really? Hee hee, if you're that lonely, shall I pat your head? Be quiet. I swatted away Tia's grinning hand, and the previous three nodded in understanding, each voicing their thoughts. A pathetic man's possessiveness. How shameful. Oh, really? I think it's a beautiful form of love. Adventurers who secretly tackle tough requests. Awesome. Cool. Do whatever you like. But don't you guys be too careless either, okay? Traps and monsters are everywhere, right? That's fine. Let's go. Trap detection. Detect trap. Nico struck the floor with his sheathed sword, and ripples of light spread out, faintly illuminating what seemed to be trapped areas. With the torches on the walls providing sufficient light, we probably wouldn't accidentally stumble into anything. Amazing. What's that? This is one of the hero's powers, a magic that allowed me to distinguish beings that were harmful to me. But with this, I could only find the location of traps, not disable them. Ariel-san, leave it to me. Holy God. Upon hearing Nico's words, Ariel activated the magic, and a faint light membrane started to cover the glowing parts. Now that I've covered the traps themselves, poison clouds or arrow traps will be stopped by this shield and won't reach us. Just be careful not to step on the glowing parts of the floor, as this won't protect against pitfall traps. Understood? Ha, this is handy. Though I had experienced this during the first round, it had been more than 100 years ago in subjective terms. Filled with nostalgia and admiration for the convenience, we proceeded, avoiding the traps. However, traps weren't the only obstacles. Ghouls and the mummies. No wonder they're unpopular. Standing in the way in a passage where three people would bump shoulders were human-shaped monsters emanating a foul stench and another human-shaped monster wrapped in bandages. Their moaning incited an instinctive revulsion in the living, but to us, it was merely annoying. Ghouls yield nothing when defeated. Mummies, at best. Really at best, their bandages can be sold. But even if you have a mountain of them, they'll only amount to a child's pocket money. If we could obtain clean bandages, I think there might be a demand. It's truly sad that there are people who have no choice but to use such filthy bandages. Oh, God. Please save these frail people. Nico grimaced, and Ariel prayed to the heavens. However, a fireball that flew from behind us roasted the ghouls and mummies crisp. Both of you, stop talking nonsense and take them down already. They stink so badly. Ah, sorry, Cannon. Then I'll take care of the rest. I will do my best as well. God, grant these impure beings the light of peace. Divine aura. Nico dashed through the passage with his small body, and in no time, he cut down several mummies. The ghouls that reached out for Nico also fell apart, dried and crumbled after being hit by Ariel's magic. It seems fitting for a hero's party, doesn't it? It looks like we won't get a turn. Yeah. Well, we'll take it easy until we reach our destination. If we had faced formidable enemies and struggled, it would have been different, but barging into a perfectly coordinated party fighting easy to defeat mobs would have been nothing but a nuisance. We didn't let our guard down. But we didn't overstrain either. Led by the hero's party, we safely advanced into the depths of the ruins. Chapter 319, probably the fastest. With this, it's the end. With Hero Nico's finishing blow, a humanoid monster with a dog-like black head let out a pitiful cry and collapsed on the spot. Its body turned into a black mist and was absorbed by the floor, and the precious metals it wore clinked as they fell to the ground. Phew! The extermination is complete. Good work, Nico. I called out to Nico as he picked up the precious metals, and he turned around with a nice smile, likely wiping the sweat from his brow. Thank you, Eda-san. To think the boss wouldn't even get a turn. Nico, you're small and cute, but strong. Cute? Tia-san. Nico responded with a subtle smile to Tia's compliment. It's probably genuine praise from Tia's perspective, but words like small and cute aren't compliments for a boy of his age. That said, it would be rude to point that out, so I also give a half smile and back him up. No, you are really strong. Truly fitting for you, Yasho-sama. Fufafu. I'm training hard, you know. Yeah, that's impressive. At this rate, you might grow to be over 2 meters tall, a muscle giant in the future. Whoa. A muscle giant? That sounds really cool. Really? I don't think it suits Nico. That's not true. Strong and big heroes are cool. Yes, stop dreaming the impossible. Let's move on, shall we? This time, Tia was the one who made a complicated face, while Kanon spoke to the muscle-enthralled Nico in an exasperated voice. It seems that Kanon doesn't share in the romance of muscles. Leaving the slightly dissatisfied Nico behind, we all followed Kanon, soon arriving at our destination, a dead end. This is their sealed door. Ho-ho, at last. What stood before us, completely blocking the passage, was an impressive stone door about 3 meters in height and 2 meters in width. Mysterious characters were carved into the lower part, and 3 depressions were positioned at the vertices of a triangle at the top. We insert the orbs here. Watch. Saying this, Nico took out fist-sized spheres from his bag. The vivid red and blue spheres fit perfectly into the depressions. But nothing happened to the door. Nothing's happening? Of course not. It requires 3, but there are only 2. Nothing would happen. If we fit the yellow jewel, the yellow orb, into this last depression, the seal should be broken, and the door will open. But how do you plan to break through, Ed-san? Let's see. As the 3 of them looked on, I lightly touched the door. This is more like a wall than a door. It looks quite solid, and probably heavy as well. By the way, in my first run, I never came here. I couldn't get the yellow orb at all. I'd probably still be struggling at the casino, and after that, I would have given up on these ruins and gone somewhere else. As for the method, there are a few options. First, we could destroy the sealed door itself. Can we really do that? If we really pushed ourselves, probably. But without knowing what's beyond this passage, I don't want to do that. If it were somewhat exposed, I might be able to cut through it. But since this stone door is tightly sealing the passage and its thickness is unknown, even I couldn't cut it. In that case, I could only force it open with Tia's spirit magic augmented, silver spirit sword, but if the magical device we're after is directly behind it, we could break that as well, so I'd rather not do that. The next method is to break the spell that's sealing the door. That's more feasible. But I'm afraid of what reaction might come back when the spell is broken, and above all, there's no way to open it once it becomes just a stone door. If it were a double door that opened when pushed, we could have managed somehow. Indeed, moving this seems impossible. Moreover, I agree that we don't know the effects of breaking the spell. If you forcibly unseal it, most of the time, the ruin's self-defense function will activate, Kanon explained. What kind of thing is that? Summoning a huge number of monsters completely ignoring the efficiency of mana, or suddenly activating large-scale and unavoidable traps. Worst-case scenario, the ruins themselves could collapse and bury us alive, she replied. Ugh. That's terrible. At Kanon's answer, Tia grimaced openly. Monsters were one thing, but depending on the traps, neither avoidance nor defense might be possible, and being buried alive by a collapse was beyond hope. If it were just me, I could manage any situation, but putting Tia in danger was not an option. But, what will we do then? Surely you're not going to say that we've come this far and now it's impossible? Ed-san? You don't have to force it. That's right. Admitting that you can't do something isn't a shame. God calls not recognizing a mistake, rather than making a mistake, the real mistake. Ha ha ha, don't worry. You understand, don't you, Tia? I can easily get through something like this. I reassured them. Huh? Easily get through? Oh, I see. Tia exclaimed with a smile. With a sly grin, I saw Tia quickly flash a satisfied smile. Indeed, for me, this wasn't even a hindrance. What are you planning to do? Foo-fa-foo, you'll see. But it'll take a whole day to go and come back. What will you guys do in the meantime? If it's tough to wait here for a day, you can stay outside the ruins. No, if it's just one day, we'll wait in the boss room we just left. Unlike regular monsters, it takes 10 days for the boss to revive, so it'll be safe. That makes sense. Even if the boss unexpectedly revives, we can ensure Ed-san's safe return and rendezvous by defeating it. It seems like a good choice for ensuring safety. Got it. Sorry, but please wait a day. If I haven't returned after 2 full days, leave the ruins and return to town. I'll meet you there, understood? If 2 days pass and Ed-san hasn't come back, we'll forcibly obtain the yellow orb and go to help you. No, that's not what I meant. Well, never mind. Lastly, if things really get bad and there's nothing to be done, I'll prioritize my safety over the magical tool. If the ruins show signs of disturbance like a big shake or strange reaction, please escape as quickly as possible. I can handle myself, but being caught in a collapse without my knowledge is another matter. It seems you have quite a few hidden cards we don't know about. Fine. If it comes to that, we'll abandon you and escape. Do your best. Ha ha ha. Okay, I'll let you do that. Well then, wait, Ed. As I raised my hand and was about to use my power, Tia unexpectedly stopped me. She came right up to me and extended her right pinky finger. Promise me, come back, okay? Yeah, I promise. As our pinkies entwined, an invisible red thread bound them, a thin, almost transparent thread that I knew in the depths of my soul would never break. Well, I'm off. Activate, Mirage Shift. In an instant, my body disappeared from sight and slipped into the sealed wall. Chapter 320, The Way of Tempering. When Iron meets Iron. Yush. After activating the banishment skill that could pass through anything, Mirage Shift, it took just 1 second. With only a single step forward, I had successfully breached the sealed door that had been troubling the hero Nico and his companions. That was easier than I thought. If I hadn't been able to pass through, I was thinking of trying to pass through the surrounding walls, floor, or ceiling. If that still didn't work due to a strong seal, I considered secretly borrowing the yellow orb from the casino. I considered borrowing it just for a moment for a righteous cause, but it seems that it's unnecessary. So, I had succeeded in coming to the other side of the door, but it's dark. I can't see anything. Beyond the door, there was total darkness. Of course, it's natural for it to be dark since the door that should be opened was closed. But even so, it was dark. During the activation of Mirage Shift, the way objects looked changed, or, rather, the contours of objects were emphasized, so I could still manage somehow, but if I were to rely on normal vision, I wouldn't even see my fingertips close to my eyes. Though the duration was 3 hours, after deactivating Mirage Shift, which would be unusable for a day, I planned to explore the back of the room in this state and, if lucky, find the dungeon core said to contain the magical tool. However, it seems I'll have to revert to normal and bring out a lantern or something. It can't be helped. Whoa! The moment I deactivated it, torches on the nearest pillars to the left and right suddenly lit up. As I started walking slowly, it seemed that the torches on the pillars attached nearby would light up as I approached them at a certain distance. I see, it didn't detect my entrance because I was invisible. But this guidance is quite blatant. As if it were the path for a king, there was a red carpet laid straight on the floor beneath my feet, and as I advanced, the pillars lining the sides would guide me by lighting the torches. The room itself was quite large, so I could stray from the path, but it would be too roundabout to ignore the place where something was certain to be and explore the unknown darkness. Hey, they did it like this. What awaited me as I walked down that path was a mysterious monster with a white cloth over its head like a ghost. No, a monster. Its height was only up to my chest, and two human-like legs extended from the hem of the cloth, but it seemed to have no arms hidden inside the cloth. This thing is strong, isn't it? There's no way it could be weak, being placed here alone, but apart from that, I could feel the presence of a strong opponent from this white cloth. And that intuition did not fail me. The moment the white cloth kicked the floor, its figure approached me in an instant. Squeak! What the? Seriously? As I caught the flashlight kick, a firm response was transmitted to my hand. In other words, that foot had metallic hardness, unlike its appearance. Moreover, the white cloth launched 3 kicks without touching the ground. It doesn't seem to be simply flying through the air, but there's no doubt it's using some trick. TCH, you're pretty fast, aren't you? Then it's my turn now. Surely there wouldn't be a 4th kick, so the white cloth landed on the floor and leapt behind me with the same momentum that it had flown toward me. So, I kicked the floor to chase after it, slashing at the white cloth, which I assumed was its body, with Dawnbreaker. Squeak! What? You've got to be kidding. Although it seemed to be floating in the wind, what I heard was a high-pitched sound and the firm response of slashing a foot. Could it be that its whole body is hard even though it looks so fluffy? It's a complete visual deception. Damn it! I slashed at the white cloth many times, but my blade just wouldn't go through. If it were merely hard or soft, there would be countless ways to handle it. But I've never cut something that has the hardness of metal while yielding like cloth, absorbing force. So I don't know how to put power into it to cut it. The enemy's method of attack was, fundamentally, its 2 legs alone. Even so, they attacked me in ever-changing ways, pressing me accurately. I would like to attempt to counterattack, but for now, matching its moves alone was quite challenging. Well, in such a situation, actually, if I used the attack that I used to defeat the winged, this guy could probably be taken down easily. But that's a technique to be used as a last resort against opponents that regular attacks don't work on, not a technique to be used against opponents that can be attacked normally. If I got used to that, my skills would probably dull in no time, or, if I deployed Invincible, I could probably remain unscathed even if I completely abandoned defense, but that's different too. The trump card is a trump card after all, and if I used it regularly, it would be useless against an opponent. Like in a match I absolutely can't afford to lose, and I'd be caught off guard. So, this situation is good. On the battlefield, there's only me and the white cloth, an environment where I can focus only on the fight without worrying about anything extra, and I'll hone what was a slightly cloudy aspect of myself as a normal swordsman using this guy as a whetstone. More. Faster. Sharper. Kai-Ian. 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 Like a whip, it bends; like a spear, it extends; like a sword, it slashes; like a blunt weapon, it strikes. Handling those 2 legs of the white cloth that way, I found myself smiling without realizing it. This is it. This feeling. Just like when I'm focusing on forging, only the fight fills my thoughts. Slash, stab, sweep, catch on my back, cut with the blade. My sword dances wildly in response to the white cloth's feet, and the situation, where I should have been at a disadvantage, gradually turns into a draw, and then into an advantage. Kai-Ian. Kai-Ian. Hibushi-u. Finally, my perfectly angled cut sliced off the white cloth's left leg at the shin. The blood that spurted out was the same red as a human's, but the white cloth landed as if it didn't feel pain and lunged at me. But sadly, one leg is one leg. It seemed to want to obstruct my vision by flinging its spurting leg around as a last-ditch effort, but too bad, that won't work on me. I brought my arm to my face to block the blood spray. I don't need sight anymore, not when it tries to get an attack through with half its original strength. Because there's only one trajectory it can take. Kian. The white cloth's desperate kick. But in its path, I placed Dawnbreaker, and the white cloth's right ankle was sent flying in the wrong direction by its own power. As a result, the white cloth fell flat on the floor. Unable to stand up after losing both legs, its crawling on the floor was a pitiful sight, worthy of a defeated opponent? The answer is number HMPH. It rushed me carelessly, and I, anticipating it, bisected its body from the head, the only part not sagging with cloth. Black smoke rose from the two slashed pieces of white cloth, and it became mere fabric, fluttering to the floor. Phew! After its body disappeared, I finally exhaled and relaxed. The pieces of cloth that should have overlapped were now back to one piece, and when I picked it up, a faintly glowing, translucent gem appeared beneath it. I recognized its existence. It was the same thing that was in the depths of the dungeon when I conquered another dungeon in the first loop. So this is the dungeon core, huh? Then the mission is accomplished. I slowly put the dungeon core in there, stranger's box, and finally, once again, looked down at the floor where it had fallen. That was a good fight. You were strong. After speaking praise to no one in particular, I quietly sheathed my sword and smiled. Chapter 321, Outcomes speak of achievements, process measures sincerity. And so, after brilliantly defeating the boss, I rather easily succeeded in obtaining the object I was after. Now all that's left was to return to Tia and the others, but so it won't open after all? I had thought that the sealed door, which remained closed as usual, might open once I defeated the boss and obtained the dungeon core. It seemed that there was no choice but to use Mirage Shift again to pass through. Having no other option, I decided to kill time on the spot. Reflecting on the recent battle and swinging my sword, approximately 5 hours passed when suddenly the surroundings began to darken. In a hurry, I took out a lantern from Stranger Box, and found that it seemed the torches had burned out. Whoa, seriously? Probably because I had obtained the dungeon core. The torches that had been burning without ever going out due to magical power had returned to following the normal laws. In other words, from the moment I defeated the shrouded monster and obtained the core, this place had likely degenerated from a dungeon into a mere ruin. Monsters wouldn't resurrect, and traps and treasure chests wouldn't revive. It had become a regular structure. With that in mind, their sealed door could now possibly be broken as it had turned into a simple stone door, but no, that won't do. I could think of several ways to break it, but the absence of magical protection meant that a strong impact might cause the ruins to collapse. Since I had no enemies around and no shortage of food or drink, there was no reason to take unnecessary risks when I could surely leave after waiting a day. So with that said, I continued to kill time as usual. I ate the food that I had taken out from Stranger Box, drank water, relieved myself in a corner of the room, and wrapped myself in a camping coat. Then, when I felt that Mirage Shift was ready to be used again, I used it to pass through the door without any issue. Shortly ahead, I could see the figures of Tia, Nico, and the others. Hey, everyone. I'm back. Ed. Welcome back. I turned off my ability right away and raised my hand to call out, and Tia greeted me with a carefree smile. Following her, Nico ran over. Eda-san. I'm glad you're okay. Yeah, of course. Didn't you hear from Tia? I heard, but I was still worried. After all, you just disappeared in front of me. It only looked like you suddenly came out from the direction of a door that should have been closed. That makes sense. Well, anyway, I'm fine. Thanks. I playfully ruffled Nico's hair, and he accepted it with a troubled yet ticklish expression. Then, Kanon and Ariel approached us to talk as well. Well done, Eda-san. We're glad you're safe. So? What was on the other side of the door? The dungeon's lights went out, so you secured the core, right? Of course. There was a monster like a white cloth on the other side of the door. It was rather strong, but when I defeated it, this came out, I said, taking a pale blue gem that I had already moved to Stranger Box from the bag at my waist. Kanon leaned close and stared intently at it. How about it, Kanon? Yes, it's definitely the real thing. Nico's question was answered by Kanon, and I involuntarily gave a wry smile. Hey, did you think I'd switch it? Just to be sure. Or would you rather blindly believe? Ha ha ha, indeed, I wouldn't like that. If there's nothing to be guilty about, it's better to be thoroughly doubted and examined in front of your eyes. That way, there is no chance of being accused later on of having switched it for a fake. So, is this the magical tool that the Yasho-sama wants? Anyway, this is the dungeon core of this ruin. Here, don't lose it. Thank you. I placed the dungeon core in Nico's small hand, but Kanon quickly snatched it from the side. Kanon? What are you? Wait, Nico. Hey, Why did you cooperate with us in the end? What's your purpose, Kanon? Speaking like that to Eda-san, who was kind to us. Quiet, Ariel. Nothing in this world comes free. I don't believe in gratuitous cooperation. I have no intention of signing a blank check before receiving it. What's that? Quite late, isn't it? Isn't that something you should have confirmed from the start? With a sly grin, I looked on as Kanon glared at me intently. I never thought you'd really be able to break through the sealed door without the yellow orb. There was a possibility of getting involved in some weird crime or being cleverly used and only having the dungeon core taken away, so I didn't dare to get too involved. But you definitely got your hands on the real dungeon core. What do you intend to demand from us? From the heroes? Hey, then let me tell you. Our goal. Our demand is indeed to use the power of the heroes. What? As I thought, yes. We want to use the power of the heroes to defeat the Demon King. Suspicious. Wait, what? With exaggerated gestures, I declared with a triumphant look, and Kanon stopped in her tracks. But I continued to speak without minding her reaction. Our goal is to defeat the Demon King as well. We've been honing our skills and making various efforts, but, you know, the final key is the hero, right? So we thought we'd ask you to defeat the Demon King with us. Wow. Our goals are the same. I'm so happy. Yes, indeed. Our meeting must have been guided by the gods. Wait. Really? Yes, it's true. Right, Tia. Of course. Let's defeat the Demon King together. Why didn't you say so from the beginning? Well, if someone you don't know suddenly says let me join you, it would be a problem, right? So I was thinking about how to create an opportunity to show our abilities. And when he came across you guys in trouble, I thought it was a good chance and took advantage of it. So, what do you think? Are we accepted into the hero party? Of course. I talked to Tia-san a lot yesterday and saw a bit of her abilities, and if Ed-san is amazing enough to get a dungeon core, I welcome you both with open arms. I also welcome you, of course. The hero is still young, and both Kanon and I are women, so it's helpful to have a reliable man around. Well, if you're with that girl, you won't do anything indecent to us. Don't even think about that. You shouldn't think about naughty things, Ed. I'm not thinking about it. Jeez. Here, give it back. What? Ignoring the smirking Tia, I took back the dungeon cow from Kanon and placed it in Nico's hand. Then, I placed my hand over hers as if to envelop it. Let's work together, Nico. Yes. I look forward to working with you, Eda-san. Tia-san. Me too. Fufu, I'll be in your care. Let's do our best together. What the heck, I'm the only one being cautious and looking stupid. I look forward to working with you. With my hand on top, Tia's and Ariel's hands joined in, and finally, Kanon, looking slightly pouty, placed her hand on top while looking away. And thus, we succeeded in officially becoming members of the Heroes Party. Chapter 322. Naming sense unrelated to abilities, personality, achievements, titles. By the way, what kind of magical tool is that in the end? After releasing the hands that had been nicely stacked, I pointed again at the dungeon core held by Nico, asking what it was. Since I hadn't obtained it during the first round, I didn't actually know what it was. This? If the information is correct, it's amazing. Let me show you now. Ouch! As Nico triumphantly raised the core, Kanon smacked his head lightly. You fool! If the information is correct, using it here would cause a huge problem. That's right. You really are. You're strong in battle, but remain a novice in places like this. I know it's exciting, but let's wait to use it until after we leave the ruins. Yes. So, let's leave the ruins first. Being admonished by Kanon and Ariel, Nico began to walk with a dancing stride. Naturally, Tia and I followed behind them, and we escaped from the ruins without any problems. The air tastes great. Indeed. That smell was the worst. Because the dungeon had died, there was no longer any magical force to instantly replace the air even deep inside the ruins, and the monsters' corpses no longer vanished. In other words, if you defeated a rotting ghoul, its stinking corpse would remain there, and the foul odor would linger forever. It's not that I had never smelled anything worse, but something that smells bad is bad, and that can't be helped. Enduring something and being okay with it are two different things. This place was already devoid of visitors, but from now on, no one will come at all. Yes. In that case, it might become a nest for goblins or a hideout for thieves. It's such a splendid structure though. Well, that's probably up to the lord or the country that governs this place. If any villains move in, I'll come and beat them up. In response to mine and Cannon's conversation, Nico stated with a proud smile. At first glance, it looked like a child trying to act grown-up, but given Nico's ability, he wouldn't lose to goblins or bandits. After all, he's a hero. You're in a good mood, aren't you, Nico? So, is it about time you revealed the reason for that good mood? Of course. It's safe here, right? Yes. In such an open space, it should be fine. Okay, here I go. Release. Unlock. As Nico placed the dungeon core on his hand and declared so, particles of light began to rise from the jewel. It created the outline of something big on the plain in front of us. And the moment it was completed, a ship that could carry about 10 people appeared before our eyes. A ship? Amazing. Hey Ed, it's a ship. And also, it's floating. Although it looked like a very ordinary small sailing ship, the ship was slightly floating in the air. In fact, the bottom of the ship was shaped like a normal sharp-bottomed boat, so if it wasn't floating, it would probably fall over sideways. We did it. It's a big hit. How about that, Eda-san? This is the flying ship that we wanted so badly. Its name is... What's wrong? For some reason, Nico's words got stuck, and I peered into his face, but his expression was frozen, as if time had stopped. Cannon spoke to us in an exasperated voice. He doesn't know the name of the ship. Or even if it has one. So he's just trying to come up with a cool name on the spot and can't think of one. At those indescribable words, I looked again at Nico's face. Sweat was pouring down his forehead like a waterfall, so it seemed Cannon was right. Hey Nico, let's forget about the name for now and just get on it. I want to see inside the ship soon. Why yes. Let's go then. Sparkling with curiosity, Tia's words rebooted Nico, and he led the way to the flying ship. A glowing staircase extended from the deck, and Tia and Nico energetically climbed it. She covered it up, didn't she? That's fine. Let's hurry and follow. Yes. Oh God. Please forgive me for getting a little closer to you. After seeing off such children and childlike adults, Cannon, Ariel, and I continued to board the ship. The vessel, which was about 15 meters long, had a deck appropriately spacious, and there was more than enough room for the 5 of us. Hey, it's quite spacious, isn't it? That's true. But rather than being spacious, it feels like it's too tidy. It doesn't sway as much as I thought. This way, it seems like I won't accidentally fall. That's definitely a big deal. Now's one thing, but if you fell and dropped while flying higher, it wouldn't be funny. Wait, this doesn't just float, it can fly, right? Yes, it should. To my question, not directed at anyone in particular, Nico, who had come close without me noticing, energetically replied. Next to him was Tia, wearing a satisfied smile. You too. Is the exploration over already? Yeah, well. It's not such a large ship, and about 1/3 of the back was the engine. There was a huge magical device. But I don't understand the mechanism at all, so I thought it would be bad to touch it carelessly. That's the right decision. Not touching something you don't understand is basic. At least I didn't understand anything about the magical device that kept the ship floating in the air. If there had been some abnormality, it would be difficult even to judge whether it was broken or just stopped. As for the internal facilities, there are 2 cabins with 2 bunk beds each, and 1 private room. There's also a storeroom and a toilet. So, the maximum capacity is 9 people, then you could cram in many times that number by having them sleep in the corridors and on the deck, but it would be scary to load more than necessary on a ship that's supposed to fly, so I wouldn't want to do it unless it was a real emergency. Still, since there were only 5 of us, it's not a constraint that we need to worry about if nothing goes wrong. How about this for room allocation? Tia and Ed in 1 room, Cannon and Ariel in 1, and Nico can use the captain's room. That's fine, isn't it? What do you think? I'm good with that. I have no objections either. Is it okay for me to use the captain's room? Of course, it's fine. Nico is the hero and our leader, after all, so we need you to be the captain too, right? If there had been someone experienced in navigation, it might have been different. But since all of us were inexperienced, it was always best to have Nico on top. With those words of mine, everyone but Nico nodded, and he relaxed his cheeks happily. Captain. It feels incredibly cool. Alright, then I will do my best as captain. Yeah, that's the spirit. So, Captain, let's try flying this thing right away. Yes. Grinning at me, Nico stood in front of the steering wheel that protruded towards the rear center of the deck. Then, clutching the wheel with his small hands, he declared with a determined look on her face. Alright, let's go. Airship Nico Flyer, take off. Slipping his own name in there makes it somewhat uncool. Oh, I think it's quite fitting for our hero, don't you? At this rather bold naming, Kanan, Ariel, and I each leaked our thoughts. Then Nico raised her voice in a flustered manner. No, that's not it. The ship's name was written in the captain's room, and that's what it said. Tia-san, you know that, right? What was it again? Tia-san? Approaching the wide-eyed Nico, I gently tapped his shoulder. It's fine, Nico. This is your ship. You can call it whatever you like. I'm telling you that's not it. HMPH. With his face turning bright red in protest, the airship Nico Flyer softly took off into the sky, leaving the protesting Nico as he was. T/N. Sorry took some time, but I'll be resuming now. Chapter 323, When Aerial Travel Becomes Possible, Options Suddenly Increase. Hey, don't get so mad, okay? I'm not mad at all. On the deck, Nico puffed his cheeks in anger, and I repeatedly apologized to him in a soothing tone. This was because after checking the captain's room, I found that the metal plate decorated there indeed read Nico Flyer. But come on, you wouldn't think a flying ship would have such a laid-back name, right? Even Nico didn't think so. Did you? Well, that's true. See? So it's beyond our control. Besides, Nico's the captain of this ship now, so if you don't like it, you could change the name, right? Huh? Now that you mention it. What should I do? Isn't there a cool name or something? Nico, who had his mouth wide open as if he was caught off guard, suddenly began to think seriously. It seems that the hero's mood had improved, so when I looked at the deck, Tia and Ariel seemed to be deep in conversation. Ah. The wind feels so good. Hey, it's like I've become a wind spirit. Yes, the sky is close. Can we go above the clouds? I wonder. Hey Nico, can this fly higher? Sky braver. No, wing. Oh, yes. What is it? So, can this flying ship fly higher? I think it can fly. But since this is still a test flight, I think we should stop here. Currently, the ship was flying about 100 meters above the ground at a speed about 3 times that of a horse-drawn carriage. This was a test flight with more than enough safety margin, based on the performance of the ship that Kanan had investigated. Although it seemed to be able to fly much higher and faster at full power, it would be foolish, not brave, to do that on the first flight. I see. That's something to look forward to next time. There's a huge cow-like thing running. Hey, I look forward to seeing the land of the gods, said to be beyond the clouds. Tia, who was cheerfully waving her hand as she looked down at the ground, and Ariel, who was praying while looking up at the sky. I don't think the god I know is within reach, but I'm not so rude as to point that out. Ha ha ha. That's right, Nico. What are the plans for our journey from here? Well, it's just my thought, but I think we'll spend 2 or 3 months getting used to controlling this ship and checking our full-scale battle coordination with Ed-san and the others. After that, I'm thinking of attacking the Demon King's castle. We're going already? Nico's words surprised me this time. I thought we would still be going around the world, preparing for various things, but we're going straight to the Demon King's place. Of course, if you have plans, we can prioritize that, too. No. That's not particularly the case, but are we really ready to go to the Demon King's castle? Honestly, I thought we needed more preparation. Ahaha. That's true. If we hadn't gotten this ship, we wouldn't have been able to go to the Demon King's castle for a while. What's going on? Tia joined the conversation between me and Nico. Ariel, who was visible behind her, still seemed to be enjoying the sensation of the sky. We were talking about attacking the Demon King's castle soon, now that we have this ship. That's quite quick, isn't it? Yes, well. You may know this, but the lands ruled by the Demon King and the human-ruled countries are separated by a rugged mountain range called the Boundary Mountains. The Demon King's army attacks us through the holes in those mountains, but because they are completely controlled, it's virtually impossible for human armies to invade the Demon King's territory. And that's the same for us. Although they're called holes, the insides are complex and labyrinthine, filled with traps and monsters set by the Demon King's army, and the defense is ironclad and perfect. I think I'm pretty strong, but it's not realistic to get through that. Really? So what were you going to do if you hadn't gotten this ship? We were going to cross the mountains. We intended to cross the unexplored Boundary Mountains. Since the Demon King's army isn't guarding there, it's better than jumping into a deadly situation. Of course, that requires careful preparation, so the Demon King's subjugation was a long way off. I thought it would be at least 3 years in the future. But with this ship, I see, you mean we can leap right from the sky. I was greatly convinced by the reason why we had decided to attack the Demon King's castle all of a sudden. Indeed, with this, we wouldn't have to undertake a reckless enemy line breakthrough or cross harsh mountains, so it made sense that the journey could be greatly shortened. If that's the case, of course, you'll want it. I understand why you were so obsessed with it at the casino. That was? Please forget about that already. Ha ha ha, it's fine, isn't it? Because of that, we became companions like this, and as a result, we obtained this airship. That's true, but... It's embarrassing. Nico's face turned red as I laughed. As we were looking at Nico with warm eyes, a voice suddenly called out from the back. I've finished checking. Cannon. How was it? Yep, all perfect. There was no abnormality, and I was able to replenish the mana normally. But since I'm not an expert in magical tools either, there's no doubt that it would be best to have a trustworthy craftsman look at it at some point. I understand. Shall we fly to Elunza and ask the king? I think that's a good idea. Once that's done, we'll need to practice piloting for a while. If we crash at this height, it would be unbearable. How about we travel around the world while doing that? Though it's not as much as this ship, I know some places where there seem to be useful magical tools, so I think it wouldn't be bad to collect them. That sounds great. I think there are people in need even in places we couldn't reach before, and I want to go help them. As expected of the Yasho-sama, that's a splendid idea. Flying around the world, how lovely. Everyone shared their individual prospects and thoughts. What was common to all was that no one was speaking negatively. Well then, let's decide whether to actually attack the Demon King's castle after looking at the ship's condition, and for now, start our world tour. Yes. The airship. Nico Flyer. Full speed ahead. After a brief awkward silence, the airship changed its course and sped up. It seemed that a good name didn't come to mind. When I looked at Nico, there was a slightly bad but joyful smile on the face of the Yasho-sama, a boy who once had a complicated expression for the purpose of being banished. But now it was different. There was no need to deliberately betray expectations, or to leave the world as if abandoning them halfway. While the current absence of any divine involvement was in a way worrisome, even that was fine if it didn't exist. Beating up a god could wait until the end of the journey. Or even after the inevitable parting with Tia. T/N. No. What? No, it's nothing. Leaving Tia, who was joyfully letting her hair blow in the wind, I too enjoyed my first journey through the sky. Chapter 324, Not being armed doesn't mean being defenseless. And so, with the future course of action decided, we dedicated ourselves to preparation. Utilizing the memories from the first round and their Akashic compass, we literally flew around the world, helping those in need and collecting magical tools that seemed useful for attacking the Demon King's castle. In the process, we deepened our cooperation in battle by conquering several dungeons. And then, 4 months later, our beaming Nico Flyer finally approached the Boundary Mountain range. Wow, those mountains are incredibly steep. Indeed, climbing them might be impossible, Tia muttered, looking down at the scenery from the edge of the ship. The steep and rugged mountainside, visible even from a distance, made it clear how harsh the environment was. If we hadn't obtained this ship, we would have had to climb up there on foot. I have no intention of complaining, as someone who serves the gods and supports the hero, but could we really have climbed it? She wondered. Wouldn't it be impossible? Even with all the traps, breaking through a cave would be more realistic. Ariel and Kanan, also looking down, seemed to share a similar sentiment. It was no exaggeration to say that this was one of the reasons why no one had been able to invade the Demon King's territory since ancient times. Well, it doesn't matter to us now. If we keep going like this, everyone, look ahead. Suddenly, at Nico's shout, we moved our gaze from below to ahead. Where there was supposed to be nothing but sky, we saw countless black shadows rapidly approaching. Oh, this is Kiki. We've been waiting for you. Heroes. What stopped in front of the airship was a suspicious being, with arms and torso connected by wing-like membranes, and a beak-like mouth. It spoke to us, laughing in a voice that could have been either human or bird. Hey Ed, is that a bird? But it's not flapping its wings, is it? Seems more human in proportion. Maybe it's floating by magic? Then what's the point of being a bird? Even if it's meaningless, at least flap its arms or something. Enough with the chatter. Don't blather about what I'm concerned with. So it's concerned. The Birdman was infuriated by our private conversation, and Kanan responded with a weary voice, the creature pointing at us angrily. HMPH. Enjoy your confidence while you can. Now, be toyed with by the Demon King's airborne troops in the sky without escape, and be disgracefully shot down. You, attack. At the Birdman's command, various bird monsters, these were just ordinary birds, charged towards our airship. They momentarily lost momentum when they hit the transparent membrane surrounding the ship, but it was not enough to completely block their assault. Let's go, Tia. Understood. It was our turn. Flying enemies may be fast, but they can't fake movement, so I saw through their motions and slashed them one by one. Tia's spirit magic joined in, disrupting the surrounding air, causing the staggering monsters to be knocked down by Kanan's magic. I will protect the hero. Thank you. Nico, focused on steering the ship, was protected by Ariel's barrier magic. Our teamwork was steadily defeating the enemies, but bang! Thud. Damn it, they're attacking the ship. Kiki. What's the matter? A hole will open in the ship's bottom at this rate. We were on the ship in the sky. While we could defeat the enemies attacking us, we couldn't do anything about the monsters attacking the bottom of the ship. I could perform aerial maneuvers with Tia's magic and my expulsion skill, but I certainly didn't have the courage to fight my way to the bottom of the ship under these circumstances. Normally, this would be a desperate pinch, but no one among us was panicking. We calmly bought time. And finally, the moment came. Charge complete. Everyone, cover your ears. At Nico's voice, we all pressed our ears and crouched down. Then, with a high-pitched sound, a shockwave was emitted from the metal box mounted on the deck. The surrounding monsters, struck by it, fell helplessly from the sky. Even the Birdman, who had been watching us with smug satisfaction, was. Oh, he's staggering quite a bit, but he's still staying in place. Impressive. Gaga. What? What was that? What do you mean? It's obvious that we used the ship's equipment, isn't it? Equipment? Impossible, you fools. Your ship is supposed to be a sightseeing ship. Or so it should be. What? You know it well, don't you? At the Birdman's remark, I answered, laughing. Indeed, according to Kanan's research in the ship's log, this ship was used as a sightseeing ship in ancient times. Naturally, there were no weapons mounted on a ship that flew around carrying ordinary citizens, and in fact, when we acquired it, such things weren't attached. But, indeed, this is a sightseeing ship. That's why it has bird repellent. Magical tools at least. Be bird repellent? The Birdman opened his beak in astonishment at my grinning words. Fitting perfectly into the unusually hollow deck were 3 metal boxes on each side. When we first acquired them, I thought they were quite incomplete in terms of power and quantity, but it turned out to be optional equipment for this ship. Hey, it was good that I retrieved this from distant memories. When it fit perfectly into the gap, I really struck a triumphant pose. Damn it! You guys, move forward. Kuki. What's with that pathetic voice? Chaj. Chaj. The birdman was making a fuss, but the surrounding bird monsters were just flapping their wings and not coming closer. Even though the effective range isn't that wide, no one wants to jump into a death trap if they can't attack unless they approach. Now, the Sky Demon Egil, will personally destroy the ship. The general himself is coming? Not a bad decision, but a little too late. Nico. Full boost. I'm diving in. Keek. Releasing the power reserved for emergency escape, the airship accelerated explosively. Birdman Egil tried to flee from the rapidly approaching Nico flyer, but manifest air pressure. Egil's movement was stopped as he hit the wall of air that suddenly appeared above his head. The airship drew closer to the frozen Egil, and his eyes widened as he approached where I was standing at the bow. The chance was fleeting. Yet if that was within the reach of my sword or creation, there's nothing you can't cut. Egil, cut in half as we passed by, fell to the ground. The bird monsters, seeing this, scattered in panic, and almost simultaneously, the airship's speed dropped. The emergency acceleration must have ended. Phew, we made it somehow. Nico, how's it over there? Flying normally is fine, but probably can't accelerate like that again. The bird repellent magic tools, we can use them 2 or 3 more times. Okay. As long as it doesn't fall, it's fine. Shall we proceed as planned? Yes. Once we cross the mountain range, we'll descend and look for a place to hide the airship. Then we'll travel on the ground as usual. The sky journey is almost over. Can't help it. If we're shot down, we won't be able to go home. The Demon King's territory. What kind of place is it? Don't know. If we're finally landing, I'd like to take a leisurely stroll, but we'll cross the mountain range soon. Everyone, be prepared. Oh, understood. Yes, it's okay. Understood. At Nico's call, everyone responded in their own way. And as they crossed the mountain higher than the clouds, what spread out in a world no one had seen before was a painful sight of a red wilderness and a blue forest. Chapter 325. Even if it's the same strongest, a difference in height makes a big difference. Afterward, with no pursuit in the sky as feared, we successfully landed in the land ruled by the Demon King. The airship we were riding was carefully hidden in one of the caves at the foot of the Boundary Mountains, although in reality, I secretly replaced it with a fake created by Copy and Fake, and stored the real one in their stranger box, and started our journey on the ground. We battled monsters while traversing through the mysterious forest with blue stems, and the strangely red wilderness, finally arriving at the Demon King's castle made of mysterious red stones. There, too, we proceeded, kicking away red and blue monsters. And finally, we were able to reach the door that seemed to be the innermost part. Is it finally over? Why are all these monsters in such flashy colors, I wonder? Oh, but the bird people who attacked us in the sky were blue too, weren't they? The surrounding bird monsters were of normal colors though. Speaking of which, what is this? Do the Demon King's army become red or blue when they're either strong or important? What an unpleasant Demon King's army. I can't comprehend its intentions at all, and it's even more annoying to know that it's a fragment of my own power. Tia, knowing this, looked at me with a subtle expression. Could it be that inside me there's something that wants to divide everything into red and blue? I hope not. Is everyone ready? Come on, you two, get it together. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm fine now. Scolded by Cannon, I shifted my consciousness, previously caught up in something totally trivial, back to the door in front of me. After confirming that everyone was prepared, Nico gave a small nod and opened the door. And a vigorous male voice echoed from the inside. Gahaha. You've done well to come, heroes. I am the strongest Demon King, Blue Galgrant's armor. You're the Demon King? Everyone, be on your guard. Sitting on the throne in front was a muscular man with the head of a tiger, emanating the robust strength of a beast from his blue body. But, no, that's not it. Seeing the Demon King, a shock ran through my body. You're kidding, right? This can't be. Ed-san? What's wrong? You're not getting cold feet now, are you? Ariel? Yes. Oh Lord, please bless the souls of the warriors who challenged the battle. brave aura. A warm power flowed into me from Ariel's hand on my back. It was a magic to inspire courage, but that's not it. I wasn't frozen because the Demon King was scary. How do you feel, Ed-san? Thank you, Ariel. I'm fine now. I couldn't exactly tell her the truth, though. With a somewhat strained smile, I answered Ariel's beaming smile, and she returned to Nico's side as Tia came over and spoke to me in a whisper. So, what's really going on? What surprised you so much, Tia? This is bad. Very bad. He's not the Demon King. What? At my murmur, Tia widened her eyes and looked at the monster sitting on the throne. He seemed to be talking to Nico, but we had no time to listen. What do you mean he's not the Demon King? Is the real Demon King behind him or something? No, I don't think so. Most likely, the Demon King that the people of this world recognize is him. No mistake about it. But he's not a fragment of my power. The Demon King we're looking for is somewhere else. Confused, Tia stared as the Black Knight's words from a while back came back to me. He said that there were two kinds of Demon Kings. The strong ones born within this world, and the invaders from outside the world. And the one in front of us now probably was the strong one born in this world. Of course, that still makes him a Demon King. Even if he's not a threat to the world, he's a threat to humankind or the nation. It would be the same for the people living there, so it's completely right for Hero Nico to confront this Demon King. However, don't make me say it again. No matter the conditions, I won't become your subordinate. I'll defeat you. And save the world. Gaha. Then I'll make you regret not being satisfied with just half the world. Come, brave hero. Let's go, Demon King Galgren. Before anyone realized it, the conversation seemed to have ended, and Nico rushed toward the blue, muscular tiger man. Facing the Demon King, who was likely over 2 meters tall, Nico's stature didn't even reach 150 centimeters. What would happen if these two collided head-on? Even a child could predict the outcome, but reality was overturning it. Yuck! Nico swung his sword, and Galgren caught it with his arm. He probably thought he could easily deflect it, but Nico's sword dug deep into Galgren's tightened arm and slashed it open. You, small as you are, you're truly worthy of being called a hero. Then take this. That's nothing. In response, Galgren swung his uninjured arm. His extended claws slashed through the air, approaching Nico's face, but Nico's poised sword effortlessly parried the attack. Galgren looked at his own hand and Nico's in confusion, while Nico tightened his mouth and raised his voice. Don't underestimate me just because I'm small. Such half-hearted attacks won't defeat me, a hero. Ha, half-hearted? Gyuyu. Then I'll bury you with my ultimate blow. Take this. Blue Cyclone. Galgren placed both wrists together and formed a pose with his hands open like a flower, then spun fiercely, charging at Nico. Though it was a powerful attack that could turn his whole body into shreds in an instant. So, here, Jaya. Nico perfectly discerned the center of the rotation and thrust his sword into it. Galgren barely avoided it, but his own spinning force tore his entire body apart, and his blood-soaked, tattered body dropped next to Nico. Impossible. The secret technique that defeated the former Red Demon King. Everyone, don't let your guard down. The Demon King shouldn't be defeated so easily. Miserable. Defeated shouldn't. Huh? Nico was on guard, but in front of him, Demon King Galgren collapsed powerlessly. They waited for a while, but the Demon King's body did not move again. He's definitely dead. Since no one was moving, I reluctantly approached Galgren to check. Yes, he's undoubtedly dead. It's a perfect death, guaranteed even by me, the Demon King of the end. So, a second for more. None. There might be activation when dying, but not after death. There are rare cases where one's body is transformed into an undead beast when dying, but I couldn't imagine such power in this clearly physical Demon King. Besides, if so, the power would have activated by now. So, rejoice, Nico. You've successfully defeated the Demon King. Yes. Is that so? I've defeated him. I did it. I've finally defeated the Demon King. You did it, Nico. Congratulations. Congratulations, Nico. You were amazing. Tia sent words of congratulations and applause to Nico, who was shouting a victory cry. However, the smile on Nico's face was somewhat strained. Chapter 326. Even things that can be understood immediately upon investigation will remain forever unknown without the trigger to investigate. You really defeated him? We didn't do anything though. That's true. I think it's wonderful that no one was injured, though. Next to us, Canon and Ariel also wore expressions of bewilderment. I understood their feelings well, so I followed up with a wry smile. What's the problem? It was easily defeated, so it's all good, right? Or would you have preferred a struggle to the death? I wouldn't go that far. But, I mean, the battles on the way here were much tougher, weren't they? Ha ha ha, that's true. Thanks to my sword training, Nico is quite strong now. But you are still a 13-year-old kid, so your strength and stamina can't be helped, even if your skills compensate for it. That's why the continuous battles with numerous enemies along the way felt exhausting, whereas the fully prepared one-on-one fight with the Demon King was easily won. If the Demon King had been here with a large number of followers, even if his strength was only half of what it was before, it would have been a tough fight. I think the most undesirable situation would have been a drawn-out battle that wore down Nico's stamina. If that had been the strategy, it would have turned from an easy victory into a hard fight with potential injuries. Is that how it is? It does feel that way now that you mention it, but well, that's how it was, so it's fine now, right? Yes, Canon. Although I feel a bit strange too, there's not much point in thinking about the defeated Demon King anymore. Is there? I suppose that's true. With those words from Tia and Ariel, Canon reluctantly agreed. Of course, I wasn't lying. However, that wasn't the whole truth either. The biggest reason it ended so easily was the difference in the positions of Nico and that Gargolin, was it? The Demon King. In this world, Gargolin was a powerful figure who only possessed strength in terms of this world's common sense. On the other hand, Nico had been blessed by the world as a true hero to oppose invaders from other worlds, such as fragments of my power. What would happen if a Demon King who was merely a local celebrity fought against such a being? This was the result. Although the hero's bonus seemed weaker because he wasn't the true enemy, it didn't mean he was weaker just because he wasn't strengthened. What can I say? It must have been a bad time to be born. How pitiable. If the timing had been different, there might have been a fair fight between a hero born from desperate humanity and the Demon King. And in that scenario, the Demon King might have even won. If that had happened, the world might have been split into harsh red and blue. Wait, could it be that the god disliked that idea, and that's why they sent my fragment into this era? I don't know what they're thinking, but they must surely hate a red and blue world. Yeah, I'll stop worrying about things I don't understand. The evil has been defeated, that's all that matters. Now then, since we've defeated the Demon King, shall we head for our triumphant return? A triumphant return. That's right. It doesn't feel real, but we defeated the Demon King. I hope the airship is fine. Don't worry. There's no way the god would abandon the brave heroes who have contributed so much, Ariel said with a prayer, soothing the worried Canon. In reality, it was my protection, not the god, that kept the airship safe, but that was better left unsaid. We retraced our steps, secretly replaced the fake with the real one without being detected, and safely departed from the demon's territory on the airship. After landing near the town, I slowly brought up the topic to Nico. Hey, Nico, can we talk for a moment? Yes, what is it? This is the moment, please. With more tension than when I confronted the local Demon King, I suppressed my anxiety and began to speak. Actually, Tia and I have a place we want to go to after this. We'd like to act separately for a while. But would that be okay? A place you want to go? In that case, shall I send you by airship? No, we can't be such a bother. It's just a little personal business. That is, we want to head there just by ourselves. Is that so? You fool, be considerate here. In our conversation, Canon suddenly interjected and thumped Nico on the head. Ouch! What are you doing, Canon? Did you forget why Ed and the others joined us? The reason? To defeat the Demon King, right? Yes, that's right. In other words, Ed and Tia had their own reasons to desperately strive to defeat the Demon King, didn't they? What do you mean? Ugh. This is why children. Never mind, Ed. Take Tia and hurry up. We'll be in the castle of the Eld Kingdom, so come visit us when you're done. Got it. Sorry, Canon, for troubling you. She probably misunderstood something, but I played along and smiled at Canon. Lying was somewhat troubling, but I couldn't tell them that we were going to find the real Demon King. Especially since the Demon King might not be an apparent threat to this world. So, I called Tia and told her that we were leaving, and we both disembarked from the airship. Nico and the others saw us off. I'm sorry for not being more considerate. Please take your time. May God's blessing and peace be with you wherever you go. The triumphal parade will not be for at least a month, so there's no need to hurry. Thank you, Nico, Ariel, Canon. We'll be back soon. See you later. Yes, see you later. We waved goodbye, and Tia and I left the heroes' party. But that voice didn't linger in my head. All right. Phew, we got through that. That was nerve-wracking. I haven't been this nervous in a long time. Once the three of them were out of sight, Tia and I looked at each other and shared our joy. If we had been expelled there, we would have had only 10 minutes left in this world. Even for me, finding and defeating the Demon King in 10 minutes was nearly physically impossible. But this means we've left the party, right? Does that mean we have to spend another 6 months with Nico and the others to get back? I wonder. I think we're okay in terms of sufficient trust since we traveled together and defeated the Demon King. If not, we'll just stick together. We'll be invited to various countries' parties and such anyway. I'd rather not. Tia made a grimace at my laughing comment. I completely agree, but that's why it'll be natural to continue our actions with Nico for a while after defeating the Demon King. But those invitations won't last forever, nor will Nico and the others keep accompanying us. Let's find the Demon King quickly. Activate Compass of Lost Things, Akashic Compass. With those words, a frame of metal appeared, and I inquired about the location of the Demon King. My piece of power. A chubby middle-aged man's image appeared in the frame, and the compass needle pointed in his direction. Oh, got it in one try? Can't be helped. Who would think there's another Demon King? Right. Then let's embark on our long-awaited journey, just the two of us. My lady, please take my hand. Yes. Be sure to escort me properly. Tia grabbed the hand I offered, and we smiled at each other before setting off. And the true Demon King's lair we arrived at. Here? Wow, it was, unexpectedly, a casino. Chapter 327. There's no one harder to deal with than an innocent civilian. Never thought we'd come back here again, right? Life is something you just can't understand. Feeling somewhat sentimental, we looked up at the massive building in front of us. There were plenty of customers coming and going from the casino today, with various expressions of laughter and tears. So, what will we do? Go in right away? No, we need to check something first. I took Tia away from the casino and headed into a deserted alley. After making sure no one was around, I activated the Akashic Compass. Manifest, Akashic Compass. The object of the search is the owner of this casino. With that question, the Demon King was once again displayed within the metal frame. This confirmed that the Demon King wasn't just visiting this casino for fun. He was running it. It's that side after all. If he was just visiting for fun, it would have been easy to contact him. I unconsciously clicked my tongue at the anticipated result. If he had been there just for fun, it would have been easy to meet him. But if he's the owner of the casino, it's a different story. The casino's master. In other words, this place is the Demon King's castle. The fortress, built with time, effort, and money, is strong and impregnable, not allowing outsiders to enter. But what's most important in this situation is, this casino isn't involved in any illegal business or anything. Huh? Yes. The existence of this casino is perfectly legal. I had once tried various ways to obtain the yellow orb in the first loop, but I couldn't find any illegal activities that I could exploit. Of course, it's not like there weren't any employees involved in shady business. But that was an individual matter, and not something that could affect the existence of the casino. In other words, this casino is a place that abides by the law in exchange for being protected by it. I don't need to explain how troublesome a Demon King's castle can be, where becoming the bad guy by using force is the case. Ha, no choice. I'll have to come forward and introduce myself, eh? Is that okay? The opponent is the Demon King, right? Well, yeah, but there's no other way. And if he's running a casino, we might be able to talk to him. If I used Mirror of the Unknowable Mirage Shift, it would be easy to sneak in and meet him. I could even take his head by surprise. However, that's something you can do if the other party is a villain. If I were to sneak in and assassinate a common wealthy person in public, it would completely be our fault. Especially now, since we are in the position of Hero Nico's companions, we cannot resort to criminal means unless it's a desperate situation, and if there's a possibility of talking to him, we should first make an effort to meet him. Our goal is to collect the Demon King who may cause trouble in this world, not to defeat the Demon King himself. True, right? He's blending into the world, so he might not suddenly go wild. Then, what should I do? Together? No, Tia. Please wait at the inn. And if I don't return in 3 days or a week, contact Nico to come and find me. I don't think that'll happen, though. If it were the old days, just making contact with a fragment of power might make me unable to use my banishment skills. But there's no such thing as certainty in this world, and if the law protects the enemy, there might be a situation where we cannot escape. In that case, it's the right choice to leave a backup plan outside. But Tia puffed out her cheeks, looking dissatisfied at my suggestion. Mew again, I have to stay behind? Ha ha ha, sorry. If it were about fighting, I'd have you with me. Yes, I understand. Oh, but don't go overboard just because I'm not with you, okay? I remember you were called by one of the Demon King's people before and got drunk. Yuga. No, that won't happen. Probably. No, it won't happen. Really, it definitely won't. I promise. If you say so. Then I'll stay at the same inn as before. Take care, okay? Yeah. I bid farewell to Tia, who had a face mixed with disbelief and worry, and entered the casino alone. The crowd was still impressive, but ignoring that, I approached a man who looked like a security guard. Excuse me, can I talk to you for a moment? I want to meet the owner of this casino. Do you have a prior appointment? No, I don't. If that's the case, it's impossible. If you wish to meet the owner, please make an appointment in advance. How am I supposed to make an appointment to meet him if I can't even see him? I don't know. That's not my responsibility. In response to my rather impolite retort, the man calmly replied. His response was indeed rational and practiced, but that didn't mean I could back down. Then tell the owner this. A relative came to see him, so he can choose whether to come here or let me through, however he likes. There are no relatives of the owner. There has to be. Have you ever met the owner? If so, look at my face. Do you still think I'm different? Now that you mention it, you do look quite similar. The man put his hand to his chin and stared at my face intently. Although he was fatter and older, the original face of the owner, the Demon Lord, was the same as mine. We looked so similar that if he were told we were parent and child or siblings, he would silently agree. The man's face showed slight uncertainty. So, the owner isn't hiding his appearance, huh? This lowered one more hurdle to meeting the owner. But that's a separate matter. No, but being similar doesn't mean you're related. Ah, I get it. Then please make sure to convey this to the owner. The main body came to talk. The main body. You probably don't understand the meaning, but please do it. The owner will probably get it. Then please wait a moment. The man frowned slightly but bowed and left. I had taken some roundabout measures to distinguish myself from the fools drawn by the scent of money, but could I have simply asked to relay the message from the beginning? The answer to that was unknown now, but the success or failure of the negotiations would soon take shape. The owner will see you. Please go to the back. I will guide you from here. Oh, really? Well, thank you. And thank you too. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a security man came with a woman, and I raised my hand lightly to thank him. I then followed the woman to the back of the casino, walking up the stairs and through several doors, until the dull employee-like background suddenly switched to a luxurious feel. This is quite a blatant difference, huh? Is this the owner's private room from here? Is this decoration the owner's taste? I have heard that it is. Really? Is your attire the owner's taste as well? I have heard that it is. The woman guiding me was wearing something like a net for catching fish on her legs, a tight outfit, or should I say cloth, that barely covered her chest and crotch, and even had long rabbit-like ears on her head. What was he thinking, making her dress like this? There was certainly an indescribable charm to the small, white-tailed butt swaying in front of me. But the only thing I could say for sure was that I was really glad I hadn't come with Tia. If she were here, she would probably pull my ears until they were longer than those rabbit ears. Here it is. And while I was thinking about such things, I arrived at a set of intricately crafted double doors. The woman knocked, and a voice, similar to mine but slightly lower, came from inside. "Come in." "Excuse me. The guest is here." The woman pulled the door, revealing the inside of the room. Seated on a luxurious red sofa with gold trim, welcoming me, was a figure of myself, fat and slovenly, with a round belly wrapped in a white robe. Chapter 328. If one knows contentment, greed is not evil. Booyah! You came at last, main body. Please, take a seat. Hey, you may leave now. Then, I shall excuse myself. Upon the words of the owner Demon King, who let out an exquisitely unsettling laugh, a woman in strange clothing bowed and left the room, closing the door behind her. After confirming this, I sat down on the long chair facing the Demon King across the table, staring intently at the Demon King's appearance, and opened my mouth with a light sigh. "Ha! What's with that body of yours? How did you even get like that?" "Booyah! Is that the first thing you say? If you indulge in decadence and luxuries to the fullest, wouldn't you end up looking like this too? Are you interested?" "Not at all. Besides, no matter how you say you're a fragment of my power, you can't fight properly like that, can you?" "That's true. A proper fight? I haven't had one in a long time. Moving is bothersome, and I usually rely on the girls to take care of various things for me." "Booyah! Oh, just so you know, it's not like I'm forcing them or anything. Rather, they're fighting over taking care of me since the salary is good, you know." "Oh, is that so?" "Indeed, if you can earn a large salary just by taking care of a creepy old man, there would be people who'd want to do it. Even if it's a 1 in 100 chance, in this town of 50,000, that means 500 people, after all." "So, main body, what do you need from me?" "The fact that you came seeking a conversation means you're not just planning to take me back without question, right?" "Well, yeah. A while ago, I defeated something called the Blue Demon King with a hero, but it wasn't my fragment or you, so I came to see what's going on." "Ah, I see. Indeed, I'm not exactly acting as the Demon King people imagine." "Seems like it. But how did it come to this? Can I hear about the circumstances?" "Sure. Then, let's talk over some snacks." With those words, the owner Demon King rang a bell on the table, and another woman in the same attire as earlier came and prepared tea and sweets on the table under the Demon King's direction, then left. "So, where should we start?" While pondering, the owner Demon King sipped his tea and crunched on the sweets. I'm not averse to sweets, but the way he's eating them in large quantities and without care almost gives me heartburn just watching. At first, I was a normal Demon King, you know. A long time ago, I thought of conquering the world to fulfill my endless desires, but then I suddenly realized. Hey, isn't conquering the world just troublesome? Like, really? Is that so? I never thought of conquering the world, so I can't quite relate to that question. But the owner Demon King continues, with crumbs falling from his mouth. That's right. Managing the Demon King's army was troublesome enough, but if I tried to conquer the human world, it'd be even more of a hassle. Managing food, personnel, all kinds of things would be super bothersome. I wanted to leave all that to others and live more indulgently, indulging in my desires. Oh, I see. I feel like I've been repeating the same reaction, but I don't know what else to say. He is certainly indulging in desires like a Demon King. So, if you stay true to your desire to the end, it can end up like this, huh? So I decided not to do Demon King-like things. I left that to others, and sought a more relaxed position for myself. I didn't want to work under someone, or work hard, but wanted to earn heaps of money easily, and live a life of decadence. And the result is this casino. They are great. Once you put up the money for the facilities and personnel, money comes in without me having to do anything. I pay a lot of taxes, so the country takes care of the troubles, and all I have to do is eat and sleep. Ah, this really is heaven. Just so you know, I'm not doing anything bad, okay? I don't want to be great, so I don't get involved in politics, and I don't care if someone looks down on me, and if someone comes at me with force, the hired bodyguards take care of it, but that's self-defense. I have enough money to buy what I want, and girls are happy to come and do naughty things with me, so I don't need to bother with forcing people into debt and such. I'm not excited about taking advantage of the unfortunate. Actually, with the extra money, I provide food to the poor, hire people from the slums as employees, and I'm even thanked for it. Everything I want is here. I'm truly satisfied. So, I see. Well, that's good then. I managed to say that to the owner Demon King, who spoke with a fascinated expression. What can I say? What was it? I still didn't quite understand how I was supposed to react, but well, it seemed he was not a bad person. At least his judgments of good and evil were based on the law. In other words, if it's a matter of whether he's causing trouble to the people of this world or not, there's no doubt that he would be considered a good person. So, was it fine to leave him alone? He himself seemed happy, and he wasn't causing any trouble to those around him. If I were to complain, it would be about my own embarrassment, thinking, it's shameful that such a sloppy guy is a part of me. But defeating this Demon King just because of that would certainly be too selfish. What should I do? Ah, right. Even though I say that, I'm still a Demon King, you know. I'm doing Demon King-like things too. The owner Demon King broke in, as I was in distress. As I returned my consciousness from the sea of thought, the owner Demon King loosened the white robe he had been wearing and exposed his fat, round belly. Hey, stop being stupid. I'm not interested in looking at the naked body of a man. Especially my own. No. I'm the Demon King of greed, so I'm collecting people's desires. This place is filled with desires, so, look. What? Suddenly, the Demon King's belly became transparent, and I could see a dark vortex swirling inside. I felt a force there, and my consciousness was instantly lifted into a combat-ready state. Don't misunderstand. I don't want to fight or anything. This is more like a hobby or a habit I've just collected. If I die, or if I'm absorbed by the main body, it will simply disappear. Because desire is a common power found everywhere. At those words, I calmed my mind and lowered my raised hips back into the chair. Indeed, as long as there is life, there is always desire. That is, the wish not to die, which all life possesses, is the primal desire. So why did you show me something like that? You don't need to hide it, but you don't need to show it either, do you? Well, thanks to this power of desire, I was able to obtain something interesting. With that, the owner Demon King sunk his hand into his belly. The sight of him plunging his hand into the hole in his stomach and stirring the inside was certainly bizarre, but it was nothing compared to the shock of what he pulled out next. What? That? This. About 5 years ago, it suddenly came from another world. A sphere the size of a human head, shining so brightly despite being covered with a sticky black veil. I recognized its existence all too well. It once rampaged within me, ravaged the previous world as the Winged One, and probably came to collapse this world. A fragment of God. With a somewhat vacant smile, I uttered that, looking at what the owner Demon King held in his hand, with a bitter expression on my face. Chapter 329, Seize the Opportunity. If you don't try, you won't understand. God's fragment? Do you know what this is? Yes. I can't say for certain, but I think it's 90% likely to be what I expected. As expected of you, you're knowledgeable. Can you tell me what this is, then? Sure. Staring at that thing in the hands of the owner Demon King, I began to recount what had happened so far. The owner Demon King was still crunching away on sweets as he listened, but once I'd finished my explanation, he drained his 5th cup of tea with a vulgar sound. Burp. I see. If it enters a person, it controls their heart, and if left alone, it destroys the world. It seems to be more troublesome than I thought. Indeed. So now it's my turn to ask. How did you capture such a troublesome thing? Like I said earlier, this appeared suddenly in the sky about 5 years ago. Moreover, as soon as it appeared, it tried to attack my casino. I was quite alarmed at the time, so I had to deal with it seriously. What exactly did you do to deal with it? As you can see, it was the power of desire. I unleashed all the power I had stored within me on it. I managed to restrain it, but I couldn't defeat it. Since it's still trying to break free, I had to keep it inside me. Inside me, the power of desire grows at a much faster pace than it's consumed. Is that so? I felt a sense of awe at the fact that the Demon King had neutralized a power that even the Black Knight couldn't handle. It was ironic that he had been able to suppress the fragment of God only because he had been inactive as a Demon King and had been hoarding power that was endlessly supplied simply by existing. So, shall we negotiate now? Don't you want this, body? No. Grinning, the owner Demon King said, but I refused instantly. There's no use for it, and it's just a hassle to keep. However, the owner Demon King continued in a sticky voice. Come on, don't say that. I think you can make good use of this, probably useful. Did you listen to me? What am I supposed to do with that? You see, the power of desire I've collected has mixed with the power I originally had and become my own as it matures within me. This means that you can also collect this power. And that power is deeply ingrained in this glowing sphere. The fragment of God. From this state, you might be able to interfere with what's inside it while collecting the power, don't you think? What? The word sent a shock through my mind. It was something I hadn't considered at all. When I first absorbed the fragment of God, I had isolated it inside my body, otherwise, the influence would have been too strong. It disappeared when I died once, but I never thought about getting it back. I didn't think about absorbing the next fragment of God. The winged one neither. After all, I'm not a Demon King of absorption or robbery, so I don't have the ability to absorb others. But indeed, if this, which is wrapped in and sealed by my power, there is a high chance that I could easily reach its core by collecting the fragment of power. Until now, the situation has always been passive, but it might become a way to read the opponent's intentions. Right. All that's here is a mere end, and I can't think that I can know all of God's will. But if God is scattering this with some intention, I can understand that intention at least. This is a chance I might be able to take the initiative for the first time after being always reactive. If explained that way, this is indeed very attractive. What's your demand? It's simple. I want you to let me go. Is that all? Yes. That's enough. The owner Demon King smiled at my surprise. His face, which should be immersed and distorted in desire, felt somewhat refreshing. I had thought that it would be fine to talk to him. But if he says that's his only wish, my mind is made up. All right, I promise. But I won't touch you as long as you remain as you are. If you change your mind and start bothering this world, well, I won't be around by then, but a hero will come to defeat you. That's scary. To avoid that, I'll continue to live my days as lazily as I can. Hey, I see. The owner, Demon King, who was honest with himself to no end, handed me the shining sphere with a small smile, and I accepted it. Then, when I returned to the inn, Tia, who had been swinging her feet in boredom, greeted me with a smile. Ed, welcome back. You were relatively early this time, weren't you? Ha ha ha, because I promised. Besides, there was something I wanted to consult with you. Tia. What? At my suddenly serious tone, Tia tightened her expression and asked. Then, I told her the story I heard from the Demon King, and took out the aforementioned shining sphere from their strange box. Wow, this? I know I shouldn't say this, but it feels kind of dirty, doesn't it? Well, even if you say that, it's a lump of desire. There might be various kinds of desire, but the kind that gathers in a casino is probably something like this. Maybe if it were a desire to help a loved one, or a desire to return to one's birthplace, it might be more beautiful, but it was hard to imagine that a desire to strike it rich in a casino would shine in rainbow colors. Nevertheless, if it was to contain a fragment of God, this sticky kind of desire might be more convenient. By the way, as long as the Demon King was alive and in this world, he could maintain the seal for about a month. What an incredible power of desire! Though I didn't want it after seeing its form. So, As I just told you, I'm going to try to take this in. Is it safe? I can't say for sure. Of course, I'll be careful, but it's my first time doing something like this. I had never taken anything other than a fragment of my own power into myself, not even in the memories of my time as the Demon King of the End. Especially if it was a fragment of a power that was hostile to me, and even stronger. I could not predict anything. Can I come with you? It might be possible, but please refrain for now. Instead, if I don't come back for a long time, or if my personality obviously changes, I'll count on you then. If Tia was willing to accept it, I thought her missing talk, for just the two of us could connect deep within me. In that case, even if my consciousness was affected by the fragment of God like other people, Tia might be able to save me. Sorry. Even though it's a precaution for the worst-case scenario, I'm relying on you again. It's pathetic. Don't say that again. I'm actually happy. Sitting on the bed and smirking, I was suddenly embraced by Tia. In exchange for my vision being closed off in the darkness, a soft sensation and calming scent enveloped me. I've helped Ed several times before, but that was something I did on my own. But this time, you properly asked me to help. That makes me really happy. Is that so? That's how it is. Fufu, don't worry. I'll find you properly this time too. So go with peace of mind. Thanks a lot. Tia released my head and tapped my forehead, responding to her mischievous smile with a smile of my own. I reached out to the fragment of God on the table and began to absorb it into myself. Chapter 330, Fragments of Memories, Part 1. I was severed from something immensely large. That was the initial sensation of it that flowed into me. That being said, there wasn't any typical feeling of loss or loneliness there. Only the unshakable truth that I had been separated existed. Next, my awareness turned to something spherical that was neatly formed. At the center of the sphere, there was an especially white and robust sphere, and various colored spheres floated around it. Ah, I see. So this is the shape of the world I'm in. I thought it would be flatter, so this is a bit surprising. The central sphere and the 100 spheres surrounding it came together to form one massive sphere. The harmonious sight was so beautiful it almost brought me to tears. It floating in such a world was drawn into one of the spheres floating around the white central sphere. It entered one world. No, entering isn't quite right. Being sucked in. Falling? From the outside to the inside of the world, it gently fell like a cotton fluff. And as it floated in the wind, it eventually landed on someone's head and sank in. What is this? My head. A voice. Then, my point of view switched to the man into whom it had entered. A blend of it and this man's thoughts flowed into me. Only the chosen and excellent ones can save the world. To save all people, lead the chosen. What is this? I was indeed confused, but who are you? Who's interfering with me from where? The fight against the demon army is only intensifying. Instead of chasing trivial possibilities and wasting precious resources, all power should be invested in the talented chosen ones. That is true. But still, do not hesitate, make your decision. Do not be deceived by pleasing but empty words like equality and fairness. Or do you think some random farmer can take your place? Don't be ridiculous. I have received advanced education and training since childhood to inherit my family. That cannot be done by mere farmers. I see. The angered man, who had heard the voice in his head, became calm in an instant. At the same time, the perception of it also changed from deceptive sweet words to useful advice. That's right, exactly. I, who have been raised to become the head of a noble family, cannot do something like farming. Even if farmers were granted authority, they couldn't govern territories like me. Of course, it's possible that I could have a knack for agriculture, and farmers could be talented rulers. But is it really right to waste precious time and money to discover that? Should I abandon what is already working for such low probabilities? Exactly. Everything in the human world is finite, and it is impossible to discover every possibility. Even if you sow seeds in a desert, they may sprout. Even seeds sown in well-tilled fields may wither. But would someone who scatters half of their valuable seeds in the desert in the name of equality be a saint or a sage? No. They would undoubtedly be a fool. I see, so this is what it's like. Well, It's persuasive. Inside the troubled man's head, I, for my part, was impressed with the way it did things. The words were persuasive, and even I, who had nothing to do with it, found myself nodding. Especially for someone who is troubled. Yes, indeed. No matter how wealthy my family may be, our resources are not unlimited. There's a limit to the number of excellent individuals who can be guided, and above all, it takes time to nurture people. Perhaps, the new academy should only accept nobles, and focus on nurturing them. Academy. At the man's words, something clicked inside me. It was the story of a boy who discovered his power as a hero in a school that was open to all. Wow, so that's what's happening. This is bad. This is similar to Hero Rain's situation. She was on her way to becoming an idol, but this was a policy shift aimed at crushing that boy's path to becoming a hero from the get-go. If he can't get into the academy, he might not even leave his hometown in the first place. By the way, Miguel and that hero are different people. Since Miguel was treated as a prodigy during his childhood, he could get admitted to the academy under normal circumstances. Well, it is quite beneficial that I came to know this information before coming to this world. I'll think about countermeasures later. If I had known in advance, there would have been plenty of things I could do. Although I felt a slight sense of satisfaction at this point, my purpose for being here hadn't been achieved yet. I hastily resynchronized my consciousness with it. Isn't this taking too long? My viewpoint remained indefinitely within this man. Whether a day passed or two, nothing changed. Moreover, there were no particular changes in it. The man's thought manipulation had already ended, and although he talked from time to time, the content merely reiterated that this policy was correct, and there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Speaking of which, Euralia had spent 10 years after hosting a fragment of God. A terrible premonition crossed my mind. Would I remain as the person inside this old man for years, left to my own devices? That would be unbearably dull to the point where I felt like my spirit would die. Is there anything? Anything at all? Like acceleration. There has to be, right? Hanging on to a sliver of hope, I tried everything I could think of. I tensed my whole body, sent out my thoughts intensely, swung my arms around, and even tried dancing a quaint dance, but nothing changed in my world from within the old man. I couldn't help but feel sympathy for the old man who had a strange man frolicking around in his head, but this was ultimately the past world that it had experienced. Hence, I couldn't interfere in any way. I should be able to fast forward until a change occurred. Damn. Do I have to interfere more deeply? It became sensationally clear that merely skimming the surface wouldn't do any more. I didn't know how the time I felt here related to real-world time, but wasting time needlessly wouldn't be the right choice. So although I had no physical body to breathe with at the moment, I consciously took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Repeating this several times, I gradually expanded my own territory and began to infiltrate deeper into it through the power of desire routed in me. My vision blurred slightly. The world grew fainter and distant, and a white curtain expanded its territory in the black world. I shouldn't be too strict with the boundaries. By being vague, I accepted each other, drawing it closer to me and me closer to it. If I couldn't affect memory or consciousness in this way, I couldn't do anything. My thoughts connected. The weak and vague thoughts turned into a strong and clear it, and the voice calling out eventually became my own voice. I was it. It was me. If this were my own memory, recalling only the parts I wanted to remember should be easy. Now, what did it mean? Know? What did it want to know? Unconsciously, the world began spinning at an incredible speed. A noise like skin scraping sounded, and the fast-flowing scenery suddenly stopped, turning into an infinite series of paintings stretched out before me. No, not yet, it was still in the middle. A little further. Yes, here. With my right-hand finger, I pointed at a spot in the swirling paintings. The world revived from there, and the moment my viewpoint returned to within the old man. What? What is this? What is this? That must have been the day, the moment when the world violently shook and me was propelled out of the old man. Chapter 331, Fragments of Memories, Part 2. Originally, there was no power in this world that could directly affect it. Even if the host were to die, it would simply drift away before the soul disappeared. floating to another place. However, an exception occurred now. If it was forcibly pushed out, it couldn't be just a natural phenomenon. It meant that a power affecting the outer world had been applied. But that didn't mean it was flustered or troubled. That's because it didn't possess such emotions. Despite that, the scenery it saw when it jumped out not just from the old man but from the world left me exclaiming in astonishment. The world is overlapping. Increasing. The world, which was a perfect sphere, was now overlapping in twos. The form of two spheres overlapping as if swallowing each other looked like the first step of all life. Like the beginning of cell division. What is a cell? No, more importantly, what is this? Ignoring the words that popped into my head yet had no meaning to me, my eyes were glued to the scene before me. The two spheres were vibrating violently, gradually separating, and appeared to be becoming independent entities. But their overlap stopped moving halfway. Why did it stop? No, wrong. Was it stopped? Can it not move anymore? Around the two spheres, at first glance, it seemed like endless darkness stretched out. But it knew that it was not space but a wall. Yes, this was a closed box. Time and space, everything had limits here. There was no way two could fit in a place that only had the capacity for one sphere. This is troublesome. But before that sight, I was simply staring blankly. It had no thinking ability or emotions. It can imitate thinking and feeling like a person when attached to someone's soul. But now it was just it, so it did nothing and couldn't do anything. Inevitably, I also became like that. The world I should be in was in serious trouble, but there was no sense of crisis. Everything was someone else's problem, and without directions from the outside, I had no doubt that I would simply drift here until my existence disappeared. But the current me is it, and it has my will. Not completely void, it at least has some opinions. Is this box going to break? I feel like something should be done. And, at that moment, the lid of the box opened just a little, and I felt the presence of something huge and powerful watching. For a brief moment, a giant eye moved, its obsidian pupil enveloped in golden light, and the next instant new knowledge poured into it. Apparently, the sealed thing in this world had messed up. As a result of a behavior that exceeded even the assumptions of it, the entity of omniscience and omnipotence, the world had increased. It must be destroyed. If the increased part isn't reduced, the box will eventually break. For this world, it might become gospel, leading to an infinitely branching, eternal future, but for it, it would lead to the worst failure. Therefore, it must be prevented. Because I'm it. It must be destroyed. After all, if something has happened once, it can happen again. What if the world keeps increasing? 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4. A world that has limited time but infinitely overlapping branches and possibilities. What if it keeps growing? It must be destroyed. In the center of it is that. An entity capable of ending things and thus having the choice to end it. An entity that it cannot end. What if such that proliferates this closed world to become itself? Wouldn't that match it in terms of total power? It must be destroyed. Inside it me, for the first time, a clear will was born, not something that merely mimicked others. My gaze wandered in the air, discerning the target to exert its power on. The top priority to destroy is the eternal white at the center of the world. But that was something created by pouring all the power that its main body could hold, so the peripheral me can't destroy it. I can't destroy it, right? Is that really so? In my hand, a sword was grasped before I knew it. When I brandished the blade that housed a glow akin to dawn, I felt like I could even end the eternal white. Therefore, I directed my consciousness. One was freshly created and barely had any connections with the surrounding world, but the other was connected to 100 surrounding worlds by dense lines, especially the 15 lines that seemed to have been recently created, shined brightly. If I have to destroy something, it's this one. The older one had become rather lax in various ways. The stopper, opened and closed countless times, was no longer fulfilling its role of containing what was inside, and the power was leaking profusely. Even if something like this hadn't happened, it felt like the stopper would eventually break and all the power would have been consolidated into the eternal white. Then, when I lightly swung my sword, a black line ran through the eternal white. Just that, and a supposedly solid world vanished, its contents crumbling and disappearing into the void. Specifically, things like a fancy bed and a magical furnace. Those were expensive. At that scene, I couldn't help but wryly smile. Indeed, it ended in an instant, but shouldn't I have salvaged things that could still be used? That's right, salvaging is important. Even the divided power of the Demon King. What was it? Well, it doesn't matter. Next is this one. A thought I didn't understand crossed my mind, but if it's something I don't understand, it's fine to ignore it. I directed my consciousness to the remaining Eternal White and took up my spear again. Let's see, I also need to adjust this one properly, right? I smoothly moved the tip of the spear, drawing a line from the world where that was to the new Eternal White. Yep, this should connect them properly. If I don't do this, I won't know where that will flow. Now then, the only thing left is to dispose of the increased worlds. Such a hassle. There are 200 worlds, so I have to destroy 100 of them. The box is creaking dangerously, so I need to dispose of them as soon as possible before the box breaks. But which is which? About half of the worlds were neatly divided, but the remaining half were complicated and crowded, making it extremely difficult to discern which world is which. I need to check them one by one. I guess I have to confirm them one by one. I'm not motivated, but I sighed and pumped myself up anyway. I could see others like me entering the worlds one after the other. It would be tempting to slack off just this once, but that would be like throwing away my reason for existing, akin to a roundabout form of suicide. Well then, the first world is. That one looks good. Wow! I chose a nearby world as my target and tried to flap my wings to move there. But I stumbled. When I turned to look behind me, I had only one wing on my back for some reason. Why do I only have one wing? Damn, this makes flying a hassle. Straying here and there, I still managed to enter the world I was aiming for. First, for good measure, I was about to thrust my spear into a large casino in front of me. What is this? Suddenly, something black and sticky enveloped me. No matter how much I struggled, it clung to me, and I was completely caught. Despite my desperate resistance, my strength was gradually drained, and I became immobile. Stop it! It stinks. It's dirty. It's disgusting. In the end, with a pathetic voice, I was sunk deeper and deeper into the belly of some weird man. T/N. Merry Christmas, folks. Chapter 332. Understanding the situation. But breaking through is another matter. Stinks. Kaya. What? As I jumped up screaming loudly, in front of me was an elf girl expressing her surprise. Or rather, it was Tia. Huh? Tia? Where was I? Huh? Good morning, Ed. You woke up rather early this time, didn't you? Tia, closing the book she held with a snap, looked into my face with a smile. At the same time, memories of me, which had been pushed away to the edge, came rushing back like a wave, and for a while, I just stared blankly back at Tia's face. Ed? Are you okay? Do you feel unwell somewhere? No, it's not like that. I think I just got too involved with that guy. Wait, where's the fragment of God? It's over there. Following Tia's gaze, I saw a fragment of God soaked in black desire laid on the table. It might not have been dirty, but I had a hard time imagining eating at that table without moving it away first. You fainted shortly after that, Ed. So I laid you on the bed and watched over you. I see. Huh? So not much time has passed? Maybe around 3 hours. I felt like I had spent a considerable amount of time over there, but if it was just 3 hours. I didn't even know whether that was fast or slow, but if it had only been 3 hours, I was lucky. So, did you find out what you wanted to know? Do you want to rest a bit before talking? No, I'll talk now. I don't feel tired or anything. But I could use some water. Is that so? Here you go, then. Thanks. Tia poured water from a jug beside the bed into a cup and handed it to me. I took it and drank, moistening my surprisingly dry mouth, and felt the cold sensation slide down my throat. I feel better. Now, where to start? Or should I just spill everything from the beginning? It would be best to tell everything as it is, so I can also judge the information. Alright then. Let me start from the beginning. Saying that, I began recounting the events I had just experienced. Tia listened patiently until the end while rocking her body slightly, and then slowly opened her mouth. I see. Sorry. There's too much information, I can't process it all. Figured as much. Me neither. I unintentionally chuckled at Tia's puzzled expression. Any rational person would find it difficult to react to such a story in any way other than dismissing it as drunken nonsense. So, are you okay with the academy? You said it changed, right? If you ask whether I'm okay with it or not, I'm not. But we don't get to choose when we enter different worlds, so there's nothing we can do. Like with Rain, if we could enter a world at the right timing, that'd be something we could do. But like with Harris, if everything's gone to hell by the time we get there, the worst we can do is defeat the Demon King ourselves and get expelled by the hero that was born because I entered. Even with prior information, we can only be reactive. Exactly. We're fundamentally dancing on the palm of God and the fragments of God destroying the worlds too. Yeah, there's nothing we can do. I grimaced at Tia's sinking words. If we enter other worlds and they exist the like winged ones, we could defeat them in the future. But if not, there's nothing we can do. I mean, we can't even enter a broken world in the first place. Right, yeah. At the present moment, I had no way of knowing how many of the 200 worlds that had increased were still remaining. It's possible that none of them had been destroyed yet, but on the other hand, there was also the possibility that 98 of them, other than the past and current worlds, had already been ruined. Even in the worlds we had saved, there was the possibility that a new winged one could come from another world and cause it to collapse once again. If that were to happen, we, who could never revisit the same world twice, would not even be permitted to resist. So, basically, even though I understand various circumstances, nothing has actually changed in what we can do. That's how it is. Well, we're dealing with a god, so there's no way we can compete in the first place. Yeah, I get that, but though I am the Demon King, my vessel is that of a human. While it might be possible to compete if I actively collect power and discard my human vessel, the moment I cease to be human, there would be no point in opposing a god. And Tia, although she has a slight mixture of the Demon King's soul, is essentially just an elf. There's no way she can do anything about a god who is, literally, in a different dimension. Ugh. This is so frustrating. Gods should be like natural phenomena. HMMPH. Calm down. I get how you feel. For example, if it starts raining the moment you hang out the laundry, most people would think, oh, I'm unlucky today. But that's because they assume that the rain falls due to natural laws, devoid of malice. If they knew that someone deliberately decided to make it rain, it would be natural to complain about that entity. Similarly, if the world's collapse proceeded in a form that appeared like natural phenomena like earthquakes or droughts, we would probably have simply moved on to the next world without doing anything. Investigating and resolving the causes of abnormal climate changes on a global scale would be a problem for the people of that world to solve over decades or even centuries. However, the god manifests as a very clear threat by sending a fragment of itself into the world in human form and hurling weapons at the ground. When faced with such a distinct enemy, it's only natural for anyone, not just me, to want to resist or defeat it. Really? Is it because they fear me that they resort to such complicated and roundabout methods? If they just leave me alone, I have no intention of doing anything. From the contact with the fragment of God, I got the impression that God seems to be afraid of me. For a transcendental being who's absolutely invincible, an entity that can kill, or end, them would certainly be an object of fear. But I'm not amused to be feared, disassembled, and imprisoned in a narrow world, and then to have my peace threatened further. It doesn't seem that they intended to separate Tia and me, so I wouldn't mind letting up on beating them to a pulp as an initial measure. Anyway, the first step would be to meet and have a talk, I guess. Meet and talk? Can we even do that? Don't make that face. I think we can. To be more precise, I have a clue to facilitate that, I say with a light smile to Tia, who makes a suspicious face. In a world we haven't visited yet, there's an event where a hero receives a divine weapon directly from God. If we can locate that place, then maybe. Oh, right, I've heard of those kinds of stories in heroic tales. But are they really receiving it from God? Isn't it just a metaphor? I can't say for sure, as I haven't witnessed it. In the first round, I was expelled from the hero party before such an event occurred. So although I had heard that something like that happens afterward, I had never actually seen it. But it's not entirely impossible, right? After all, there is a God. That's true. We don't question the most doubtful part of such stories, namely the existence of God. So the notion of God giving a weapon falls from a miraculous event to something akin to a king giving a reward to a hero in some country. So, our immediate goal is to find that world? That's right. So, I'm counting on you from now on, Tia. Yes, me too. Looking forward to it, Ed. Tia lightly tapped her hand against the palm of my outstretched right hand. And so, once again, we set a target beyond the worlds. Chapter 333. Embrace the present, give your all instead of waiting for the next. I'm tired. I've been praised enough for a lifetime. Fufu, good work, Ed. Having safely returned to the or was its formal name ? Either way. I immediately slumped my shoulders. After that, we had received the fragment of God from Owner Demon King and properly disposed of it. We reunited with Nico as promised, but due to timing, we were forced to participate in a kind of dinner party celebrating the defeat of the Demon King. It was awful. As awful as what lay inside Owner Demon King. While the setting indeed looked glamorous, the atmosphere was unbearable. What was that all about? I suddenly had about 8 fiancés, and apparently, some woman I don't even know is carrying my child. Ha. Being a man is tough. No, even you, Tia, received various proposals, right? Constant invitations saying please marry our son. True. Last time, Gonzo and Alexis subtly managed the situation for us, but without them, it was rather blatant this time. We exchanged wry smiles. From the perspective of important kings and nobles, we, who had accomplished unparalleled feats without any entanglements, were the most convenient to use. So that's the endgame of the hero's tale I dreamed of as a child. There are no dreams or hopes there. In reality, I never had a childhood, but in the narrative God created, I was a child who admired heroes. The standard hero tale had the hero defeating the Demon King, marrying a princess, and living happily ever after as a king. Reality seems not so sweet. Well, a villager who becomes king isn't going to be able to manage politics, so that's to be expected. True. Even if we accepted those offers, all that would await us would be days of looking pretty and recounting our valor. Don't you think? Yeah. I won't say a life of just ornamentation is necessarily unhappy. Some might find it the best life, to be free from responsibilities while living a life of moderate luxury. I'll pass on that. Being confined and observed is more than enough for me as is. Me too. Well, shall we get started? With the conversation coming to a pause, Tia moved away from me and activated the single bank. What she started arranging were pieces of furniture we had bought with reward money we got for attending the debut. Hum. The bed will go here. This shelf here. How about the vase here? Come to think of it, who destroyed our previous room? Was it me after all? While watching Tia happily arrange furniture and hum, I suddenly wondered. Normally, that would be in the past, so I shouldn't have interfered. However, the flow of time in this world is quite special. Honestly, I don't fully understand it. Could it be that only my consciousness or power flowed back into that past thing? Or perhaps time circulates in this closed world, making it possible to normally interfere with the past? Thinking doesn't help. But, I might be able to interfere with the past is probably something worth remembering. If the absolutely impossible, intolerable what if ever happens. Done. How about it, Ed? Doesn't it look relatively stylish? Just as I was contemplating, it seemed Tia had finished arranging the furniture. It looked somewhat more luxurious than before, likely due to the change in shopping location from the artisan district to the royal capital. Yeah, looks good. Although the embroidery on the futon is a bit flashy. What's this? I don't know. Some kind of charm or prayer seems to have been put into the design. Is that okay? It's fine. I don't feel any mana, so it's probably like made with all my heart. Alright then. While feeling something was off with Tia's words, I let it go. I feel like I've seen something similar somewhere, but if I don't remember, it's probably harmless. After all, it's a retail product from a legitimate store. Fufu, we'll check the comfort later, so shall we read a book first? Alright. Let's do that. Upon Tia's suggestion, we both moved to the table. On it lay a relatively thin record of the hero's story. Taking my seat, I casually flipped through the pages. Didn't disappear halfway this time. Okay, well, we were adventuring normally, after all. The content was somewhat sparse. Probably because Nico was only 13 and had just started adventuring. Looking closely from the first page, it had been carefully written about Nico's cheerful, lively days. Ah, Nico is a man after all. Yep, if you get a good stick, of course you'd practice swings with it. But he hit the laundry and got scolded by his mum. You know, it's fine. That too is part of the whole package. Surrounded by warm people, Nico had lived everyday mundane but happy lives. Even after it was revealed that Nico was the hero, that didn't change, and Nico was sent off with smiles by everyone in the village. It was a good village, wasn't it? Yeah. The reason he was able to keep smiling even while carrying a heavy destiny on his small body must have been because he had this kind of support. Feeling somehow happy myself, I carefully turned the pages. Eventually, there were encounters with Canon and Ariel, and then our names were added too. And finally, 002 World, record of the hero's story, final chapter, an awareness is not innocence. Nico, the hero who accomplished the feat of defeating the Demon King, was pure ignorant. Even after various accomplishments in his lifetime, he never realized the true existence of the Demon King. The Demon King, who continuously collected ugly human desires, would someday bring about a great disaster to the world. However, the mercy of the God that saves the world had already been lost due to the evil Demon King. There was no longer any salvation for this world. Thinking of the people who would continue to wander in the darkness until the inevitable end, God quietly shed a single tear of sorrow. You're crying again. Honestly, I don't care anymore. Speaking of which, I never met him. But what kind of person was this world's Demon King? Eh? That was. What was he like? Remembering the Demon King, a chubby man who kept a provocatively dressed woman by his side, I found myself at a loss for words. That's not me, though it is a part of me. Strictly speaking, he's a separate personality, and his tastes have nothing to do with me. Ed? Are you hiding something from me? No, nothing. He was like that. Loyal to his desires, even if he had limitations, he didn't hold back. He enjoyed to the fullest what he allowed himself. Seems quite free. I would have liked to meet him. No, meeting him is out of the question. Anyway, let's move on to the next world. Feeling Tia's piercing gaze, I hurriedly spoke. But it was impossible. I couldn't let Tia be dressed like that. Ouch. What are you doing, Tia? I knew you were thinking of something strange. Tia turned away and pouted. Darn it, this was unfair. I won't bow down to unjust treatment. If you have a complaint, you can tell me what you were thinking. Never mind. There were times when you have to swallow the injustices of the world. A man should just silently weep from his back. I suddenly glanced at the crystal ball on the table. It still lacked light. It would probably take a countless number of loops for it to regain its light. I could only receive the ability, Flag Maker, because it wasn't my power, but something created by God for the world to revolve. Anything else was impossible. Next, my memory and records would likely be completely erased, and I would live as a puppet created by God. Ed? What's wrong? Nothing. But, so what? There's no point in thinking about next. I'm going to enjoy now to its fullest. Let's go then. It's a gamble to see if we can go to the world where you can talk to God. I tightly gripped Tia's hand and opened the third door. T/N, Man Kuro no Kaisuke is absolutely fantastic. Folks, my laptop's gone for RMA. Expect some delay for C334 and 335. Chapter 334, the standard is always set by the larger number. Yo. Arg. The moment I landed in this new world. Or more precisely, without actually landing, my feet cut through the sky, and I plunged into the water. Gar? It was an unexpected turn of events, and I ended up swallowing a mouthful of water. Panicking at the discomfort, I resurfaced, pulling out a metal boat I had purchased in Canal's World from there, stranger box. Ha. Tia, while gripping onto the edge of the boat, I shouted loudly as I scanned my surroundings. I spotted Tia drowning nearby, so I forcefully grabbed her and used their limit break to toss her onto the boat. There was a loud pop as my shoulder dislocated, but I paid it no mind and climbed onto the boat as well. Ugh. Tsu. Tia, are you okay? Cough, cough. Yeah. I'm fine. As I fitted my shoulder back into place and asked her, Tia replied while spitting out water. It seemed we had managed to avoid the worst possible outcome of drowning during the transition. Ah. I see. Huff, huff, huff. What is it, Ed? What's I see supposed to mean? Well, I've got a rough idea of where this world is. But before I explain, we should probably dry our clothes, or maybe change them. Considering our upcoming activities, wearing regular clothes would be impossible anyway. I opened the storage compartment on the boat and took out 2 swimsuits. Here, Tia. Change into these. What's this? Replacement underwear. It feels quite strange for underwear, doesn't it? That's a swimsuit. It's what you wear for underwater activities. It's better than staying wet, right? Yes, you're right. Then, excuse me. Don't peek, okay? Quit fooling around and change quickly. Ignoring Tia's cryptic smile, I turned my back to her and discarded my wet underwear, replacing them with black shorts. I had bought these shorts when I purchased the boat, but I never expected them to come in handy so soon. I'm ready. All right. When I turned around as instructed, Tia stood before me, clad in a white swimsuit that separated into top and bottom. It was chosen based on vague memories, but it seemed to be a perfect fit. How do I look? You look great in it. Foo-foo, thank you. Ed, you look good too. By the way, what is this boat? I've never seen a metal boat before. As Tia hung her discarded clothes over the boat's edge to dry, she curiously examined the boat's structure, running her hands along it. Normally, boats would be made of wood, but... Oh right, I mentioned it briefly before, but this was the first time she saw the real thing. Remember when I told you about defeating the Demon King in Rebecca's world before? This is the boat from that time, confirming a sufficient amount of light. Disabling sleep mode. What? Upon hearing voices other than our own, Tia looked around in surprise. However, all that could be seen around us was water, and the source of the voices was beneath our feet. It's this boat. It can talk. The boat can talk? Commencing ship check. No abnormalities detected. Mana remaining at 67%, no hindrance to operation. Initiating connection to Magnet. Failed. Current location cannot be determined. Connection to Magnet is required for map update. Wow, it's really talking. Hey, Boat-san? Oh, huh? Boat-san? Hello? Whoa. Ed, the boat is ignoring me. As Tia protested by pounding the deck, I couldn't help but chuckle and respond. Ha ha ha, it's rare for you to be disliked. Hey, what is it? In response to my call, the boat promptly answered. Tia stared at me with a puzzled look, but for now, I continued the conversation without paying it any mind. Why aren't you responding to Tia's calls? Due to security concerns, the initial settings prevent responses to calls from individuals who are not registered. I see, that makes sense. I agreed with the explanation. If it responded to anyone's commands, it could easily be stolen, so it was a reasonable precaution. In that case, please register Tia. This elven lady. To register a new user, a connection to Magnet is required. Initiating connection to Magnet. Failed. Please apply again after moving into Magnet's coverage area. Oh, I see. Ed? What's going on? Sorry. It seems this boat can't communicate with you. Whoa! Tia cried out again, scratching her head in frustration. I didn't expect that to be such a pitfall. But there was nothing we could do about it. All right. Tia, let's talk about this world instead of worrying about the boat. There are a lot of things I want to explain. Like what? Well, first. About this. There's nothing in this world except the sea. That's right. Whichever way I look, there's just the horizon. No, it's not like that. There really is nothing here but the sea. As far as I know, there's no land. What? In response to my serious words, Tia had a puzzled expression. It was only natural, as the situation we were in was completely different from floating in the middle of a vast sea in a world where there was nothing but water. No land. So there are no people here? No, there are people, but they all live beneath us. I pointed downward, not to the ship's hull, but further down, in other words, underwater. They look quite different from us in terms of appearance. They live underwater. So, they're merfolk. Merfolk, a species with humanoid forms that live underwater, exist in several worlds. In fact, during our travels through different worlds, Tia and I had encountered about 3 different species, but I shook my head slowly. In our perception, you could say that, but in this world, there are people. In other words, humans, elves, and dwarves, who live on the surface, don't exist. So, if you really want to define it, they are the standard humans in this world, and we would be called something like surfaced dweller. Well, in reality, there are no surfaced dwellers here, so from their perspective, we would be considered as strange beings who resemble themselves with familiar appearances. Well, if we're fewer in number, I guess it makes sense. But wait a minute. Those people live underwater, right? And in this world, there are only people underwater. What are we going to do, Ed? My spirit magic can't last that long. Among Tia's usable magic, there was one that allowed underwater breathing. However, its duration was at most about 3 hours, and it had its limits when dealing with the pressure that tightened the body when diving deep. So, a brief dive might be manageable, but living underwater for months on end was impossible no matter how you looked at it. Calm down, Tia. There is a solution, but it's not that simple. During the first loop, I easily drowned and lost consciousness here. But someone passing by saved me, and at that time, I was lent a magical device that allows people like us to operate underwater. Oh, I see. So we just need to get our hands on that, right? That's right, but relieved. Tia had a hopeful expression, but I hesitated with a bitter face. Yes, that was the problem. That magical device is something they consider valuable junk, huh? Valuable but junk? Yeah, that's right. Think about it. Do you really think there's a use for a magical device that allows you to live underwater for those who already live underwater? In a world where there's no one on the surface and everyone lives underwater? That doesn't make sense, right? Moreover, it seems to be an excavated artifact that's rarely found in ancient ruins. So, there are very few of them, and since there's no use for them, they have no value. Because of that, they're not traded, making them difficult to obtain. I see. So it's truly valuable junk. It's rarely found, and even when it is, it has no value. That means it's a truly valuable item that's hard to find on your own and can't be bought due to a lack of demand. I know for sure that there's at least one for me based on my experience in the first loop. But I don't know if there's one for you. So, I couldn't just leave it to chance and drown. If it wasn't there, I'd die for real. I see. Sorry, Ed. It's because of me. No, it's not your fault. I just wanted to take precautions for safety. But now that we can't follow the first loop's flow, we need to start by looking for that magical device. Huh? Splash! Suddenly, there was a sound right next to the boat, and the water surface stirred. As we turned our gazes towards it, what emerged from there was Giorgio? Something really strange is floating. Giorgio, covered in shiny green scales from head to toe. It was one of the humans in this world. Chapter 335, even if it's rare, if you can't use it, it won't be valuable. Giorgio? There are strange beings on top of a strange thing. They look like us, but who are they, Joe? Joe? As the man emerged from the water's surface, we quickly put on our still wet clothes. Then, when Tia called out to him, the scaly man turned his face towards us and slowly tilted his head. Huh? Did he just speak to us? No way. That couldn't. Hello. Jaya. What are you saying? Talk? Tia withdrew her hand, which she had extended with a strained expression, as the man thrashed about with bizarre cries. Then, she looked at me, her eyes slightly teary. Hey, Ed. Who is this person? They are a person, right? Yeah, they're a person. Hey, listen. He spoke? He spoke, Joe? Speaking while being on the water's surface, could these guys be the legendary hill people, Eltartan or something, Joe? Hey, hold on, let's calm down and listen to what I have to say. Incredible, Joe. A fantastic discovery, Joe. I need to catch them right away and brag to my friends, Joe. No, you need to listen. I heard that the hill people, El Tartan, turn into bubbles when they fall into the water, Joe. So, if we make a hole at the bottom of this strange thing, just listen to me, Joe. I threw a copper coin, and it hit the man's forehead with a loud thud. Startled, he quickly distanced himself from us, stopping about 5 meters away from the boat, where he raised his voice. I was attacked, Joe. The legendary hill people, El Tartan, are violent, Joe, because you wouldn't listen to what I was saying. And don't even think about poking holes in the boat, Joe. Boat? What are you talking about, Joe? A boat is something you use to move quickly underwater, and it doesn't look like this, Joe. Oh, right, I forgot about that. No, that's not the point. It's not about that, it's about the fact that you tried to sink us even though it's clear that we can't be submerged. Are you one of those despicable villains who capture people without even trying to communicate, Giorgio? That's a terrible accusation, Joe. They say I should stop playing around and get a job since I'm 17, but there's no reason to call me a bad guy, Joe. Well, isn't that true? At the man's words, Tia made a somewhat subtle expression. By the way, in many worlds, adulthood begins at 15, but in this world, it's 18. So, 17 is still technically a child. In terms of the system, at least. Arg. Why are you looking at me like that, Joe? Oh, forget it, Joe. I'm deeply wounded by your delicate looks. I won't be able to recover unless you treat me to Girando's smooth red grape parfait for the rest of my life, Joe. What's that? Is it delicious? Of course, it's delicious, Joe. When you think of Girando, it's a famous place with long lines, Joe. With my allowance, I can only have it once every 3 months, Joe. Oh, really? I'm a bit curious, so if you guide me to the shop, I'd be willing to treat you. Is that true, Joe? Wow, the females of the hill people, El Tartan, are generous, Joe. They're so plump and well-fed. I changed my mind. Giorgio? Why are you getting upset, Joe? Did I praise you too much? Wait, that was a compliment? Of course, Joe. A gentle, round belly is the envy of all humanity. Could it be that the hill people, El Tartan, are different? Well, wait. The conversation is getting off track. Let's start over. For some reason, I had to break into the conversation between Tia and the man, who were having a normal conversation. While Tia's ability to befriend anyone is admirable, it's not helping the conversation progress. First of all, yes, let's introduce ourselves. I'm Ed, and I'm Lunarisha, but you can call me Tia. I'm Jinta, Joe. Nice to meet you, Joe. In response to our introductions, the hero, Jinta, raised his hand from the water's surface. It's a familiar name. Right, I was rescued by him after drowning here, so it makes sense that he's around at this point. I was wondering how we'd meet, but it seems there was no need to worry. So, who are you guys exactly, Joe? You have a similar physique, but you don't have scales. Are you still the legendary hill people, El Tartan? Well, speaking of which, what's an El Tartan? What do you mean? It's just as it sounds, Joe. A long time ago in this world, there was a brief period when there was land above the water. And the people who lived there and couldn't survive in the water, we call them the hill people, El Tartan, Joe. I see. So, does that mean we could be considered hill people, El Tartan, because we can't live in the water? Wow, Joe. Amazing, Joe. You're the real hill people, El Tartan. In response to our words, Jinta became excited again and began splashing the water's surface. Unconsciously, the distance that was once 5 meters away from the boat had shrunk to about 1 meter, and his face no longer showed any signs of caution. I want to show off, Joe. I want to boast to my dad, mom, little sister, and friends. I want to capture. Invite Ed and Tia to my home. Haha. Let's pretend we didn't hear that, but if you say something like that again, I'll pluck those scales off your head, alright, Joe? Why are you saying such a terrifying thing, Joe? I don't want to go bald at my age, Joe. Got it, Joe. I'll give up on taking you two to my house. Yeah, that's fine, Joe. I mean, I said it's okay to go to your house. You'll invite us as friends, right, Joe? Is that true, Joe? Yes. I did it. Now I can show everyone that I'm a respectable treasure hunter, not a deadbeat, Joe. With a smug smile, I said this to Jinta, who then started shouting with excitement louder than ever before. While his joyous reaction was somewhat heartwarming, there was an underlying sense of disappointment he couldn't conceal. Well, that's fine. The problem lies ahead. Just so you know, as you're aware, we can't function underwater. So, we need a magical device that makes it possible. Oh, you mean this? Saying this with a troubled expression, Jinta casually took it out. It was a magical device that allowed underwater activity, with a red, round stone adorned with metal decorations. No, that's not it. Huh? Wait, why do you have it? I mean, it's fine that you have it. Since he saved me from drowning back then, it wasn't surprising that he had it. In fact, upon further thought, if he hadn't had it at that time, I would have died for sure. So, the crucial point wasn't that. Why do you have two of them? Just a little while ago, I happened to find it during my relic hunting. Jiaofun, treasure hunting. I thought I'd just throw it in my bag in case I found something more valuable. It's great that it came in handy so soon. It's all thanks to Lord Nua's guidance. I see. Jinta's words made me feel the tension drain from my shoulders. Whether he had two of them at the time or the world had subtly changed due to Tia's arrival, I couldn't say for sure. But, yeah, it felt silly to have been worrying about it. Well then, I'll give this to you, so come to my place, okay? Understood. I'll gratefully accept it then. In any case, I had successfully obtained a means to move freely in this water-filled 12th world. T/N. Happy New Year folks. I am a bit late because college resumed. Thanks for reading and supporting my translation this past 2 years. I'll try to finish this novel this year. Chapter 336, Proving the True Identity That No One Knows is Difficult. Wow! Tia exclaimed, looking around with curiosity. Hee, I can totally understand that feeling. After all, I had a similar reaction the first time I saw this view. Sinking from the water's surface, roughly 1,000 meters, we had arrived at the upper part of a large underwater city. We've arrived, Joe. This is the town of Talai where I live. It's a big town, isn't it? And it is such peculiar shapes and tall buildings. Well, it's because we're underwater, I replied to Tia's question. It seemed that this place wasn't exactly at the bottom of the water, and although the ground spread out quite extensively, it wasn't as flat as the surface. That's why metal poles extended from the ground, avoiding irregularities, and buildings made of stone-like materials were built on top of them. However, their shapes were round or slender, and they seemed like they would collapse in seconds on the surface. But here, underwater, proper buoyancy prevented the buildings from falling. People living here could swim up and down, so the design philosophy was fundamentally different from the surface. Even though we've dived so deep, it's so bright around here, and our bodies don't feel constrained at all. I might forget that this is underwater. These magical tools are amazing. Is that so, Joe? It's normal for us, so I don't really understand. Ha ha ha, I guess regular folks like Jinta wouldn't get it. For us who could live normally on the surface, having these magical tools felt like equipping fish with devices to breathe on land. Even if what was provided as a function of the magical tools was something one could do naturally, there was no room to feel a change. That's why these magical tools, which might be just junk to Jinta and the others, were a remarkable technological achievement for us. Also, how can we communicate normally like this? I wonder how these magical tools work. Hey, Jinta, can I really have this? I don't mind, Joe. It's true that even if you want it and search for it, you won't find it. But on the other hand, no one wants it, so even if you sell it, it won't fetch much money. To be honest, it's just something I'd toss into the junk box. If you returned it, then that's okay. Thanks, Jinta. As a thank you, I'll treat you to Gerandu's parfait. Giorgio? Are you sure, Joe? Of course. I want to try it too. But before that, we need to figure out what to do about money. Saying that, Tia took out a gold coin from her waist pouch. It was a small accessory pouch that came with a swimsuit, and when you closed the lid, it became completely waterproof. However, since the place to open the lid was underwater in the first place, It seemed that this feature would never be useful in this world. I'll confirm one more time, but we can't use this as it is, right? That's right, Joe. Since it's different in shape from the money we use, I think the people at the shops would be in trouble if you gave it to them. In response to Tia's question, Jinta also took out a coin. The coin was white and had a shell carving, clearly different from the money we used. Yes, just like words, it was a common currency in most of the world, but it was different in the underwater world. Well, the value of metal was completely different here, so it was natural. So, we still need to procure some money. What do you think, Ed? Yeah, you're right. We could sell some valuable gems, but we could also sell the money as is. Huh? Sell money as it is? What do you mean? Tia tilted her head in confusion, and I smiled slyly, shifting my gaze to Jinta. That's exactly what it means, Jinta. Our coins are the legendary hill people, El-Tartan currency, right? So, as a treasure hunter like you, don't you have an idea where we can exchange these, huh? You're right, Joe. I'll go to the shop I always go to. They also buy relics, Joe. Hey, don't rush so much. Geez. Let's go, Tia. Okay. Jinta swam towards the town energetically, and I and Tia followed. After swimming through the town, enjoying the peculiar sensation, we arrived at a place where 6 metal pillars were arranged to intersect on a slightly stepped ground. On top of this structure were upside-down pots that resembled buildings. As Tia marveled at the extraordinary architecture not seen on the surface, Jinta casually opened its door and called out, "Hello. It's me, Joe." "Welcome." "Wait, what, Jinta? Did you pick up more junk again?" The energetic greeting from Jinta was met by a woman quite different from Jinta in appearance. While Jinta's entire body was covered in scales, this woman had brown skin covered with glossy membranes. Moreover, instead of hair, her round face had tentacles that extended, and the slightly swollen tips of those tentacles emitted a faint glow. "Come on, Joe, auntie. I always bring treasures, you know? But this time, I've got something really amazing, Joe." Yeah, what is it?" "Oh? Who are these two behind you?" At that moment, the woman's gaze shifted to us, who were standing behind Jinta. Her eyes widened for a moment, and then her tentacles' glow seemed to intensify slightly. "I've never seen these faces before. Are they from a different town?" "Yes, we are. Prepare to be amazed, Joe. These two are none other than the legendary hill people, El-Tartan." Interrupting Tia's words, Jinta exclaimed with exaggerated gestures. However, the woman listened to this with a slightly annoyed expression and let out a short breath. "Well, that's impressive. But what's the truth, Jiu? Why won't you believe us, Joe? These two really are the hill people, El-Tartan." "Even if you say that, I've never seen the hill people, El-Tartan before. Certainly, they have an unusual appearance, but aren't hill people, El-Tartan supposed to only live on the surface? So being here means they're just regular humans, right?" "That's because I gave them a relic that allows them to live underwater, Joe." "All right, Ed, take off the magical tool I gave you, and show them how you can float here." "Don't be ridiculous, you idiot. We'll drown." While it was fine to put away the brooch attached to the swimsuit in the bag, if I took it off completely in a place 1,000 meters deep like this, I would drown in an instant. In more critical situations, I might consider listening to Jinta's request at the risk of my life, but I wasn't going to prepare for death for such a foolish reason. I delivered a chop to Jinta's head, who had come closer, and with a friendly smile, I addressed the woman. "Joe. Ouch. That hurts, Joe. Sorry for the disturbance. Actually, we have something we'd like you to take a look at. It's this." "Is this a metal coin?" "It's in quite good condition, but where did you find it?" "Well, that's a secret. But if you're willing to buy it nicely, I might have other things to show you." "Oh?" Upon my proposal, the woman's business-like expression emerged. Her tentacle tips sparkled mysteriously, and she pressed a tube-like object to her eye while examining the gold coin I presented. "This coin has a slight chip at the edge, huh? Coin collectors can be quite picky about these details." "Ha ha ha, this is an ancient relic. I think it adds character, don't you think? Besides, if I showed you a perfect one, you might think it's a fake, right?" "Hey, you've got a point there. So, wow, both of you look really sketchy." "Jiu, How can I make you believe me, Joe? While Jinta continued to agonize behind us, the woman and I continued to negotiate with deep smiles on our faces. Chapter 337, If it leads to the same result, a different path is also acceptable. Wow, we made a good profit. It's been a while since I had such a great deal. Having completed a job, I laughed cheerfully, feeling my wallet considerably warmer. While it didn't quite match the amount as before, I had managed to recover about 40% of it, which was quite a success. With this, we wouldn't have to worry about operating funds for a while. But Jinta, how long are you going to keep worrying? Well, it's just that in the end, no one believed you were the hill people, Eltartan, Jiu. With this, my plan. Even if you say that, it seemed that the true hill people, Eltartan, had existed thousands of years ago. Since the lifespan of the people in this world wasn't significantly different from ours, it was highly unlikely that anyone who had seen them was still alive. Of course, there might be some records, but as the woman mentioned earlier, only researchers would have a precise understanding of them. Most people were more interested in the relics left by the hill people, Eltartan, which meant valuable items. They were not particularly concerned about the creatures that created them. But even though we look so different from Jinta and that lady, do you think people still consider us humans? Probably. As long as we can communicate, they'll treat us as humans, I think. The special treatment for the hill people, Eltartan, wasn't because of their appearance but because they couldn't function underwater. So it's about distinguishing them. That makes sense. Tia nodded in agreement with my explanation. The definition of human in this world was quite broad. This was mainly because various species with vastly different appearances were mixed together, and making distinctions was impractical. In this diverse environment, the most clear-cut differentiation was whether one could function underwater or not. Humans, as well as nearly all living beings, existed only underwater in this world. The hill people, Eltartan, who couldn't breathe underwater, were unique and thus became legendary. But, does that mean to prove that we're the hill people, Eltartan, we have to drown somewhere? I don't like that. That's right. So. Hey, Jinta. What, Joe? Right now, I'm desperately thinking of a way for the two of you to swim without any problems. Joe. Never mind that, Jinta. What's important for you is not whether we're the hill people, Eltartan, or not, but making a groundbreaking discovery that people will recognize, right? So why don't we go on an expedition to find ancient ruins? An expedition to find ancient ruins? That sounds nice, Joe, but finding something as significant as discovering the hill people, Eltartan, won't be easy, will it, Joe? You're being a bit naive. I looked at Jinta with a slightly exasperated expression, but then I grinned. Listen, Jinta. I am one of the hill people, Eltartan, in other words, the one who created those ruins. So what, Joe? That means I know the location of the ruins. Now, it's not a guarantee that we'll find something undiscovered. But if you want an unknown ruin, it might still have valuable relics, don't you think? Of course, I didn't know the location of the ruins. However, if I used their Akashic compass, finding the ruins themselves was easy. From there, I could narrow down the locations where valuable relics might have been. Upon hearing my proposal, Jinta didn't seem as thrilled as I had expected. Why? What's going on? What's wrong? Well, I guess it's hard to trust someone you just met, saying something like that. No, it's not that, Joe. It's just that treasure hunting, has a strong element of luck. So even if the information turns out to be incorrect, I wouldn't particularly mind, Joe. Then, what's bothering you? It's just that. As I tilted my head in confusion, Jinta, wearing a contemplative expression, continued slowly. Let's say I go to the location Ed mentioned, and there's an incredibly valuable relic there. Can I really claim that I found it, Joe? Is it a matter of principle? In that case, it's a matter of perspective. Perspective? Yes. If you don't want to receive knowledge directly from me, how about I become an inanimate object, like a map? Or a diary that describes the location where the relics were hidden? If you follow the instructions and actually find the relics, whose achievement would it be? In that case, it would indeed be my achievement, Joe, right? Even though searching based on someone's information is the same, isn't it different when you only hear it from a living person? Well, it depends on the situation. Like this. I think it's perfectly normal to investigate places where a mysterious old man slowly recounts ancient stories, don't you, Jiao? Indeed, that's acceptable, Jiao. It's a romantic and adventurous journey, Jiao. That's the idea. So, let's go exploring the ruins together. Understood, Jiao. In that case, let's prepare and head out right away. Jia ra ra ra. Suddenly, someone's stomach growled. Without mentioning whose it was, Jintu and I turned our heads in the direction of the sound, where we saw Tia, blushing from ear to ear. Well, what can I do? Swimming is a full-body exercise, so I used a bit more energy than usual. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Certainly, I'm hungry too. We arrived in this world around 10 in the morning, as indicated by the clock on the ship. But now it was well past noon, approaching evening. On top of that, we didn't have any preserved food suitable for underwater consumption, so skipping lunch was only natural, and our stomachs were growling as a result. Going to Gerandu? Well, going there at this time is tough, Jiao. You can go into a nearby store, but then what about dinner? Oh, right, Jiao. Both of you can come to my place, and we can have dinner together, Jiao. Huh? Is that okay? Of course, Jiao. I want to introduce you to my family, and if you want, you can even stay overnight, Jiao. I appreciate it, but wouldn't it be a bit inconvenient to drop by without notice, especially for 2 people? No problem at all, Jiao. If I bring hill people, Eltartan with me, everyone will surely be surprised, Jiao. And even if worst comes to worst, I can secretly let both of you stay in my room, Jiao. Well, that's a bit questionable. Well, if you're inviting us, I guess we can at least show our faces, even if we don't stay over. We did promise when we received this magical tool. That's right, I almost forgot about that. Well, it's only appropriate to bring a little something as a token of appreciation. Hey, Jinta, is there a shop around here where we can get something suitable? In that case, the fried dumplings sold at the shop at the end of the street are good, Jiao. Huh, can you have fried food underwater? I'm really curious about that, but is it okay to bring food as a gift before dinner? Wouldn't it interfere with the meal preparation? With those, I can easily eat about 10 by myself, so there's no problem at all, Jiao. Alright then, let's go get some fried dumplings. Fried dumplings. Crispy and delicious fried dumplings. Your speech is getting mixed up strangely. Well, there's no helping it. Shall we go, Tia? Fufu. Understood. In a good mood, we followed Jinta as he swam ahead, and we continued to swim through the mysterious water, changing from blue to red. Chapter 338. No matter how much you deny with words, parent and child end up resembling each other. Regarding that, starting from tomorrow, Jiao, I'll be heading out for a while to explore ancient ruins. During dinner, Jinta declared this with both me and Tia joining the family at the table. However, the atmosphere among those who heard it was heavy. Well, this is underwater, so should I say the water is heavy? Yeah, I couldn't care less. By the way, we were sitting at a rectangular table, with me and Tia sitting on one long side, and in front of us, Jinta's mother, Shati, and Jinta's 14-year-old sister, Liti. On the narrower side, Jintu and his father, Ganta, were facing each other. But Ganta, who was sitting next to me, let out a heavily grumbling voice in response to Jinta's declaration. Ha! Jinta, you're just half a year away from becoming an adult, and you're still talking about such things? What do you mean by such things, Jiao? I've been working since before becoming an adult, so you should praise me for that, Jiao. Praise you? Don't be foolish. Even if you're earning your own keep, what you're doing is just playing around, isn't it? Or if you're claiming to be an adult, do you no longer need an allowance, Jiao? It's different from that, Jiao. That's why you can't argue back, Anna-chan. What do you mean by that, Liti? Well, why don't you ask yourself? Hey, Tia-san, tell us more about the surface world. Sure, but Tia, urged by Liti, looked at Jinta for a moment. Jinta, with his pointed teeth gritting, sighed and returned to his meal. Well, it's fine, Jiao. At least both of you got them to believe in hill people, Eltartan for now. At first, I had my doubts, but after hearing so much about the surface world, It's hard not to. Yes, it's a very interesting story. Shati, Liti's mother sitting next to her, also nodded in agreement. Initially, we were met with suspicion, but as we were prodded into talking about the surface world, we were gradually accepted as hill people. Eltartan, although it was more like being treated as people who knew interesting stories. Well, it's convenient for us that way. However, only Ganta, who was the father, looked at me with a highly skeptical gaze. Hey, Jinta. I don't think it's appropriate to say such things here, but are you really okay? I mean, haha, you don't need to worry. Certainly, from Ganta-san's perspective, it's natural to be suspicious of someone like me. A stranger who introduced himself as the legendary hill people, Eltartan, approached his son. Moreover, he was saying that he had an idea of the location of a profitable ruin and wanted to take his son to a deserted place. I've never been a parent myself, but even so, if I were Ganta, I would imagine that I'd kick out someone like that without hesitation. Why, I'm not trying to force Jinta to come along. I just want to express my gratitude for what he's done for me. If he doesn't want to, I won't push him into it. Saying that, I tapped the brooch I was wearing on my swimsuit. In this world, it's just worthless junk, but for me and Tia, it's an invaluable item, worth hundreds of gold coins stacked together. However, in response to my words, Jinta reached out his hand toward me in a panicked voice. Jiu? What are you saying, Ed? I absolutely want to go to the ruins. I know. I'm not trying to force anything. If you want to go, I'll definitely take you, and I can guarantee a certain level of safety. After all, we're quite strong. Is that so? Well, Ed-san sighed. Tia-san doesn't seem that strong. Liti, looking at me as I formed a strong fist, said that while glancing at Tia. Tia, in response, smiled and extended her hand on the table. Oh, is that so? But I can do things like this. As she said that, a bubble suddenly appeared on Tia's palm. Then, within that bubble, a small vortex formed, followed by emitting light and crackling with sparks. What's that? It's amazing. Jiu? Could it be that's the secret technique of hill people, Eltartan or something? Jiu? It's called spirit magic. It seems I can't do fire, but I can use most other attributes. Even Tia can't use fire underwater, as expected. No, rather, is it impressive that she can freely control spirits other than water while underwater? I may not fully understand the finer details, but as long as I know that Tia is amazing, that's enough. And when Ganta, who had been wearing a stern expression, saw Tia's performance, he suddenly opened his mouth in amazement, his expression turning childlike. But when he noticed my gaze, Ganta coughed and then spoke earnestly. Well, indeed, it's an amazing power. In that case, you can go. But Jinta, do you understand? A long expedition, unlike the day trips you've been on before, is quite different. In remote places, you'll encounter magical beasts, and unexplored ruins can pose a risk of collapse. I understand, Joe. Father, you worry too much. That's easy for you to say. Parents always worry about their children. Honestly, even now, I wish you'd quit that unstable job of a treasure hunter and find a stable profession. I've heard that so many times, Joe. But my feelings haven't changed, Joe. Certainly, a stable path without the risk of failure isn't bad, but even if there's a chance of failure, I don't want to give up on pursuing my dream, Joe. In response to Jinta's words, Ganta let out a growling sound. This part of their conversation, which was a matter of personal values and a conversation between parent and child, left me with nothing to do but listen quietly. However, Jinta's mother, Shati, gradually entered the conversation. Isn't it fine, dear? Can't we just believe in our son, dear? But, besides, didn't you, dear, want to become a treasure hunter in the past? Who was it that said, I'm going to become like the legendary Don Aligaldo? I wonder who that was. What? Dear, that's a secret, huh? Dad, did you really say something so silly? What are you saying to your father? And you're still using those weird speech patterns, aren't you? Isn't that copying Jinjudo? You're becoming an adult soon. Have some shame. That has nothing to do with you, Dad. I'm definitely going to make a name for myself as a treasure hunter." As the two of them began to argue loudly, the atmosphere at the dinner table became significantly brighter than it was just moments ago. "And in front of their father and brother like that," Letty muttered while poking at the meatball in front of her with a fork. "Why are men always so stupid, both Dad and Anna-chan?" "Foo-foo. I think that's what makes them endearing at times. You'll probably understand it one day." "Really? I like guys who are normally cool, though." "What? Hey, Letty, don't tell me you already have a crush at your age." "I can't overlook that as your Anna-chan, Joe." "Alright, Letty, introduce that guy to your big brother. I'll judge him based on his scales." "He doesn't exist." "Jeez, I hate both of you." Jiu, with her teeth bared and in anger, Letty's declaration left Gantu and Jinta, father and son, with matching expressions of astonishment. And while observing this family scene with a smile, Mother Shati entered the conversation. "They're quite lively and fun, aren't they?" "Yeah, they are. It's nice." "That's true. Hey, Ed." Suddenly, Tia, who was sitting next to me, gently took my hand. I turned to look at Tia, and I could see my face reflected in her translucent emerald eyes. "Even though it might be different from having a family, a place you can call home is connected right here, you know." "Hey, that's true. It's quite something." The slight loneliness I had felt melted away with the warmth transmitted through her hand. A created vessel, a fabricated family. My once empty hands were no longer empty. "In that case, Ed, you should help too. Let's both kneel down and try to please Letty together." "Geez, fine, whatever. Wait. What's going on? How did it turn into this?" "Just kneel down with me, Joe. Otherwise, Dad's scales will be peeled off." "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Hey, Tia, do your best, Ed. I'm cheering for you from over here." "When did that happen?" In an instant, Tia, who had moved to sit next to Shati, waved with a smile. My hand, seeking help, cut through empty air, and I was on the verge of being forced into a senseless kneeling position by Jinta, who had forcefully linked our shoulders. And so, our night, which had been gradually drawn into the family circle, continued on in a lively manner. Chapter 339, Certainty is a possibility, and it doesn't necessarily mean it will absolutely happen. After that, we ended up staying at Jinta's house by chance. I stayed in Jinta's room, and Tia stayed in Letty's room for the night. And the next day, finally, today is the beginning of our archaeological exploration. Well, for a while, we'll be getting used to it. But yeah. With Jinta full of enthusiasm, we left the house with the family's farewell. I chuckled softly as I spoke. Living underwater so naturally, I sometimes forget, but this is still underwater. Unlike the surface, where there are many obstacles to movement, if you can move freely in all directions, everyday life may be easier, but the movements in combat are quite different. So, we need to familiarize ourselves with our bodies and consciousness to a certain extent. Therefore, for the next week, we planned to check the movements in nearby ruins, then embark on short expeditions, including a night or two of camping, before conducting a full-scale investigation of the ruins. "Alright, let's go." Yeah. With that, we lightly kicked the ground and swam upwards in unison. Once we reached a height of 5 meters, there were no more obstacles in our way, and all we had to do was swim straight to our destination. Really, traveling in this world is so easy. On the surface, there are mountains and forests that can hinder movement, right, Joe? Mountains and forests are normal, is that so? Ed? Yeah, they exist. As for mountains, they are the same. But for forests, there are 2 main types here. One is where corals grow in abundance, and the other is a habitat for aquatic plants. If you dive into them, this world might actually be more challenging. Caves that form in mountains not only expand horizontally but also vertically, making it much more challenging to grasp their interiors compared to those on the surface. Coral formations are often hard and sharp, and aquatic plants tend to entwine around your body, so escaping from them is indeed more difficult than on the surface. However, both can be circumvented to a significant extent, and the effort required for circumvention is much less in this world. So, if it's just a matter of passing through, it's not wrong to say that this world is easier in that regard than the surface. I didn't know that. Joe, Ed is so knowledgeable. As I explained these things, Jintu and Tia reacted with admiration. Well, Tia is one thing, but I think Jintu's reaction is a bit problematic. Oh well. Oh, by the way, Ed. Can I ask something? What is it? Suddenly, Tia poked me in the side. Understanding her intention, I held Tia's hand, and I could hear Tia's voice directly in my mind. Just confirming, but Jintu is the hero of this world, right? Huh? Didn't I mention it before? Yes, Jintu is definitely the hero. I see. What about the Demon King? Based on how the day went yesterday, there didn't seem to be any atmosphere of the Demon King causing trouble. Oh, about that. In response to Tia's question, I subtly furrowed my brow. This is a headache-inducing issue for me as well. It seems that the Demon King in this world is sealed. Sealed? Like in Toby's, you mean like what happened to the Red Stone in that world? The heart of the Demon King. Well, honestly, I don't really understand the details. In the first loop, I asked Jintu about the Demon King. The answer I received was that there's a story that the Demon King was sealed by hill people, El Tartan, a long time ago. If that's true, then the Demon King is still sleeping somewhere in some ruin, but I'm not sure what to do. Look at this. Saying that, I summoned their Akashic compass onto my hand. It displayed the location of the Demon King based on my intention. However, inside the metal frame, there was only pitch darkness spreading, and then a compass needle appeared and just spun aimlessly, never indicating a direction. What's this? What's going on? It seems like the seal is too perfect. We can't detect its location. I exist here, and there's a hero here as well. Therefore, the Demon King undoubtedly exists in this world. However, we don't know what kind of entity is sealing it. Is it a place or an object? Perhaps it's something as small as that Demon King's heart gem. In that case, finding such a thing without any clues would be like finding a grain of gold in a desert. Considering all of this world's aspects, it's a matter of collecting any fragments of power related to the Demon King. But even so, it's quite an endeavor to continue searching for decades without any immediate threat. Yeah, that must be tough. If the seal were on the verge of breaking and the world was in danger, we would definitely choose to search for it without hesitation. However, if the seal is so perfect that my Akashic compass can't locate it, then maybe we don't need to actively search for it. Indeed, I am aiming for the happy endings of all worlds, but that goal extends only to the extent that I want to make the lives of the people I directly interact with happy. It is not a grand goal to ensure peace in all worlds for hundreds or even thousands of years. That's why we'll put the matter of the Demon King on hold for now. Well, we'll be spending at least another half a year in this world, so there might be things we'll discover during that time. That makes sense. We just arrived yesterday, so there's no need to rush, right? Yeah, you're right. Hey. What are you two doing? Oh, sorry. We seem to have lost track of time in our conversation. When we realized it, Jintu, who had been about 5 meters away, turned and called out to us. We quickly apologized and swam to catch up with him. Seriously, even though it's safe around here, you guys let your guard down too much, Goyo. Sorry about that. It's not like we were being careless, but you know, we're hill people, El Tartan, so we're not used to swimming like this. If I told you to walk on land, you'd probably be confused, right, Joe? Yeah, I guess I would. So, maybe I should have swum a bit more slowly, Joe. No, it's fine now. We've gotten used to it. Right, Tia? That's right. Plus, if it ever comes to it, I can do this. Ha! With a short exhale, Tia shot through the water at a considerable speed. She circled around us in the blink of an eye and returned with a triumphant expression. Joe? What was that just now? I used water spirit magic to create a water current around my body and propelled myself forward. Hee, in the water, I might be faster than you, Ed. Oh? So, is this a challenge? Well, if you're not afraid of losing, I'll accept it. Alright then. I'm in on this fight. With a challenging look in her eyes, Tia extended the competition. Surprisingly, even Jintu joined in. Joe, I don't really get it, but it looks fun. So I'll do it, Joe. As a human, I can't afford to lose to hill people, El Tartan, Joe. Well then, once this stone drops, we'll start. The goal is that rock over there. Here we go. Tia picked up a small stone from the ground and flicked it with her finger. We all lined up, and as the stone slowly fell or sank. Now, here we go. Whoa! Tia shot forward at an incredible speed, while Jinta swam at a decent pace. I kissed the ground as I watched them go. Oh, I see. When using Hermes Dash, underwater, only my legs move at high speed, resulting in this kind of situation. Ha ha ha, I've learned something new again. I did it. I'm Numbi-Eroun. Wait, Ed, huh? It's a competition. Why is Ed walking? It's nothing, I said with a grin, trying to play it off as if it were nothing, all the while emitting a puff of smoke from my nose. Chapter 340, When an environment changes significantly, it takes time to adapt. Hey Ed, are you still going at it? Of course. Let's go. Oh. Having suffered a humiliating defeat in a speed race, I had been practicing the use of the Hermes Dash throughout the journey. It wasn't because I was bitter about losing, but rather because the means of high-speed movement were crucial for combat power. So, it wasn't because I was sore about losing. Absolutely not. Darn it, it's not going well. Honestly, the results weren't very promising. The resistance of the water was much stronger than I had imagined. If I walked at a normal pace, I wouldn't feel a thing, but as soon as I tried to move faster, my body's movements slowed down. For a mage like Tia, it might not be a problem, but for a swordsman like me, the difference in sensation was quite serious. I might need to get used to this seriously. During battles, should I assist you with my magic? No, that would change the sensation every time, and it would be even worse. I don't think I'll lose to those small fry, but I might not be able to react immediately. I understand. Leave it to me. With a smile on my face in response to Tia's request, I tightened my grip and resumed my training while moving. It had been a while since my body didn't move as I wanted it to. Ed. Tia. We're almost at the ruins, With that, 2 hours of travel seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Well, in reality, it probably took about 3 hours because of the various things I was doing. But it was a relief that neither of them complained. I'd repay this kindness with my work. Are these the ruins? It's a sturdier building than I expected. Standing in front of us was a square stone building covered in aquatic plants and shells on its walls. There were 4 square windows in the row vertically, so it was at least 4 stories tall. But since the bottom was buried in the ground, the actual number of floors was unclear. Despite its ancient appearance, the ruins didn't seem fragile. Contrary to what one might expect. Unless we went on a rampage, there didn't seem to be a risk of the ruins collapsing. This is the closest ruins to the town, and it's often used for training newbies like this, Honestly, we can't expect anything from relics like this, but you don't need to worry about traps, demonic beasts, and such, Ah, it brings back memories, I used to train here. That's reassuring. But what if you're not like us? What do you do during training? You look for relics hidden by veteran seniors or explain while looking at disarmed traps, There's also training for fleeing and hiding from someone playing the role of a demonic beast, which is different from outside because it's narrow and has walls, Oh, that sounds interesting. What do you think, Ed? Yeah, that might give us a better sense of how things work if we actually move our bodies. Got it. I'll get ready for that. Then, Saying that, Jinta entered the ruins by himself. We waited while moving around, and after about 30 minutes, Jinta came out. I'm ready, Ed and Tia, you need to find something like this. What's this? It's a fake relic used in times like this. There are several of them hidden near the entrance, Ah, but wouldn't they get stolen? Can't you take them and pretend you found them in the ruins? Stealing something like this would be less profitable than picking aquatic plants along the way. Besides, it's not an actual test or anything, so lying about it wouldn't serve any purpose. Ha ha ha, that makes sense. During a test, some people might resort to cheating to pass, but doing that during training was the same as doing nothing. Unless they wanted to show off among their peers, there was no reason to do something like that. I've hidden them somewhere in the ruins. As for the traps, if you trigger them, they'll make a noise or throw small stones at you. If you're hit by a stone, that part becomes unusable, and if you hit a vital spot, your training ends there, Joe. Also, during training, I will come out of nowhere to attack you, so if you get caught by me, you will fail, Joe. Got it. But just to confirm, is it okay to defeat you if you attack us? I'd prefer you didn't do that, Joe. Ed, at least, but if Tia were to use spirit magic or something, there's no way I could win, Joe. Bullying the weak is not a good thing, Joe. That's true. If I go all out, I could easily blow up this entire ruins. No, I really want you to stop, Joe. If you get hit by that, you'll die for sure. Wait. Leave Tia out of this for a moment. What about me? Are you saying that just based on the race earlier, I'm weaker than you? Well, that's right, Joe. There's no way Ed can move better than me, Joe. With a challenging look, Jinta laughed. Oh, really? He, I see. Just one race, and I've been underestimated this much. Fine. In that case, Jinta, I'll show you the result of my hours of effort. Joe. In that case, I'll make you taste the fear of being chased, Joe. With an audacious grin, I made Jinta disappear from the spot. It was our second match today, but I had no intention of losing this time. Alright, let's go, Tia. Yes. Don't overdo it, okay? That depends on how Jinta acts. And as soon as we entered the ruins, I noticed a thin thread stretched across the opening where a door had probably been. It was quite a devious trap, but I wasn't the kind to fall for something like this. What should we do? Disarm it? No, let's not. If this were a real trap, I would have cut the thread without hesitation. Even if it were a stone or an arrow, I could nullify it using my invincible skill, and Tia could use spirit magic to ensure no sound escaped. If we could handle it perfectly, triggering the trap was the easiest and the most reliable way to deal with it. But since this was just a training exercise, there was no point in overpowering it. Without the skills to disarm traps, I decided to elegantly bypass it. The thread is slanted, so we can go through either the top left or bottom right. I'll go ahead, Tia, please follow. Understood. Be careful. I nodded at Tia's words and started swimming through the water. However, as I passed the point where my upper body went through the trap, I noticed another thread in front of me. They're quite cautious. I tried to stop, but my body was floating in the water. If I were walking on the ground, I could stop instantly, but here, I couldn't come to a halt in an instant. Damn, it was just a few centimeters to full stop. However, my forward movement allowed the thread to touch my face, and I saw a small stone fly out from the gap on the left side. Even if it hit, it wouldn't hurt or itch, and the force underwater wasn't that strong. But, damn it, neither my hands nor feet touched a hard surface, and I couldn't move my body as quickly as I would in the air. Realizing that I couldn't avoid this situation by twisting my body, I caught the flying stone with my left hand. The small impact didn't even scratch my skin, but instead, Jinta's voice came from somewhere, rippling through the water. Joe. Ed's left hand is done for with this, Joe. Or should we pretend I gave you first aid this time? Joe. No need for that consideration. I dropped the small stone I had caught onto the floor and raised the corner of my lips. I see, this training seemed to be quite enjoyable. T/N, Mondays and Fridays are kinda hectic for me, so I'll compensate the chapters during Saturdays. Chapter 341, Victory's worth lies in being recognized by the opponent as the winner. Tia. Bottom right, third somewhat larger piece of debris. I'll hold this side, so please take care of it. Understood. There. Great. We carefully avoided or disarmed the numerous traps that were set up, moving forward. The configuration, taking full advantage of the underwater environment, was different from what we were used to on the surface, so we had to remain vigilant and watch our surroundings. Phew, we made it through. But, aren't there too many traps? Is this supposed to be a beginner's training? Even if you say that, how was it before? As I involuntarily voiced my complaint, Tia responded with a question. This made me dig up the fading memories of the past. In those memories, Jinta and I were exploring ruins together with trepidation. No, it wasn't this challenging. Well, it could be just a coincidence since I haven't done this specific training before. Back then, Jinta and I were both young and not particularly skilled treasure hunters. The ruins accessible to us had already been explored by many people, and any really dangerous traps would have been disarmed. What remained were inconsequential traps that occasionally caught us due to carelessness or oversight. I hadn't seen such an abundance of traps that were as blatantly designed to deter intruders as this. So, maybe they made it tougher because it's a training exercise? Possibly. Well, with this, we've mostly disarmed the traps in this room. It's time to search for our objective. With the assurance that our safety was guaranteed in this training, it made sense to make it more challenging. Satisfied with my own reasoning, we meticulously moved the debris in the room and began searching for the target artifact. However, there was still a possibility of remaining traps, and the fake artifact we were looking for was only about the size of the palm of our hand, easily hidden in the gaps between debris. So, we couldn't afford to let our guard down on multiple levels. If only I could use my left hand, it would be more efficient. Shouldn't you have opted for treatment after all? Even assuming it was a real trap, there was room for that. If the injury had been severe enough to render your arm unusable, I would have turned back to the town without entering the ruins. At least, that's what I would have done. Haha, I agree, but... well, it's a matter of pride for a man. You're quite stubborn, aren't you? Tia responded with a sigh, and I expressed my gratitude to her for putting up with me. Nevertheless, it wasn't just about the training. I couldn't accept being defeated right at the start. Oh well, no use dwelling on it. Tia. Yes. Upon my brief warning, Tia quickly hid behind some debris. Naturally, I also concealed myself behind nearby rubble as Jinta's figure appeared from the depths of the passage. Jia. I'm going to attack, Jia. A powerful and scary monster, Jia. Jinta sang this silly tune as he passed through the room. During such moments, if he noticed our tracks, Jinta would meticulously start searching the room. However, it seems he was going to let it slide this time. That was close. Alright, Tia, let's move to the next room. Got it. I don't want to fail at this point, so let's be careful. While continuing to disarm and bypass traps as needed, we searched for our goal throughout the ruins. It took about 3 hours. I found it in the corner of the ruins, on a sturdy shelf that still had a recognizable shape. There, I found the imitation artifact we were looking for. I couldn't help but voice my excitement and clenched my fist as I held onto the tiny fragment of success. At that moment, Jinta's voice echoed from behind. Jia. Finally found the artifact, huh? In that case, from here. Straight ahead and chase them, Jia. Damn. Tia. Understood. Jinta appeared, and we quickly fled in the opposite direction. Since combat was prohibited, sticking together would only make us a larger target. Jinta started chasing me directly, so I kicked the floor hard, contorting my body to dodge him. Just to make it clear, it's forbidden to go out through the windows, Jia. The training is about escaping through the narrow interior of the ruins to the entrance, Jia. I know. Jinta's movements, while not necessarily sharp, had a certain degree of momentum and, above all, were graceful. Having lived in the water since birth, he took for granted the characteristics of the underwater environment where the constraints of gravity were different and utilized them to his advantage. However, it wasn't as easy for me. In moments of quick judgment, I couldn't help but think of common ground from the surface world, and, above all, my body, which lived on land, moved slower in the water than Jinta's adapted body. Nonetheless, the room was filled with walls, floors, and ceilings, which allowed me to avoid him successfully, but how long would that last? Oh, what's wrong, Jia? You're not giving up, are you, Jia? I stopped suddenly, and Jinta, with a sly smile, asked. However, I didn't respond and slowly gripped the hilt of the sword hanging at my waist. What's wrong, Jia? Wait a minute. Using a weapon is not allowed, Jia? If you were to cut me, that would hurt, wouldn't it, Jia? Jinta, don't move from there. No. What are you talking about, Jia? This is just training, Jia. It's not a situation where you should injure me to win, Jia. Flustered, Jinta waved his hands dramatically in front of his face and raised his voice. Nevertheless, I didn't pay any attention and clearly envisioned my next move. This is underwater. Swinging a sword in the usual way would kill its momentum. What's needed is not strength but smoothness. Instead of cutting through the water, it's more like passing through the gaps in the water. Eh? Really, Joe? I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't think you would get this angry, Joe. Here, I'll kneel. I'm going to kneel, Joe. Bow your head, Joe. I'm sorry, Joe. In response to my shout, Jinto immediately performed a perfect bow. So I swung my arm gracefully towards the depths. Jisoo, Jiu? What's happening, Joe? What? Water is different from air. When you swing your arm vigorously on the surface, you'll only create a breeze. But underwater, if you swing your arm in the same way, the force will be conveyed over a considerable distance. That's why my blade, designed to cut through water, sliced the approaching fish-shaped monster from behind into two pieces. A fish-shaped demonic beast with a hammerhead-like form sank while scattering red mist. Witnessing this, Jinto opened his mouth wide in astonishment. Wait, when did the demonic beast get here, Joe? Hey, Jinto, just because it rarely happens doesn't mean it never does. Maybe we got too absorbed in our training and let our guard down? Yeah, it seems so, Joe. Jinto showed a strained smile with his sharp fangs clenching together. There must be various emotions swirling within him, but I just grinned and spoke to him. So, what now? Do we start over from here and continue the chase, or it's already decided, Joe? Jinto approached me in a hurry, and I continued standing without any concern. Then Jinto took my hand and showed a sly smile. Thank you for helping me, Joe. This training was a great success. Ed's win, Joe. Yeah. We shook hands firmly, and I accepted those words. We then walked out of the ruins with our arms around each other. Tia, who had apparently already escaped, stared at us with wide eyes. Wait, what? Did Ed get caught? I can't believe it, huh? Oh, now that you mention it, is that the case? Joe. Rather, I was caught by Ed, Joe. Joe, huh? Why are you both laughing? Leaving Tia confused, Jinto and I exchanged glances and burst into loud laughter. Chapter 342, If you ignore the designated route, it's no wonder the difficulty level jumps up. What, was that the case? Tia nodded in apparent agreement after hearing about the circumstances under which I and Jinto had come out together. Her gaze then shifted to Jinto, who was sitting nearby. But, Jinto, was that really okay? Ed still couldn't attack, so wouldn't it have been better to continue that way and win? It might be true, Joe. But since it was training to begin with, there were no winners or losers, Joe. Instead, it's good to know just how strong Ed is. Splitting a hammer shark in two from such a distance, how can anyone learn to do that, Joe? Well, that's a result of years of diligent training. I answered Jinto's question as I bit into a meatball during our lunch. In reality, I didn't possess any outstanding talent in swordsmanship or blacksmithing. Within the seemingly endless loop of time, I had spent a part of it on training. Truly, that was all there was to it. Jinto, you could probably do it if you wanted to, right? Effort doesn't guarantee success, but one thing is for sure, your commitment never betrays you. To achieve success, you need the evaluation of others, but what you've accumulated will always grow. However small the steps, with perseverance, they will eventually become a massive mountain that can pierce even the clouds. Joe, that's quite a cool way of speaking. I want to be able to say those kinds of lines to my juniors someday, Joe. Ha. Then work hard. I'll work hard, Joe. I'll become as strong as Ed, able to break through walls, Joe. Wall? What are you talking about? About the training earlier, Joe. For some reason, both of you deviated from the path and broke through the walls, Joe. I wondered why you were doing that. But now I get it, it was for more intense training, Joe. Wait, what do you mean? With a sense of foreboding at Jinto's words, I stopped eating and asked. He continued the conversation casually, all the while munching on Shati's homemade meatballs. In any case, the training earlier was meant to differentiate between dangerous areas and safe ones, Joe. So, I set up lots of traps in places you shouldn't pass, and in the safe areas, there were only a few simple traps, Joe. So normally, you'd only take the safe path, Joe. But you forcibly made your way through the area filled with traps. Wait. No, because if there are areas with lots of traps and areas with only a few obvious traps, Wouldn't you normally think that the latter is a bait? That it leads to even more dangerous traps? In that case, you'd end up at a dead end no matter where you went, Joe. Yeah, but that's why you need to assess which areas seem less dangerous among the dangerous ones and proceed carefully, right? Moreover, it was clear that the path with few traps was almost a straight line, and if we had taken that path, we probably wouldn't have explored a third of the ruins. I secretly activated auto-mapping to reconfirm the internal structure of the ruins from earlier. As expected, it was evidently a trap designed to guide and restrict movements. Well, since the other guy is a beginner, it's natural not to let them go to strange places where you can't see, right, Joe? Especially since it's just me this time, I restricted the areas where I expected you to move around a lot, Joe. I mean, hiding a relic somewhere within the entire ruins. There are plenty of places to search, like under rubble. Relics hidden under rubble are highly likely to be damaged and not worth much, Joe. Of course, there are exceptions, but you need to be an experienced treasure hunter with knowledge and experience to figure that out, Joe. That's why beginners should search for relics in easily recognizable places like shelves or boxes. My hidden relic, was it in an easy-to-find location, Joe? Yeah, it was. Hey, Jinta. Can I ask you something? So, what would this training have been like under normal circumstances? Tia asked, shredding her meatball into small pieces while eating, as I held my head in my hands. I didn't really want to hear the answer, but Jinta nonchalantly voiced it. To avoid places blocked by traps and advance through safe passages, Joe. You'd reach a room that way and then search the furniture and other things that retain their state until you find the relic. Repeat this in a few rooms until you find the relic, Joe. Along the way, I'd appear, but I'd approach while singing a song, and if you were hiding well enough that I couldn't see you, I wouldn't search the room, Joe. At the end, when you got the relic, I'd start pursuing you directly, but if you had stayed hidden in a safe passage here as well, I would pretend to have lost you, Joe. Oh, of course, if you make noise or something, it's different, Joe. So, using that, you guide me, and when it feels right, the training is over. Something like that, Joe. I see. So, in other words, Jinta was cornering Ed because Ed wasn't hiding or I wasn't leading him, right? That's right, Joe. If you just go straight and run away normally, there's no choice but to chase, Joe. Right. What do you think, Ed? As Tia grinned and looked in my direction, I maintained a sullen expression and remained silent. To think that my own preconceptions and misconceptions had needlessly increased the difficulty of the training. Well, you see, when Ed suddenly went in the direction with traps he wasn't supposed to, and what's more, when he broke through there, I was thinking, what should I do, Joe? But it turned out that the traps used by someone in a previous training session were still there, and that really saved me, Joe. And I also wondered why Ed did something like that, but after hearing the current story, I finally understand, Joe. Truly, Ed is a man who never skips a day of training, a diligent one, Joe. Well, I guess. He. As Jinta spoke with an air of respect, I answered while discreetly turning my face away. It felt like Tia, right beside me, was struggling to contain her laughter, but it was probably just my imagination, so I completely ignored it. Alright. Anyway, if the training was a success, does that mean you'll be okay with proper relic exploration from now on? Of course, Joe. With this, next time, even if it's nearby ruins, it should be safe to enter normally, Joe. In that case. Hey, Tia, how long are you going to keep laughing? Well, I'm not laughing. Eek. As Tia continued to convulse, I poked her unprotected side with my finger. She flinched, and her emerald eyes glared at me. What are you doing? Ed, you pervert. I'm not a pervert. Come on, finish your meal and let's do some sparring in the afternoon. I want to get used to combat movements a bit more. Alright. Is Jinta going to do it too? Of course, he is. Right, Jinta? Joe? Will I not be cut in half? You won't. And in simple terms, right now, you are probably better? If those demonic beasts hadn't attacked back then, there's no denying I might have been caught. Unlike us, Jinta's body and consciousness are optimized for operating underwater. If it's anything goes, my victory doesn't change, but in a simple chase, he might just win. Actually, this wide and empty place might be tougher. That's why Jinta, you should join us. Let's get stronger together, shall we? Getting stronger together. What a romantic line, Joe. Alright, I got it, Joe. I'll train together. As if those words had struck a chord in his heart, Jinta stuffed the remaining meatballs into his mouth with immense enthusiasm. His motivation showed in the training, and we concluded a fulfilling first day. Chapter 343, Since a sudden explosion is frightening, I want to start by steadily stacking. On the first day, we confirmed that we were reasonably mobile, and the subsequent training went smoothly. After a week of acclimatization, we, including Jinta, who had no experience as a miner, embarked on a light expedition, including camping, while addressing any issues that arose. We became proficient by completing these tasks. It had been roughly 2 months since we arrived in this world, and on that day, we finally set out on a full-fledged relic expedition. Oh, I've really borrowed it, Joe. What are you saying now? Weren't you all excited before we rented it? Well, this is different, Joe. Jinta, who was flustered, raised his voice from inside the vehicle, which looked like an overturned chestnut. This was the ship of this world, equivalent to a carriage in our terms, and, of course, Tei was also on board. So this is the inside of the ship. Great, I can see through the front. Tei's attention was focused on some strange material through which the other side could be seen. Is it glass? Or not? What is this made of? It's the carapace of a glass shrimp, Joe. It's lightweight, sturdy, and transparent, so that's what's mostly used for the front of the ship. I see. There are convenient things here. By the way, the ship was divided into roughly 4 sections. The lower front was the warehouse, the rear was the engine room, the upper front was the steering room, and the rear was the waiting room. The transparent material was only used in the upper front section, while the rest was made of something deep green. Probably also a material from a demonic beast. So, let's depart, Joe. Ed, which way should we go? Hold on a second. In response to Jinta's question, I confirmed the direction with the Akashic compass. As always, I couldn't determine the exact distance to the destination, but this time, the target was the nearest relic with a selling value of over 100,000 shells, so it shouldn't be too far. By the way, shell is the currency of this world, and when you compare 10,000 shells to our sense of value and the prices in this world, it's roughly equivalent to about 10 silver coins. Honestly, it's not much different from the rental fee for the ship, but if we target relics that are too expensive, there's a chance we might end up going to ridiculously distant places. So, as a first step, this amount seems reasonable. What a mystery, no matter how many times I look at it, Joe. Does it contain information about the ruins? Yeah, that's right. If you've been there at least once, you can also find the exact location, but it wasn't in that area, after all. The combination of the auto-mapping and their Akashic compass is handy on the battlefield, but it can only be used within the reflected area of the auto-mapping. So, in cases like this where you're going to a new place for the first time, it's naturally unusable. However, the terrain changes over time, and that can't be helped, Joe. That's right. Now, the direction is that way. Roger, Joe. Then, let's set sail, Joe. When Jinta stepped on the pedal at the base of the control stick, the ship vibrated slightly and started to move. A magical device that created water flow began to eject water from a hole in the rear of the ship. Wow, the scenery is passing by. It's faster than I thought. Unlike horse-drawn carriages on the ground, there are no roads or obstacles here. It's a magical device, so it doesn't get tired, and it's comfortable. Joe, it's a treasure hunter's ship, so it's fast, of course. If ordinary people use cargo ships, they're even smaller, and the beasts like aqua turtles that move them are slower, Joe. Oh, so that's how it is. Actually, that's far more common, Joe. While you can find a fair number of magical devices that create water currents, relics are still relics and come with a corresponding price, Joe. Unless you're a large trading company moving a significant amount of cargo at high speeds, you'd be overwhelmed, Joe. I see. I'd like to ride on one of those ships someday. Listening to Jinta's explanation, Tia spoke with an excited expression. As they continued their conversation, the ship quickly reached the intended ruins. The distance that would take about a week on foot, or just regular swimming, only took around 5 hours with this ship. We've arrived, Joe. And there really are ruins, Joe. Well, of course there are. You didn't believe it? It's not that, Joe. But when you see it for real, it's quite surprising, Joe. So, let's start investigating, Joe. Excited by the fact that there were indeed ruins, Jinta leapt out of the ship without delay. In our haste to follow him, we found Jinta examining the ruins walls nonchalantly. Joe, I see. Judging by the era, these are ruins from the late period. Wow, you can tell? I can tell with a super rough categorization, Joe. The margin of error should be within 1,000 years, Joe. Can you really say that about 1,000 years? Don't sweat the small stuff, Joe. There are no recent signs of people coming and going here, so this looks promising, Joe. Now, let's begin our ruins exploration, Joe. Calling 1,000 years small stuff, even the elves wouldn't say that. Phew. Well, as long as he's having fun, it's all good, right? We watched Jinta eagerly enter the ruins, smiling and shrugging our shoulders. Of course, we soon followed, and the exploration began. The interior of the square-shaped ruins was made up of smooth, white walls, and the water plants and moss covering the surface easily came off with a simple touch. These walls have a strange material. Could it be like the ship, made from the shells of demonic beasts? I wonder. It does feel different from metal, though. The walls of late-period ruins are usually like this, Joe. By the way, the oldest ones have metal walls, and the next are stone walls, Joe. Huh? Shouldn't stone and metal be the other way around? Why is the order like that? Who knows? That's the realm of historians and such, so I have no idea, Joe. I see. This civilization or species is truly full of mysteries. As we talked, we thoroughly examined the interior of the ruins. It would be more efficient to split up for exploration, but it would be unwise to be alone in an unknown place. Carefully and meticulously, we ignored Jinta's theory and investigated every nook and cranny, from the gaps in the fallen debris. Wait. Hey, come here. Under the rubble, I found something that looked like a small door on the floor. When I called out, the two of them approached and leaned in. What's this, Joe? Are there square lines on the floor? Well, I think it's probably a door or a lid or something like that. Look, when you tap it, it makes a slightly different sound, right? Indeed. But there are no handles or anything. How do we open it? That's the question. It was a perfect square, about 50 centimeters on each side, tightly sealed. When touched, it had the same smooth texture as the walls. Even at the line that seemed to be the border, there was no indication of anything to grip, so trying to lift it would be futile. Is there a chance that it opens when pushed? That's a bit too straightforward, isn't it? Besides, if it opens that easily, someone walking above might accidentally trigger it. Or maybe that's the point. On the surface, it seemed to be a defective product that would open when stepped on. But this was underwater. Even if people were swimming or, at best, had reduced their weight significantly, treading on it might not cause a response unless you pushed down with all your strength. Well, let's give it a try. I placed my hands on the part that seemed like it might open on the inside of the lines and pushed with all my might. But the floor remained unmoved, and there was no noticeable change. TCH, it's too simple for that. If it were that easy, someone would have opened it already. Huh? Didn't it just glow now? Oh, did it? Sorry, I didn't notice. I see. But, surrounding brightness made it extremely hard to see, but after about 3 seconds of my hand being in contact with the surface, I suddenly felt a bluish-white light run across the inside of the lines. Was it a reflection of light? But in this entire water-filled space where everything seemed to be a light source. Wait, what was that voice in my head? Presence of the Demon King factor confirmed. Initiating the release of gate key ohms omega and GHH. A mysterious voice echoed in my head. Simultaneously, the part 1 had touched disappeared, and I awkwardly fell to the floor. Chapter 344, Dreams and Romance are important, but it's even more crucial to translate them into reality. Goo, it hurts. What's going on? Are you okay, Ed? Oh, you're turning red. It looks painful. Why did the floor suddenly disappear? Strange things are happening, Joe. Rubbing my throbbing forehead, Tia expressed concern, and Jinta seemed worried about the suddenly opened floor. From the looks of it, it seems like I was the only one who heard that voice. Well, that's convenient for me. Tia is fine. But explaining about the Demon King to Jinta was quite troublesome. But still, what's the Demon King factor? Can't be opened without a Demon King? So, this ruin wasn't made by hill people, El-Tartab, but by the Demon King? Or did El-Tartan use the Demon King's power? Even though it was just a few words, they sparked so many questions. But, because they were so short, it only led to wild guesses. I need more information. Hey Ed, what's inside the hole? You won't know anything if you stay in that spot. Oh, right. The depth of the uncovered hole was about 15 centimeters. Moving my body aside to take a closer look, there was a black rod about 20 centimeters inside. What's that? A sword? It's an odd shape though. Seems like a key. A 5-centimeter handle with something resembling a guard, atop it, a 15-centimeter blade. Both were square rods, but the blade had irregular and numerous square indentations. Since the voice earlier mentioned gate key ohms, surely there must be a door that opens with this key? Like, a door that opens with the key hidden inside a secret vault. There might be some incredible treasure sleeping there, Joe. Quickly. Hurry and find that door, Joe. Got it. Well then, let's search for it. Calming down the excited Jinta, I tucked the key I held into my waist pouch. And so, the exploration of the ruin resumed. Can't find the door. Though we've explored almost every reachable place, we couldn't find a door that seemed to fit this key. We managed to discover several relics, so it could be called a partial success, but it's hard to deny the feeling of incomplete accomplishment. If we've searched this much, could it be in a different ruin? Ed? Let me check. Considering that the water had turned considerably red, further exploration wasn't practical. It lacked romance, but I reluctantly activated the Akashic Compass. Manifest, Akashic Compass. The placed search is where this key opens a door. In response, a huge door was projected within a metal frame. After its disappearance, the normal compass pointed in a direction. But even with discreetly combining it with auto-mapping of travel footprints, the location couldn't be pinpointed. Since the area of this ruin had been almost entirely documented, it was confirmed that the door wasn't here. However, there was one more significant realization. Hey Ed, didn't that door just now have two keyhole-like things? Yeah, it did. Which means there's another key similar to this. The door, with a mysterious shape where white and black chased each other, had a hole in each respective part. Considering it was referred to as gate key ohms apostrophe and not just gate key, it was expected that there was at least one more thing called gate key. However, having just one more was fortunate. If there were 3 or 4, it would have been challenging to find them. The last resort would be as extreme as during Nico's world, slipping only the door through their mirage shift, but this time, I genuinely wanted to investigate the ruin where the key existed. In that case, Jinta, about what's next? Of course, we're gonna find another key, Joe. Then we'll open that weird patterned door and get the treasure inside, Joe. Responding with enthusiasm, Jinta seemed charged up. But even so, I couldn't just agree like that. Is it okay? I mean, we know the direction of another key or door, but we have no idea how far it might be, you know? It could take months, or even years. Ugh. I'd be seriously troubled if it took that many years, Joe. I do want to be home for my coming-of-age day, Joe. So, how about we search within a reasonable range? For now, let's aim in that direction while conducting regular archaeological explorations. If it looks dicey time-wise, we can always return to Talay for a bit. Is that not doable, Joe? If that works for you, Jinta, it's fine. We're not in a hurry, and besides, we could always come back and search properly as accomplished treasure hunters after you have become an adult. Oh, in that case, no problem at all, Joe. Joe, getting such a massive discovery and goal on my first archaeological expedition. This might truly leave a mark in history. That'd be nice. Depending on what lies beyond the door, there's a real possibility that Jinta's name might be etched into history. Jinta may only possess the abilities on par with an ordinary person, perhaps due to the long period of inactivity by the Demon King, but he's still a hero. If there's an opportunity, he definitely has the potential to shine. Well, considering it as a long-term goal, let's call it a day and head back to the ship for rest. True. Are we heading to another ruin tomorrow? Or returning to town for now? I thought the trip would take 2 or 3 days, but it ended in half a day. With that in mind, I think it's okay to visit one more ruin. What do you think, Jinta? True, Joe. We still have plenty of provisions, and if it's a ruin we can reach in about 3 days, I think it's worth visiting one more, Joe. Then that's the plan. It'd be really helpful if we knew the distance, though everyone has things they can't do. Besides, knowing just the direction is significant, right? Right, Joe. And the more we travel the world, the broader the range we can understand with that magical tool, Joe. So, that's another exciting aspect. I see, that's an interesting way to think about it. The more we travel, the more effective it becomes. It's a perspective that's not very familiar to me, who has been banished from worlds for a short time. But if that's the case, indeed, traveling the world will become more enjoyable. Even if it becomes meaningless once I move to another world, the memories engraved alongside the records will remain eternal within me as memories. Foo-fa-foo. In that case, I'll travel the world with the aim of exploring every bit of it. Hey, Jinta, what's at the end of this world? And other places like if you could reach here, it's amazing, huh? I don't know what's at the end of the world either, Joe. As for a place like if you could reach here, it's amazing. Oh, there's a place called the Bottomless Abyss, Joe. It's always dark in there, even during the day, and they say anyone who ventures in never returns, Joe. Oh really? Exploring the bottom of that valley sounds exciting. Jaha? What are you saying, Joe? That doesn't sound fun at all, Joe. What's wrong with exploring unknown places? And there might be incredibly valuable relics there, don't you think? Sure, it might be romantic, but I don't want to die, Joe. I'm the type who wants to grasp the surface of romance safely and comfortably, considering reality. Oh. Jinta, you're more cautious than I thought. Of course, Joe. If you mix romance and aspirations with reality, you'll end up dead in no time, Joe. I want to leave a legend behind while staying alive, Joe. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Let's head back to the ship already, especially before it gets dark. Interrupting our conversation, Tia clapped her hands to get our attention. Led by her, we safely returned to the ship without any trouble and had our dinner before crawling into our sleeping bags. And thus, our first serious exploration of ruins came to a successful end, creating new goals along the way. Chapter 345, Whether someone prioritizes enjoyable things or troublesome matters reveals their personality. Kaya, rubbing something flat near its mouth to produce a high-pitched cry, was a colossal hermit crab-like magical beast, carrying a shell as large as a house. Its protruding eyes locked onto me, and it swung claws as big as my body at a tremendous speed. Ha! Your rough attacks won't hit. Having been in this world for 4 months, I'd acquired the method of moving by kicking water instead of swimming. I swiftly dodged by stepping into the water lightly. Using the turbulent currents, I moved above the hermit crab and swung my sword. Clang. TCH, the shell is still tough. Then. Tia. Manifest, cyclone. One more, cyclone. Without a firm stance, it's difficult to cut through hard objects. In response to my shout, 2 tornadoes extended from Tia's hands, taking position in front of the hermit crab. By using magic to summon a whirlwind underwater, it generated swirling currents ahead. By the way, there's ordinary water-based magic that can stir up whirlpools, but apparently, in complete underwater environments like this, it's challenging to control. Well, that's more of a specialized matter. Kaiwa? Question mark. 2 swirling vortexes rotating outward captured each of the hermit crab's left and right claws, restraining them. It seemed powerful enough to not crush the joints and tear off its arms, but enough to prevent attacks for several seconds. Jinta, leave it to me, Joe. Jinta, darting straight out from behind Tia, fearlessly pierced through the swirling currents with his spear in hand, heading straight for the hermit crab's face. Being a hero with expertise in spears, his strike was incredibly sharp. The spear's tip penetrated the gaping mouth of the hermit crab and seemed to pierce its brain inside. At that moment, the hermit crab's body twitched. It might not escape death at this point, but creatures can move even in such a state. As Tia's magic wore off, and the randomly swinging claw attempted to crush Jinta nearby, exactly at that moment, HMPH, my sword, in a defensive position, sliced off the claw from its joint. The massive claw spun in the water. And thus, the magical beast that had become the master of these ruins, without even a final struggle, died. Ha ha. Look, it's a complete victory for us. Well done, Jiu. We really won, Jiu. We're amazing, Jiu. In the now empty room devoid of intruders, the three of us, myself, Tia, and Jinta, high-fived each other enthusiastically. However, Jinta's hand was slightly trembling, seemingly still unable to calm down. What's up, Jinta? Still nervous? Nah, it's just defeating such a huge magical beast. Considering it's been 3 months, you have done well to achieve that. Quite impressive. Want to boast a bit more? But you can't fight something like this when we're not around. Okay, I get it, Jiu. If I were alone, I'd just run away from seeing it from afar, Jiu. Ha ha ha. Yeah, that's about right. You are, after all, just a treasure hunter. When delving into ruins, encountering magical beasts unexpectedly was unavoidable. However, subduing powerful magical beasts was the duty of the guards in this world. It was foolish to entertain ideas of claiming ruins just by defeating them and could hardly be a topic for drinking conversations. Well, anyway, with this, we can probably investigate this room. I think what we're looking for should be here. Despite the mismatched task of magical beast extermination, we were searching for something, guided by the lost item obsessed compass, Akashic compass, indicating that the second key was here. It had been over 3 months since finding the first one. We had explored more than 10 ruins already. The needle on the compass had significantly deviated just as we were considering returning to Tulai soon. Which meant the destination was close. As the culmination of pre-adult ruins exploration, that's why we came here. But did we really? Oh? Hey, Ed, Jinta. Isn't this it? Approaching Tia, who was happily calling out, I saw indeed drawn on the floor a square of 50 centimeters in both width and length. Jiu, it's just like it was at that time, Jiu. Hey, Ed, quickly try to open it. Alright. Then. Huh? Prompted by the two, I placed both my hands within the drawn lines and exerted force. But there was no faint bluish light like before, nor any mysterious voice echoing in my head. Huh? No reaction at all? That's odd. HMPH. Rubbing it, hitting it, trying everything, but the lid showed absolutely no response. What's going on? What's wrong, Ed? No, it just won't open. Really? But if it won't open for Ed, then who? Oh, maybe there's a different condition or something? I had told Tia about the phrase I heard when I opened the previous lid. The condition for it to open was having the Demon King factor. Different conditions? Conditions opposing the Demon King would be, hey, Jinta. Put your hand here for a moment and try applying some force, will you? Me, Jiu? Sure thing. Jiha. As Jinta placed his hand within the lines at my request, a faint bluish light, just like before, flashed, and then the part of the lid turned into particles of light, disappearing. Jinta, losing support due to that, almost toppled forward, but I swiftly reached out to support him, anticipating his movement. Whoa, you okay? I heard something weird, Jiu. Something about you Shine Sheen and Gate Key Alpha. Gate Key Alpha, could it be this? Adjusting his posture, Jinta pulled out a metal rod around 20 centimeters long from the opened hole. Its pure white appearance resembled the gate key ohms that I had obtained. Is this the key you have, but in a different color? This one's white. Yeah, it seems that way. The mechanism of the lid is almost the same. It's highly unlikely that this is completely unrelated. So, with this, do we have both keys? If so, Jinta's eyes sparkled like that of a boy. Understanding that excitement painfully well, a smile naturally spread across my face. Ultimately, no matter how much we investigated, we couldn't obtain information about what this key is. But if indeed the keys themselves were gathered first, then there was only one thing left to do. Yeah, all that's left is to go to where the door is. Well, we still need to search for the location of that door. What do you think, Jinta? Shall we go back to town for now? Jiu, after coming this far, going back. I know when the day for the coming-of-age ceremony is, Jiu. If I return to Tulai a month. No. A week before that, it should be enough. It's a special day, right? It might not be good to cut it so close, right? Well, if we go straight back without any detours, we can reach Tulai from here in about 2 weeks. The coming-of-age ceremony is in 3 months, so if you stick it out until the last minute, you could probably explore for another 2 months or so. Jinta, wearing a troubled expression, tilted his head so much it seemed it might snap off. His inner thoughts were probably intensely wavering between reality and romance. It's not like the door's going to run away. If you're that worried, why not search for it after the coming-of-age ceremony, or, we could leave you in town, and only pinpoint the location of the ruins with the door. Then, once the ritual is done, we can go immediately, right? That does feel a bit unfair to Ed and the others, Jiu. Plus, I want to enjoy the adventure of getting there as well. But it also feels wrong to keep you in town just for me, Jiu. Jiu. It's nothing to worry about. We can easily pass the time our way. It would be troublesome if someone said, wait for years, but on the way back, exploring ruins, buying souvenirs, that will take up time too. So waiting for Jinta in Tulai would be roughly just a little over a month, right? That's enough time to explore the town, search nearby ruins, and if anything, chatting with Liti-chan about souvenirs will probably make time fly by. Jiu, that's definitely true, Jiu. Well then, sorry, but can we leave the door for later and return to town? Sure thing. Then, shall we head triumphantly to Tulai? Yeah. Jiu. The decision was made, and we left the ruins, returning to the ship. Then, the ship set course straight for Tulai. But along the way, I lost consciousness. Chapter 346. If you can't find an answer even if you worry, not worrying is also an option. What? While holding my dizzy head, I somehow managed to get up. Yes, I got up. So, does that mean I was lying down? It's dark. No, more importantly, Tia. Jinta. Are you there? Ow. I'm fine. I'm okay too, Jiu. What on earth happened, Jiu? My desperate shouts received immediate responses nearby, and while I heaved a sigh of relief, I checked the surroundings next. This was the ship's steering room. The emergency lighting illuminates the ship's interior without any noticeable damage, and concerns about flooding. No, that shouldn't have been necessary from the start. Damn, still a bit of uneasiness lingers. It's pitch black around here, Jiu. When did it turn into night, Jiu? Fainting out of nowhere. What's going on? Doesn't feel like we were under attack. Don't know. Anyway, let's try to organize the situation for now. Gathering in the center of the room, under the light, we exchanged words. Since there didn't seem to be a sense of imminent danger, I'd prioritize understanding the current situation. First off, that we got the second key, but because of Jinta's coming-of-age ceremony, we set sail toward Tulai. Right? If there's any discrepancy in this, it's pretty serious, I think. I'm fine, I remember the same. Just riding the ship normally, and Jinta started moving the ship. Maybe around 2 hours? I felt the water getting slightly reddish, so around that time, right? Probably, Jiu. Then suddenly the ship shook, and it felt like my whole body was being squeezed. Everyone fainted. And then we woke up in this situation. Seems like everyone recalled things the same way. But that also meant no new information. Especially the fact that we all fainted simultaneously was concerning. I don't think it was an attack if I couldn't prevent it, but I don't get it. Let's start investigating from what we can understand for now. Saying that, I tried to activate auto-mapping to know our current location. Even if the ship drifted while we were unconscious, auto-mapping should have been activated, so we should be able to quickly figure out our approximate location. Huh? Not showing up? Then manifest Akashic Compass. For some reason, auto-mapping didn't activate. So I tried to activate Akashic Compass, but still, Nothing appeared on my hand. Then, I even tried using invincible, copy and fake, and even limit break, but none of my abilities showed any sign of activation. What have you been doing, Joe? Ed? Could it be? Yeah. Seems like my powers don't work here. While Jinta tilted his head in wonder at Tia's surprising words, I responded with an expression that couldn't be more bitter. My banishment skill, the Demon King's power, wasn't activating. This was an extremely serious situation. Normally, I should investigate the cause, but luckily or unluckily, there's only one place that comes to my mind where the Demon King's power doesn't work. Is this where the Demon King is sealed? Joe? Why would Ed's magical tool not working mean the Demon King is sealed here, Joe? No, well, forget it. Let's just check outside a bit. If the Demon King was here, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. I suggested that, and Jinta lightly frowned. It's so dark, isn't it dangerous to go outside, Joe? I'll use my light magic, so it's okay. So, I'm going to. Yeah, please. What about you, Jinta? If you think it's dangerous, you can stay here, don't say stupid things, Joe. Of course, I'm going to. Being left alone in a place like this would mean I'd be the first to die in a story. Oh, I see. Then let's all go together. So the three of us disembarked from the ship, and slowly Tia started chanting elemental magic. Gather the light, praise the yellow moon, the orb of the full moon housing the dim light, the dual-eyed spirit eye. Break through darkness with shining and twinkling. Under the name of Lunarisha, manifest, fairy light. After Tia finished chanting, a floating ball of light gently rose from her hand. However, what it illuminated was just endless darkness. Please, shine a bit brighter. At Tia's anxious plea, the intensity of the light ball increases. As a result, our shadows elongated, but still, there's nothing but darkness in the world. In other words, over a considerable area, there's nothing the light was revealing. Even though it's so bright, it's still pitch dark. Yeah. Hey Jinta, just confirming, but in the area where our ship was sailing, was there such an open space? Impossible. Yeah, no kidding. Even when looking down, there wasn't a single pebble rolling on the black floor, shining white from the reflection of light. Given that at this point, it was already something entirely different from the usual ground, it was obvious that this wasn't a corner of any normal world. What should we do, Ed? It seems difficult to return if we just wander around. Yeah, that's true. Oh? Just as I pondered what to do, I suddenly felt a slight vibration from my waist. I hurriedly reached in to check, and the trembling came from the black key. Something's shaking, Joe. It seemed Jinta felt the same. He also took out the recently acquired white key from his waist pouch, and beams of light extended from each key. Wow! What in the world is happening? A path of light. Doesn't this seem like an invitation? Yeah. But well, we don't really have another choice but to get on this, right? A shining black line extended from the black key and a dazzling white one from the white key, carving a path in the dark world. I tried moving the keys around, but the direction indicated by the lines remained the same. Even if we were to stray off course, it seemed unlikely that we would get lost. Well then, let's accept the invitation. So, could it be that we were transported to this strange place because we gathered these keys? It seems highly likely, but isn't the response a bit slow? Normally, wouldn't it react as soon as you obtain them? I agree with that, but look at this response. Right. If the trigger was collecting the keys, then we should have been transported the moment Jinta got the key. It's certainly a delicate line being a few hours late, but it's also a fact that the keys are reacting right now. Joe, you both always ponder over complicated stuff. If it's about that much, it could just be an error. It's better to accept it with an open mind. Joe, an error? Ah, is that even a plausible thought? I don't know even if I think about it, so it doesn't really matter which one. More importantly, reaching the location of the door before the coming-of-age ceremony is far more crucial. I'll be able to brag about this to my friends. Joe, Jinta, you're really something. I genuinely admire that unwavering and undisturbed way of life. If one can expand the spirit of don't sweat the small stuff to that extent, it feels like you could reduce about 70% of life's worries. Are you subtly mocking me? That's not true. Right, Tia? You're asking me? Yeah, I think having no worries is a good thing. That's right, Joe. Since half of the worries are about worrying itself, not worrying is a very smart and effective way to live a comfortable life, Joe. What should we do? Despite sounding incredibly dumb, he also sounds incredibly clever. Jinta, you're really something. While being somewhat impressed by Jinta's remarks that seemed to express some truths, we walked through the darkness guided by the light. After about 10 minutes of walking, we arrived at a door with a design resembling the white and black orbs chasing each other that we had seen before. Its imposing figure stood out vividly in the darkness as if it were emitting light itself, making it impossible to mistake. However, there was one crucial difference from that time. For some reason, the tightly closed door, once firmly shut, was now slightly ajar. Chapter 347. The value of treasure is not solely monetary. Joe? The door is open, Joe. We went through so much trouble collecting those keys, but could it be someone got here before us, Joe? No, I don't think so. While holding back Jinta, who was trying to swim towards the door while yelling, we cautiously approached the side of the door. I can't imagine anyone else fulfilling the conditions to obtain those keys besides us. However, I can't assert that there aren't other keys obtainable under different conditions than the ones we possess. But there's no one else around, and the door was barely open, just enough for a fist-sized gap. It's not spacious enough for a person to pass through. In that case, rather than someone passing through and forgetting to close it, it feels like it's opening on its own, right? Then, is the treasure inside safe, Joe? It might be safe. If there's treasure, that is. According to my understanding, the sealed Demon King should be inside here. But since we had no information until now, there's still a possibility of the treasure that Jinta was hoping for. Perhaps it's an amazing magical tool utilizing the Demon King's power. Huh? Does that mean there's a higher possibility of treasure than I initially thought? Well, whatever. We'll find out once we open it. Jinta, I'll leave that key to you. Tia, stay alert just in case anything happens. Understood. Got it, Joe. Everyone swiftly acted upon my words. There were black and white holes on either side of the door. I inserted the black key sword into the black hole on the left side, and with a heavy sensation and a zzz sound, it snugly fit in. As I glanced sideways, Jinta had finished inserting his key as well. And as I looked back, Tia, who was standing in front of the door, nodded slightly after pulling out her sword. All right, here we go. On the count of 3, turn the keys. 1, 2, 3. Joe, with a firm twist of the key, there was a clicking sound, and the door began to open. The door, divided into black and white, disappeared into the outer frame as if being sucked in, leaving behind a dark passage leading deeper from a golden frame about 3 meters in diameter. It's open, but it's pitch black inside. Joe, shall we go? I'll go first, then Jinta, followed by Tia. Jinta, don't try to escape on your own, even if things get tough, unless I instruct you otherwise. If you act recklessly, I might not be able to protect you. So, same as usual, right? Got it, Joe. Okay. Tia, the light, please. Sure. Arranging ourselves in formation, we stepped into the darkness. Even though it was equally dark inside and outside, for some reason, the spread of light seemed worse here, and it felt rather chilly. It feels more like falling than walking forward. If our feet weren't on the ground, we wouldn't know which way is up or down. That's right. It's easy to go deeper, but it feels like we absolutely shouldn't get out. Why are both of you saying such scary things, Joe? We should be having a more fun conversation here. Having a fun conversation in this situation seems quite challenging. Jinta, do you have any ideas? Then, when we get the treasure, SHH. Despite Jinta starting to speak, I immediately stopped him. It was still dark in front of us. However, I sensed a definite presence and a feeling of discomfort ahead. I gestured behind me to alert everyone, then cautiously moved forward. What awaited us was a figure seated on a vividly red throne in this black world, a figure that bore a striking resemblance to me but with half of it encroached by something white. You've arrived. Ed? There's an Ed here looking really unwell, Joe? But Ed is also here with us, Joe? What's going on, Joe? Calm down, Jinta. That's probably The Demon King. The Demon King? The one that was sealed by Hill people, Eltartan, a long time ago. The Demon King, Joe? Why is that here? And why does it have the same face as Ed? Sorry, Jinta. If you're curious about that, I'll explain later. Right now, can we prioritize hearing what this one has to say? The Demon King in front of us clearly looked worn out, and my intuition was signaling that time was running out. I felt bad for Jinta, but I didn't want to allocate time for a discussion that could wait any time. Oh, okay, Joe. But you have to tell me later. Ed and I are comrades, so there should be no secrets, Joe. Comrades, huh? Right. I promise. Then, I'll listen quietly, Joe. Jinta easily closed his mouth as he was told. His consideration and demeanor pleased me, and inwardly, I couldn't help but smile as I turned back to the Demon King. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Kept waiting, huh? He. Yes, indeed, I waited. For a really long time. But it seems like I made it just in time. That's good to hear. By the way, when you say made it just in time, of course, for the collapse of this world. What? At the Demon King's words, all of us gasped. Particularly, Jinta seemed to be desperately holding back, perhaps to keep the promise he made earlier. However, I had anticipated that statement since I saw the Demon King's appearance. I had a vivid recollection of that white entity encroaching on half of its body. Indeed, if I had failed in segregation, it might have ended up something like that. There isn't much time left, but there's much that needs to be explained. And also, Jinta, right? He's a resident of this world, right? In that case, I want to talk to him properly. Me? You want to talk to me, Joe? Yes. That's why. Let me start from the beginning. After a brief exhale, the Demon King leaned back on the throne. However, only the right half of his body was moving. The left half was being consumed by that white something, and there wasn't even a sign of movement in his fingertips. Long ago, in this world, there used to be the surface world. Although the majority was dominated by water, about a third was land. And I descended there as an outsider. At that time, I didn't have sophisticated thoughts that could be called self-awareness. I was more like an infant throwing tantrums without any particular reason. As a result, I was eventually defeated by the hero who came from the waters. Ha, you lost. That's right. The Demon King being defeated by a hero. Is that so surprising? Well, it's not about that, but why? Can you continue? During my second cycle, after I was banished from this world, Alexis and Wafa defeated the Demon King. So, it's not surprising that the Demon King was defeated by a hero. But then why is this one here? And why now, when I've returned to this world? The mysteries were endless, but the answers should be revealed soon enough. Understood. After being defeated by the hero, or rather, my soul. I'm not sure if I can call it that, but as a pure concentration of power, drifted in this world, and then encountered a certain existence. It was the god, Nuo, who created this world. You met a god, Joe? Wait, are gods really real? Seemingly unable to contain himself any longer, Jinta finally raised his voice. He hastily covered his mouth with both hands when we all turned our gaze towards him, but the Demon King spoke to Jinta with a gentle expression. Ah, they exist. Nuo is still watching over you. But that's a different story. Anyway, I met Nuo, and we exchanged our wills. Beings unaffected by the passage of time. We conversed for what could be considered an instant or eternity, and before I knew it, a firm sense of self had formed within me. Therefore, I told Nuo, I want to express my gratitude to you for giving me a sense of myself. Is there anything I can do? Then Nuo said he wanted me to oversee the world above the water. Underwater was his domain, but the outside was different. I decided to fulfill that wish, and Nuo prepared the necessary body for that purpose. As a result, I became not an outsider but a member of this world. Integrated into the logic of the world, an existence living and dying in this place. Everything you call Hilpil, Eltartan are all my subjects. A colossal revelation suddenly came to light. Suppressing my astonishment, we waited for the Demon King to continue his story. Chapter 348. What's important is not being right, but whether one can find personal conviction. Hill people, Eltartan, are the Demon King's subjects? Then, what was the history we've been taught all this time? The truth spoken by the Demon King was an astounding shock, perhaps for those living in this world, unlike for me and Tia, the outsiders. Jinta's voice echoed almost like a scream. However, in a different sense, I turned to Jinta. Jinta? Your manner of speaking, huh? This isn't, Joe. What the heck is going on, Joe? No, that's a bit too late to say. Come to think of it, you said that you adopted that way of speaking because of someone's influence. Is that perhaps your normal way of speaking? That's not it, Joe. There's absolutely no chance of that happening. I've been speaking like this for the past 2 years, Joe. 2 years? That's fairly recent. Well, never mind. While there was room for banter, listening to the Demon King's story took precedence now. As we regained our focus, the Demon King resumed the narrative. Let's continue. I mentioned born and die, but I myself am ageless. My body could be harmed and lost, but my soul remained unshaken by such trivialities. So, I could quickly mend physical damage, essentially possessing eternal youth and immortality. However, the beings born from my blood and flesh are different. They were born like humans, bore children like them, and eventually passed away. Living underwater due to my influence was impossible, and they couldn't reproduce with underwater humans. Instead, they became the children of the eternal earth, Eltartan, a separate human race that took root in this world. It was peaceful. Fulfilled. Of course, there were plenty of problems like discrimination, prejudices, disparities, and even bloody conflicts, but that was life. While developing the surface entrusted by Nuwa, I sought the future with the underwater beings nurtured by Nuwa, and the world progressed. However, something obstructed that progress, arriving one day from the sky. At that point, the Demon King paused, casting a resentful gaze towards his left half. The white something, deeply embedded like plant roots, was still faintly pulsating. We didn't understand what it was at first. But Nuwa soon told me that it was different from him, a fragment of a much larger divine power. And suddenly, without even waiting for us to approach, it began to destroy the world. Its power was overwhelming. Being weakened by acquiring a physical vessel, I couldn't stop it. The world was being eroded rapidly. Even if we exhausted ourselves to defeat it, the next day, it revived as if nothing happened. Our last resort against such an enemy was to seal it. Of course, sealing an entity that destroys worlds would be impossible with just any material. But I had an idea of the best material for it. And that was your own body, I suppose. I inadvertently murmured, and the Demon King smirked with my face. That's right. Binding with an eternal body and restraining it with an immortal soul. Is there a better material for sealing? Without hesitation, I absorbed the fragment of the god into myself and suppressed it. And to maintain that seal as long as possible, I even laid a seal upon myself. Not just from the surface but from a depth of 12,000 meters, far beyond even Nuwa's light, at this bottom of the valley. A lightless valley. Does that mean, by any chance, this is the bottomless abyss at the very bottom, Joe? Is that what it's called in modern times? I don't know, but if you think so, it's probably true. To Jinta's surprise, the Demon King spoke gently. Judging from his demeanor and the contents of his narrative, it seemed that the Demon King had an extraordinary attachment to Jinta. Or rather, to the humans created by Nuwa in this world. Well, naturally. If that weren't the case, there's no way he'd be here in this form. How much time has passed since then? Jinta. You mentioned that I was sealed a long time ago, but just how much time has passed? Have my subjects left behind? Are they still living on the surface? Above the water? That is. In response to the Demon King's inquiry, Jinta clenched his jagged teeth. And in that expression, the Demon King displayed a lonely smile. Ah, I see. Well, should I praise and commend myself for being sealed with a fragment of a god for that long? Ha ha ha. But, I'm sorry. It seems that time is running short. Hence, that's why you all are here. Does that mean you teleported us along with the ship? At Tia's question, the Demon King nodded. More accurately, it was the emergency mechanism attached to the key that activated. Perhaps, before coming here, did you feel something like suffocation? Also, what about the seal of the gate? Well, I'm fine now, But if passing out wasn't due to the key's power, it might have been because of that suffocation. As for the gate, it was slightly ajar. Joe, I see. That was likely because the seal, reaching its limit, was about to break from the inside. Hence, for a moment, the laws of this world set by Nuwa seemed to vanish, and the forced teleportation was a result of the key, sensing the weakening seal, forcibly summoning you here using the power intended to return you to the surface. I apologize. It seems that the easy way was only one way. Returning might indeed become quite an adventure. Indeed. Enjoy it to the fullest. As I made a joking remark, the Demon King chuckled lightly. However, his expression quickly turned serious, and he looked straight into my eyes. I've mostly said what needed to be said. From here on, it's purely my wish. Hey, my true self, and role, Demon King of the End. I want you to end me along with these detestable fragments of the god. Please. Is that alright? In response to the Demon King's wish, I quietly asked back. Then, with an expression mixed with relief and resignation, the Demon King weakly shook his head. Yes, it's fine. In fact, it might be the best option. Frankly, this was a rather risky gamble. There was no guarantee that you would arrive while I maintained the seal, and having you come, having transformed into something different under Nuwa's blessings, I couldn't even predict your actions. Therefore, if I hadn't made it in time, or if you had indeed been an existence that brought about the end of this world as your name suggests, I would have decayed here, and eventually, the world would have met its end according to your or that god's desires. But you came. A hero existing to eliminate outsiders like us. You reached me, the end point, hand in hand with the hero, beloved child of Nuwa, the will of this world. What else can you call this but fate? With my end, the world will continue. There couldn't be anything more I desire. I see. Facing the Demon King's powerless smile, I unsheathed my sword at my waist. The seal of the gate was already broken, and my power had returned. Thus, the blade, shining like a dawn in the dark underwater world, slowly enveloped in a black light that would bring about an end. Wait, Ed? What are you planning to do, Joe? At my action, Jinta called out. But I only glanced at him sideways, never diverting my gaze from the Demon King. What I've just heard. I'm going to fulfill his wish. Fulfilling his wish means, from the context of the conversation, killing him, right? That's definitely not right, Joe. It's not killing, it's ending. I don't understand the difference, Joe. Or, will this person be safe and sound? That seems impossible. Sorry, but I don't possess such a kind power. Then, it's definitely not okay, Joe. Ha. Jinta, if you insist. Trembling legs, trembling hands, trembling voice. Yet, Jinta stood in front of me with a spear in hand. I'll be your opponent, Joe. The last obstacle to remove the god's fragment capable of destroying the world. Chapter 349. Within that conflict and decision lies value greater than gold. Third person Pof. Jinta, do you understand what you're doing? Since they met, it's been about 4 months and a bit. Not an incredibly long time, but the moments they've spent together have been intense. Because of that, Jinta had started to feel like a close friend to Ed. However, this supposed friend now had a sword pointed at him, and a cold gaze directed his way. This fact almost made Jinta want to retract his steps, and doubts began to arise within him. What am I really doing, Joe? But I understand. Probably. I can't help it, Joe. I don't really know myself, but I just can't accept that kind of ending. I mean, this person has been working so hard all alone in this dark place to protect our world, right? But for their ending to be like this, it's just too cruel, Joe. Pitiful. If Jinta's emotions toward the Demon King could be expressed, that phrase would probably fit the best. Continuing efforts unrecognized by anyone and vanishing from the world without anyone knowing, it was just too sad. Although there was a vast difference between their situations, for Jinta, an underage apprentice treasure hunter who had struggled to gain recognition from his family, it evoked a certain sympathy. It's not okay to just discard this person, Joe. This person deserves acknowledgement, Joe. So if Ed plans to do something about this person, I'll protect them, Joe. With determined eyes, Jinta faced Ed. But from Ed's perspective, although he didn't lower his poised sword. His expression seemed somewhat troubled. Well, even if you say that. Let me confirm again, though. Even if I don't end it here, that person will die soon. And when that happens, the entire world will end along with them. Are you saying you're willing to commit a grand suicide involving your family and the entire world? There's no way, Joe. I don't want to die, and I don't want my family to die. Then what's your plan? Do you have some other way? I don't have one, Joe. But, if I think about it now, thinking now? Something that even after thinking for thousands of years here no one couldn't come up with. You expect a convenient solution to just flash into your mind while this person is still alive? That's seriously underestimating the world, isn't it? But that's enough. As Jinta stumbled over his words, the Demon King spoke from behind him. Despite the intense pain still afflicting his body due to the god's fragment, his expression remained calm. It's enough, Jinta. I appreciate your feelings, but I must end it here. But, why? Even if all my kin were to perish, my desire to protect this world remains genuine. Therefore, I beg of you, Jinta. You, the beloved child of Nuwa who accepted me. Please accept my resolution to protect the world. Jiga. You. Grimacing, gritting his teeth to the point of shattering, a moan of the soul escaped Jinta's throat. As his clenched fist, causing blood to ooze, loosened, the spear he had held tightly slowly clattered to the ground. I am powerless. I can't reach the hero I admired that day. Haha, it's not like that. Ed casually patted Jinta's hunched shoulders and passed by. Closing his eyes, he turned towards the resigned Demon King. Ed's black sword swung, first person poff. Phew. It is over. Huh? At least, as Jinta tried to etch the last image of the great king into his memory and turned around, instead of the man released from the god's fragment, sitting bewildered on the throne, resembling a friend, there stood, why am I alive? Beside me, Jinta, with a wide-open mouth, trembled uncontrollably, while the man who was once the Demon King in front of us shot a quizzical glance. But that was unexpected. I shrugged slightly, smiling wryly, as I responded. Why? Isn't it obvious? I said I'd end this situation, not kill anyone. What does that mean? Just as it sounds. The god's fragment within you, I did indeed put an end to it. But they were so deeply embedded that it was impossible to separate just the shards, so it feels like I've put an end to the entirety of the Demon King's power. Man, what a huge loss. I managed to recover somewhat, but will this really return properly? Can one's own power be damaged by one's own power? The answer is, of course, yes. But as for whether the wounds will heal, that's hard to say. For an ordinary person, maybe, but I am the Demon King at the end roll. Well, even if it doesn't return, it's just a fraction of 100. Compared to the reward in front of me. I'll just scoff at that fee. Wait, that's not the answer. If the power was recovered, why am I still alive? You said it yourself earlier, didn't you? Besides the Demon King's power, there was the body given by New or something. That's why you survived, because that part remains. Oh, but since the Demon King's power is gone, from now on, you'll age and die like an ordinary human, right? After that, I wonder how your soul will circulate. I don't know, but maybe you'll be treated like any other human. Unless Nuwa intervenes. So, that means I've become an ordinary human? Yeah. Well, please bear with that much. Eternal youth, immortality, all of that, I took it all away. Considering the origin, it's hard to say it's safely saved. But as I smirked, the former Demon King cried, covering his face with both hands. Bear with it? Endure. Oh, could it be that I can live as a human? As an ordinary human? It's kind of embarrassing to see my crying face. But without time to dwell on that feeling, Jinta grabbed me. Ed, was this your plan from the beginning, Joe? Huh? Yeah, pretty much. Then why didn't you say so from the start, Joe? I looked like a total idiot, Joe. Rather, you look exactly like one, Joe. This is embarrassing, too embarrassing. I wish there was a hole to hide in, Joe. Come to think of it, you never said anything, but Tia, Could you have known me? I didn't know the ending, but it said, after all. I thought he'd come up with something good. Joe. This feels like I was completely played. It's terrible, Joe. I've been toyed with. No, that wasn't the intention. Hey, Jinta? What? You're planning to make fun of me again, Joe? Tia smiled brightly, but Jinta's face turned into an expression akin to the end of the world, overflowing with resentment. I placed my hand on Jinta's shoulder and tried to speak, but he skillfully averted his face with a sullen attitude. Despite that demeanor, I managed a slight wry smile and addressed him with genuine respect. I didn't explain things in detail, so you earnestly agonized over that situation and then made a decision. Don't ever forget those feelings, the conflicts. By doing that, you can truly become a hero. Not just someone grandiose that others glorify as a hero, but a true hero who fights to protect what truly matters. Shock filled Jinta's face, followed by tears welling up in his eyes. Finally, he tightly embraced me and burst into tears. Jaiu. Ed, you're really my best friend, Jaiu. Not just some sly, sore loser trying to look tough, Jaiu. Ha. Did you really think of me that way, Jaiu? Hey, Jinta, about my question. Well, guess it can't be helped. Foo. Ed, you sure are popular, huh? Under Tia's watchful smile, I gently patted Joe's back. I don't have a hobby of being popular with men, but, well, sometimes this kind of thing isn't so bad. And so, the crisis of world collapse, along with the hero who caused it, was avoided without anyone knowing. Chapter 350. This seems to be a fairly common response, intentionally leaving lingering attachments. So quietly, Jinta, who became the world's hero unnoticed, and I, along with the former Demon King, enjoyed our final journey. We toured several ruins, found some small treasures, and took about a month to travel near the town of Tulai. And now, here we are where we met Jinta, aboard a ship. Really, are you going back, Joe? I was a bit torn about waiting until after the coming-of-age ceremony, but I thought it'd be better as a conclusion now. Also, having two identical faces seems rather troublesome. As I spoke, the former Demon King displayed a complicated expression. While I wore swimwear, the former Demon King wore regular clothes that seemed specialized for unhindered movement underwater. Our appearances differed, but our faces were exactly the same. Well, considering we're the same person, it's natural. Moreover, the real hill people, Eltartan, appeared. So, having imposters like us isn't necessary anymore, right? What? No way, there's no way. Well, maybe you and Tia weren't really Eltartan, but that's not the point. Both of you are important friends to me, Joe. Thank you, Jinta. You're a wonderful friend to me too. Of course, to me as well. But that's why it ends here. Most of the troubles in this world should be settled now, but there's still something we need to do. Don't be so down, Jinta. Having a bit of attachment at parting is just right. The former Demon King comforted Jinta as he slumped his shoulders. By the way, the former Demon King was beside Jinta, meaning, not on the ship, but standing shoulder deep above the surface of the water. It might seem somewhat awkward as a farewell scene, but it truly expressed our respective positions. People strive because they want to meet again. When we meet next time, let's be a version of ourselves that we won't be ashamed of. Foo. It's going to be tough from now on, you know? We have to become even better people than those who saved the world. Jaiu, no matter how many times you say that, it doesn't really sink in. Honestly, I just followed Ed, and in the end, I just got in the way, Joe. Even so. Other than you, no one could have done what you did. And if it weren't for you, we would have been thrown into this world all alone. That's true. In this world right now, it might not be something to brag about, but we know how hard you worked. So, hold your head high. Got it, Joe? Then, I'll change the world so I can brag about my achievements. I tilted my head at Jinta's slightly off-putting words. However, Jinta flashed a proud smile, showing his jagged teeth. I'll become famous as a treasure hunter and use that reputation to prove the truth of history. Then, I can boast about saving the world. Joe, what a splendid idea. I see. Oh well, good luck with that. I'll do my best. So, When both of you come next time, both of you will be heroes of this world. You'll come back to confirm that, definitely. Jinta. Hey, Ed? Yeah. Can't guarantee if we'll actually come, but I promise to witness that. Looking forward to it? Count on me, Joe. As I laughed, Jinta thumped my chest. Water splashed with that force, but under the clear sky, it felt refreshing. Phew. Well then, shall we go? Oh, right. Hey, have you finally thought of a name? As the conversation reached a pause, I suddenly asked the former Demon King. It's essential to have a name as a human, but despite asking multiple times, I only received, still thinking about it. So, I thought it might be the same this time, but the former Demon King, with a face exactly like mine, smiled just as I did. Yeah, I've thought of one. But before that, take this. Oh, what's this? The former Demon King tossed me a golden ring. Engraved with a calm wave-like pattern, it exuded a simple yet mystical, perhaps even a sacred aura. It's something I received from Nua. If you wear it, you might be able to meet Nua as well. Eh, really? But how? I don't know that. The easiest and surest way is to die, though I don't think dying is easy, Joe. Jinta shot a skeptical look at the former Demon King. But I understood the meaning behind it. Indeed, when you die, you become a soul. And with just a soul, it's much easier to cross the barriers of the world compared to having a physical body. Of course, for an ordinary human, death would mean the end, unable to maintain their consciousness. But for me and this fellow here, becoming a Demon King meant our souls wouldn't waver just by becoming spirits. Ideally. Sorry. Seems like that method's impossible for me right now. From what I've heard, it appears so. Yet, even so, what you possess will be conveyed to Nua. Eventually, you might obtain a chance to meet. Take it. Is it fine? Isn't it something important to you? To my inquiry, the former Demon King shook his head calmly with a satisfied smile. It's fine. Currently, I'm both in name and reality a human of this world. So, if I die, my soul should go to Nua's place. Even if that doesn't happen, I'll meet Nua for sure. I'll have heaps of souvenirs to share. Joe. Let's do our best together, Jinta said, wrapping his arm around the former Demon King's shoulder. After we returned, the two of them would become treasure hunters together. Their adventure would surely be exhilarating, and just imagining it seemed fun. That's why, take it without reservation. Just wear it on your finger normally. Understood? Oh, it fits perfectly. Wait, whoa. As I held a sword in my right hand, I tried the ring on my left index finger. It snugly fit onto the finger, but then, it suddenly disappeared. Hey, it vanished. That's how artifacts work. They assimilate with the soul, so unless you consciously try to remove it, it won't come off. It was said that during world transitions, the body rewinds, but that should pose no problem. I see, that's good. Well then, leaving that aside, about the name this time, Jinta, Ed, Tia. Thank you for everything. I hereby banish you both from being my companions. Ping. Condition fulfilled. 10 minutes remaining until return. For some reason, we were suddenly banished, and I voiced my confusion. Tia was surprised too, so it wasn't a setup. What on earth was this? That was a lie, Joe. You two are and will always be my precious friends, Joe. My name is Eld. I took a letter from you. Farewell. In front of us, Jinta and the former Demon King. Eld shouted so and disappeared into the water. Their figures gradually distanced beyond the transparent water. Hey Ed, did those two maybe not know it takes 10 minutes from being banished to leaving this world? Oh, did I forget to mention that? No wonder. From their perspective, they probably wanted to convey those words just before we vanished. But here we were, needing to wait aimlessly for another 10 minutes on the ship. Sigh, what a weird ending. Foo, true. But it's very much like Jinta and us, isn't it? Ha ha ha, absolutely. Then, shall we have a little fun at the end? Kaya. Originally planning to disappear at the last moment, I suddenly stowed the ship into the stranger box. As a result, the foothold vanished, and we plunged into the water. Hey, Ed, what are you doing? We came to the water world after all. So why not enjoy playing in the water till the end? Geez. That defeats the purpose of coming above water. Take this, Ed. Tia. doing breaststrokes, splashed water at me vigorously. In return, I also splashed back, and soon, the two of us were playfully splashing water at each other like children. Ahaha. Come on, let's keep going. Whoa? Hey, stop it. Too much, too much. What's this? Wasn't it you who started it, Ed? There, this is the finishing blow. Hey, using magic is unfair, isn't it? Sink, sink, sink. Go. Club, club, club. 3, 2, 1. Initiating world transfer. Wrapped in white foam, the last thing I saw was an endlessly clear world of blue and azure,